Heading back to Neil Gray for his second question. Neil.
I note that he didn't answer my question, Mr Speaker, and there is growing pressure on the UK government to act here. The former DWP Secretary of State, the Right Honourable Member for Preseli, has called on the Minister and his colleagues to accept the JRF Save the Children recommendations and to uprate legacy benefits too. The Poverty Alliance report today shows UC is pulling people into poverty rather than acting as a lifeline. So will he agree to convene a cross-party meeting, including the former Secretary of State and a Treasury Minister, to look at ways to make this recommendation happen?
Well, Mr Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman knows, for a start, that that is well above my pay grade. But what I would gently remind the Honourable Gentleman is that universal credit will be over £2 billion a year more generous when fully rolled out compared to the legacy benefit system that it replaces. He also fails to recognise the £6.5 to £7 billion that this government has put in place to support people through COVID-19. As the Chancellor said, we will do whatever it takes. This government is doing it. We're supporting people, and this department is getting that support to those who need it quickly.
Hugh Merriman.
14, please, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm already actively working with a number of my Cabinet colleagues, particularly the Chancellor, the Secretaries of State for Education, BEIS, DCMS Transport, MHCLG, and of course the Prime Minister. This is a joined-up government which is working hard to help people in these challenging times to get back into work as soon as possible.
Hugh Merriman.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for that answer. Many of us are concerned about jobs in the aviation sector, and particular note to British Airways, who are not only making up to 12,500 redundancies, but firing and rehiring virtually the remainder of the workforce, despite also their group putting €1 billion into a new airline. And BA staff put 66% of profits into that group. So can I ask the Secretary of State, what can the government do to ensure that our employers do the right thing by the workforce who have previously delivered those profits?
Secretary of State.
Well, as my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, has previously said to my honourable friend, we are concerned about the way that some companies are treating their workforce and are actively looking into the issue. Now, the furlough scheme has been a huge success in keeping over 9 million employees connected to their jobs, but companies should not be using the furlough scheme cynically to keep people on their books just to then get rid of them. The whole point of the furlough scheme is to help people get back into their jobs and the country back on its feet.
We're going to Seema Malhotra. Seema Malhotra.
Mr Speaker, new analysis suggests that up to 1 million people could be added to the current jobless total unless more support is provided from August, with sectors like aviation being harder hit. We have learned from COVID to plan early and to work together, but last week's DWP Select Committee report said that the Secretary of State has not provided any persuasive reason for her refusal to share her economic downturn plan. So why is a plan that is the basis of how we get millions of people back into work such a secret? And will she now work with her colleagues for a back-to-work budget so that local partnerships can plan together for what is coming?
So I think the Honourable Lady is confusing the element in the Select Committee report with the operational effective emergency contingency plan, which is an operational document which is prepared by all departments in the effect of that sort of element of emergency that requires redeployment, for example, within the department. However, on terms of her broader question, which I think is what she really was referring to, I can assure her I'm actively working, as I pointed out, with ministers across the government to make sure that we will be there to help people get into those new jobs, which we rely on the private sector to create, but also be working across the public sector too.
Thank you, Mr
Speaker. Question number 16.
Minister Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. So we do not place people at unnecessary risk. We have temporarily suspended face-to-face work capability assessments. Healthcare professionals continue to make recommendations based on paper-based evidence where possible, and we've introduced telephone assessments. We are in the early phases of delivering telephone assessments and are closely monitoring the processing times.
One of my constituents who has progressive multiple sclerosis and is partially paralysed on his left side had to undergo a work capability assessment by phone. This resulted in his PIP being cancelled and then internally reviewed and reinstated at the lower rate. The decision is now being appealed so he can get the higher level of PIP that he was previously on. So does the Minister agree with me that there needs to be stringent safeguards in place when making such telephone assessments to ensure that poor decisions are avoided?
Minister.
I think the honourable member is... I absolutely agree, and we do have independent audits looking at this, and it is the early stages of using telephone assessments, but it is a mix of the benefits because the WCA is separate from PIP. PIP's a few weeks further on in terms of using telephone assessments. Stakeholders welcome the opportunity, and it's something we will explore in the Green Paper, but I'm happy to look at that individual case.
Fiona Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 17, please.
Minister Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I would like to answer questions 17, 18, 19 and 20 together. As the Minister responsible for this evolving labour market, DWP are working hard to identify the most effective ways to support people back into work. We are clear that we are taking a targeted, place-based approach, and I have attended regional stock takes with the MHCLG Economic Recovery Working Group, which brings together mayors, LEPs and other vital partners to share local knowledge.
Fiona Davis.
Thank you. I welcome the Minister's answer and also the Government's really strong, effective measures on supporting employment through the job retention scheme, but also the extensive range of employment and support benefits. But with that in mind, will the Minister agree with me that we also need to support our next generation of agricultural workers, such as our farmers across Teesdale, who we rely on not just to feed ourselves, but for the future of our food security as well?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend. We should recognise the areas which have a proud history of agriculture, such as Teesdale. Our farmers have done and continue to do a fantastic job feeding the nation during this challenging time. Alongside DEFRA, DWP has used our Job Help campaign to encourage farmers and employment agencies to use the Pick for Britain website to help them fill their vacancies.
Longy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One needs to not look much further than my own constituency of Dudley North and indeed those of my colleagues in Sandwell and Wolverhampton and indeed Walsall for the terrible effects over a couple of decades of globalisation. Will my right honourable friend reassure me and this House that despite the challenges posed by this pandemic, of her commitment and her department's commitment to the levelling up agenda?
Minister.
Our network of job centres is local and regional by design, and I mentioned earlier a place-based approach. We are ensuring that work coaches are ready to provide individualised support for claimants. The levelling up agenda is a priority for this government, and we've been building this into our discussions and plans when meeting with mayors such as Andy Street to get Britain back into work.
Sean Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for my communities in Wednesbury, Oldbury and Tipton, jobs are going to be at the centre of this recovery. So can I ask my honourable friend what works, to elaborate a bit more on the work that she's been undertaking across government and locally with local partners, and perhaps she would agree to meet with me to discuss a Black Country job strategy as we move out of this pandemic?
Yes.
Of course, I'm very happy to meet with my honourable friend and continue to engage with him on developing this local place-based recovery plans. And we have been working, as I said, closely with the West Midlands Combined Authority, building importantly on our learning from the Employment and Skills Framework, which underpins the current joint approach to supporting people locally back into work in the Black Country.
Duncan Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituency of North Norfolk is rural, and it faces many challenges. It's heavily reliant on the tourism sector, and without the fat of a full summer season to get through, it could struggle into the winter. Particularly for younger people, what steps is the Minister able to take to see wider compulsory offering of apprenticeship schemes to enable those younger people to stay in a good job, stay in the area that they grew up in, and always that longing that we have to stay where we grew up?
Minister Davis.
Well, supporting our young people is a priority for me in this job, and apprenticeships are a great way for young people to start their careers, giving them that crucial opportunity to earn while they learn. Alongside the DFE, we are at DWP supporting employers, especially small businesses, to take on new apprentices this year, and will provide further detail in due course. We'll also ensure that there is sufficient funding this year to support small businesses also wanting to take this up.
21 has been withdrawn, so we've got a substantive question from Andrew Gwynn, Minister Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have made changes so that statutory sick pay and employment and support allowance are payable to people who are self-isolating, including those who are shielding and who satisfy the conditions of entitlement. We've removed the waiting days, so these are paid from day one, and households may also be able to claim universal credit.
So let us go to Greater Manchester with Andrew Gwynn. Andrew Gwynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But the lowest paid in this country, and around 3 million self-employed and others, are excluded from what is already one of the lowest rates of statutory sick pay in Europe. As test and trace is stepped up, many of those will be told to self-isolate, potentially multiple times. So how does the Minister propose that we can emerge safely from lockdown if people aren't supported in these circumstances? What's he going to do about this group?
Mr Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, in addition to providing the support through statutory sick pay, we are expecting employers to do the right thing, and we will be working with employers to make sure employees can transition back to work safely, and that's underpinned by the Equality Act, and BEIS and HSE will continue to provide proactive guidance to employers.
Heading to South London with Vicky Foxcroft. Vicky Foxcroft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At DWP questions on the 11th of May, I asked the Minister whether or not his department would increase legacy benefits, such as employment support allowance, to help shielding and disabled people cover the increasing costs of basic items such as food, toiletries and PPE for themselves and their carers. 7 weeks on, can the Minister update us on how much progress his department has made? As we move towards planning for a potential second wave, it is vital that we get this right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a department, we rightly have put an additional £6.5 billion into welfare support, in addition to the £500 million hardship fund provided to local authorities. And I welcome the additional further £63 million to boost council welfare support so no one goes without food and other basic necessities in the coming months.
Scott Benton.
Question 24, Mr. Speaker.
Mr Davis.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to answer questions 24 and 25 together. We have launched A Good Place to Start, a new labour market campaign, which includes 2 key websites, Job Help and Employer Help. They provide additional information, tools and links to other sites, including DWP's Find a Job for current vacancies and DfE's Skills Toolkit.
Benton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituency currently has the highest claimant count in the whole of the UK, as the dependence of my local economy on tourism and insecure seasonal work has been exposed during the current crisis. What steps is my honourable friend taking to support those who are currently out of work in communities such as Blackpool to retrain and acquire the skills needed to find future employment?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for raising this important issue, and I want to highlight the work again that our staff in job centres are doing tirelessly to support people through the pandemic and with their claims, and continue to do so. Indeed, our work coaches have now made over 250,000 outbound customer support calls each week, and they're also organising virtual job fairs. In Blackpool, they're working with local authorities on a virtual adult learning and education programme hosted online and through Google Classrooms. There is upcoming from the 4th of July also a sector-based work academy for recruitment around the pleasure beat, and we're also training people through our mentoring circles. I would encourage every member in this House to contact their local job centre about what we're already doing about supporting their community.
Andrew Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the economy reopens, it will look different. One sector which has grown fast and will continue to grow is the digital sector. The Federation of Small Businesses in North Yorkshire has told me that a key need for their members is increased digital skills. They want to see more training in this area. So as job centres work to match people with vacancies, how will she ensure that job centres are handling the changing needs of employers in the digital economy?
I regularly meet with DfE and BEIS ministers to ensure that we're doing exactly this. This includes working out how claimants can be supported to gain those key skills, and also to pivot into those sectors where there are vacancies as the economy recovers. Job centres work with their local training providers to ensure there is a range of courses available to help claimants to find that new opportunity or some better paid work.
Chris Evans.
26, Mr Speaker.
Minister Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With permission, I'd like to answer question 26 and 27 together. The evaluation remains a priority for the Department. We have made good progress and expect to be able to provide an update on the outcome of the evaluation shortly.
Chris Evans.
Mr Speaker, motor neuron disease is a utterly wicked, terrible disease. For those who have it, they are locked in and see their bodies waste away, while their families watch their loved ones slowly slide away. However, only 50% of those people diagnosed with motor neuron disease can claim under the special rules under PIP, which he knows of, because of the 6 months life expectancy rules. The others have to go through the standard procedures, which can lead to delays. Now, I know the Department has launched a review into terminal illness. It was over a year ago. However, he has his gift today to change those rules and ensure all people with motor neuron disease are allowed to claim under the PIP special rules. On behalf of all those families who are suffering, there's only small in number, will he make that change today?
Mr Tomlinson.
I thank the honourable member who very powerfully set out the torment and challenges that MND sufferers face, and I know he's been a champion of their cause in Parliament, and I'm very grateful for the support that MND, Hospice UK, Macmillan, Marie Curie, Sue Ryder, the National Nurses Consultants Group and others have played in part of this evaluation. The Secretary of State and myself are passionate that we will be making changes. It won't be the status quo. COVID-19 caused a delay to the final part of the consultation with the medical professionals, but we will be bringing forward a change shortly.
John Lawler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And to reiterate, I know the Minister will be aware of the benefits awarded under the special rules for terminal illness do last for 3 years. But on behalf of my constituent, Doddy Weir, the former Scotland rugby player who has been campaigning on this issue, will he consider scrapping the 3-year limit on awards under the special rules to avoid distressing situations for those suffering with MND and other terminal illnesses?
I thank my honourable friend for raising that, and I know that he has campaigned hard in this area. We are reviewing all areas. The key 3 themes are the 6 months, not having the status quo, improving consistency and raising awareness to make sure all those who will benefit from the special rules are aware of what is available.
We now have a substantive question to Minister Quince from Garrett Davis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I regularly engage with my counterpart in DEFRA, the Minister for Environment, Fisheries and Food, over this issue and participate in the food and other essential supplies to the Vulnerable Ministerial Task Force. In addition to the welfare changes worth over £6.5 billion, departments have worked together throughout this period to ensure support for the most vulnerable. Funding of up to £16 million, including the £3.5 million Food Charities Grant Fund, is available so that charities can continue to provide food for those in need.
Heading across to Wales, to Swans in particular, with Geraint Davis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Food Foundation has found that 5 million adults and 2 million children are suffering from food insecurity, which the United Nations define as insufficient nutritious food each day to avoid hunger. In 2019, the National Food Strategy was shelved because of coronavirus. So what plans has the Minister to introduce more money for the most in need so that we don't get growing numbers of people relying on food banks, in particular to avoid millions more being plunged into hunger in the event we get a second wave of coronavirus and a bad or no deal Brexit?
Minister. Well, Mr Speaker, over and above the £6.5 billion we've pumped into our welfare system, over £16 million for food redistribution charities, £3.5 million for the Food Charities Fund, offering grants of up to £100,000 to support those charities, the £63 million local welfare assistance fund through local authorities announced by the Prime Minister 2 weeks ago, and of course the free school meals voucher scheme. But the Honourable Member raises a good point. We do want to better understand food insecurity in this country. That's why we commissioned extra questions for the Family Resource Survey, and I look forward to looking at the results of those in great detail.
29 withdrawn, so we come to Shadow Secretary of State, Jonathan Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and with your permission, can I congratulate my honourable friend for Stretford and Urmston on her promotion to the Shadow Cabinet. Mr Speaker, the Government says that the aim of the benefit cap is to make people work more hours or move to cheaper accommodation. Neither of these options has been possible during the COVID crisis, so what possible justification has the Government got for persisting with this policy, which prevents families from receiving what the Department of Work and Pensions themselves believe to be necessary?
Secretary of State.
Well, Mr Speaker, the benefit cap does play an important part, but he may not be aware of the exemptions to the benefit cap, particularly in that new and existing claimants can benefit from a 9-month grace period where their benefit will not be capped if they have a sustained worked history. And since 2013, nearly 220,000 households which were subject to the benefit cap are now no longer capped.
We have a substantive question from Neil O'Brien, Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As a government, we are currently spending £55 billion supporting disabled people and those with long-term health conditions. The level of financial support will reflect the level of disability or condition of the claimant.
Heading to Harborough with Neil O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Minister for his advice the other day regarding my disabled constituent Tom Hipgrave. But while the support provided by PIP is vital, what more is my honourable friend doing to help those with severe disabilities like Tom?
Well, I thank my old friend who's a very diligent representative of his constituents, as I saw with that casework he raised. But on this question, it's absolutely key in our forthcoming Green Paper and National Strategy for Disabled People, where we will explore other ways to offer greater support in terms of advocacy, signposting and removing barriers across government and in wider society.
Nick Smith.
Number 32, please, Mr Speaker.
Minister Oppenheimer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We are aware of a number of cases where individuals have been underpaid Category BL basic state pension. The Department has already taken action to correct our records and reimburse those affected as soon as any errors are or were identified.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Informed commentators say that over 100,000 women are going to be impacted by this error. Many of them will be older women, more likely to be living in poverty. To put this right, will the Minister agree to an investigation into this issue and also look again at the rules on backdating here to ensure that in the future these women are treated fairly?
I note the Honourable Gentleman's comments, and we invite anyone who thinks they have failed to claim a state pension increase they are eligible for to contact the Department, whether through the Pension Service helpline or alternatively PensionWise can assist.
We're now heading to Birmingham with Jack Dromey. Jack Dromey.
Mr Speaker, case after case is being uncovered of retired women underpaid on their pension. Many don't know yet to this day. Some have tragically died before learning of the Department's mistake. This requires properly to be investigated, but crucially, the women deserve justice. When will the Department work out how many women have been affected, who they are, and bring forward a plan to contact them so that they get the women who built Britain, they get the justice in retirement that they deserve?
Minister Opperman.
Well, Mr Speaker, as the Honourable Gentleman for the Labour Party is aware, this dates from March 2008, when married women receiving a low-level state pension based on their national insurance record should have had their entitlement reviewed when their husband reached state pension age. This is a matter that the Department for Work and Pensions are looking into, and we invite any individual who feels that they are affected to claim a state pension increase by contacting the Pension Service helpline or PensionWise.
Right, we now come to Alistair Carmichael.
Number 34, Mr Speaker.
Secretary of State.
I have regular conversations with my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, who is responsible for the Coronavirus Job Retention Scheme and the Self-Employment Income Support Scheme. Together, these have supported 9.2 million and 2.6 million people, respectively, nearly 12 million people in total. The Chancellor has set out how the schemes will be phased out during the autumn, and the furlough scheme does continue until the end of October.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you. But the position for people in the visitor economy in my constituency is a particularly acute one because of the highly seasonal nature of the trade that we have. It's described to me as being like 3 winters in a row. So does the Secretary of State accept, and will she prosecute the case within government, that for some industries in some areas, if they are going to have a viable future at all, then there will need to be special consideration?
Secretary of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I also have a coastal constituency which has a significant tourism economy as part of it. As my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for DCMS said, we are looking to get the tourist sector up and running as strongly as possible and extending it for as long as we can. And I think that's a key part of the campaign. And so when it's back, we'll be investing heavily, ensuring we have a major campaign to encourage British people to take British staycations.
35 withdrawn. Darren Henry.
Question 36, Mr. Speaker.
Minister Opperman.
Can I congratulate my honourable and also gallant friend on his outstanding maiden speech last week, for which credit is due. The government is committed to ensuring that older people are able to live with the dignity at record.
Somebody step in, please, and answer the question. Thank you.
So, to echo my honourable friend, the government is committed to ensuring that older people are able to live with the dignity and respect they deserve, and the state pension is a foundation of state support. In April this year, full amounts of the basic and new state pensions increased by 3.9% to £134 per 25 per week and £175 20 week respectively. We continue to also work with the Post Office to ensure vulnerable customers have access to cash when shielding.
Darren Henry.
Mr. Speaker, people in Broxtowe affected by the closure of the Equitable Life are increasingly worried as they approach retirement age. Can my right honourable friend advise what measures this government will take to ensure that soon-to-be pensioners get the compensation they deserve and are supported in their old age?
No.
Well, my honourable friend raises a long-standing issue, I should say, and I am aware that during the 2010 administration, extra money was put in after the original proposal in order to support those on Equitable Life. But this is a matter for my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, and I would encourage him to follow up with him directly.
Unfortunately, we've now got to move on to topicals with Joy Morrissey.
Mr. Speaker.
Hey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I outlined to the House earlier, I'm really pleased with the massive efforts that have been undertaken by members of the BUP in responding to public needs at during this important emergency. We are starting to return to normal, and I look forward to job centres fully reopening so that they can help people get ready again for the world of work.
John Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree on the importance of job centres and businesses working closely together to support employment and economic recovery? And will the Minister join me in praising Pinewood Studio in my constituency, which is a shining example of such practices?
Secretary of State.
Well, as I've outlined earlier, we do want to make sure that we can have that ongoing local support between job centres and businesses. I know that in Beaconsfield, the local job centre staff are working actually with the LEP to explore how they can collaboratively support people back into work. But I'm sure that they will also be looking, the company to which she refers, at the Employer Help website, which provides a range of guidance and advice, including identifying transferable skills, promoting opportunities to work in different sectors of the economy, and supporting staff.
Chair the Secretary of State, Jonathan Reynolds.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Pensions Regulator introduced an interim regime to cover so-called super funds, which are funds that aim to bring together several corporate pension schemes to be run collectively. This is a sensitive area because breaking the link between an employer and their pension scheme means the employer cannot in future be called upon to fill any deficit. So given that sensitivity, can the Secretary of State explain, firstly, why hasn't the government legislated for this area in the current pensions bill? Secondly, why are the regulatory requirements for these super funds so much lower than they are for a buyout from an insurance company? And thirdly, is the Governor of the Bank of England right when he says this lack of action by the government is a potential risk to the UK's financial stability?
Secretary of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the independent pensions regulator did publish guidance on an interim regime for pension super funds. I want to stress that this is an interim regime. The government will continue to develop the permanent regime before legislating with full and proper parliamentary scrutiny in the usual way. And market participants are well aware they should not assume that the interim regime will automatically transfer into the permanent regime.
Dr. James Davies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not-for-profit organisations such as RCS in Rhyl have provided critical employment support throughout the outbreak. Will my right honourable friend do what she can to support such organisations and ensure that people with mental health difficulties are not left behind as they look for sustainable employment?
Mr. Tom.
I thank my honourable friend, and when it's safe to do so, I would love to come and visit and see the work of RCS, and I will pay tribute to the great work that they're doing in their community. And we understand the role of good mental wellbeing in helping individuals enter the job market, and in Wales we provided £1.3 million to test the new individual placement and support. We also provide contracted employment support programmes specifically tailored to disabled people and people with long-term health conditions, as well as administering the Access to Work scheme and Disability Confident campaign.
Heading to the North East with Graham Morris. Graham Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister confirm that senior management of the Department of Work and Pensions is suggesting that an additional 31,000 staff are needed to cope with increased universal credit claims? Yet we've heard from ministers that this week they're reopening job centres and reintroducing conditionality and sanctions at a time when the department have nowhere near the required number of staff available. Surely this action will heap stress and suffering on claimants and staff alike. So what measures will the Minister introduce to avoid this chaos?
Minister Davis.
I thank everybody who's working in our job centres, and our Secretary of State has committed to doubling the work coaches. We take an individual focus on our claimants, and we will take a place-based approach when it comes to helping people into work, and we're actively working with our operations to make sure that this is done safely so people can get back into work.
Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will my right honourable friend assure me that experiences of disabled people will be front and centre of the Green Paper, the Disability Green Paper?
Minister.
I can absolutely reassure my honourable friend that disabled people will be at the very heart of the consultation, both with the Green Paper and the National Strategy for Disabled People. As soon as it is safe to do so, we will begin the roadshow of consultation across the whole country, making sure all voices are heard and shape our future priorities.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. The Child Poverty Action Group and the Church of England estimated that by April 2020, around 230,000 families have been hit by the two-child policy limit, causing huge distress to children and their families in the middle of the pandemic. By 2020, 1.3 million children will be forced into poverty, or deeper poverty if they're already facing poverty. When will ministers scrap this cruel and vicious policy that's punishing children?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we keep all policy under review. The policy in particular the Honourable Lady references will not only cost around £2 billion a year, it couldn't be operationalised now even if we wanted to, because all of the focus is rightly on the Department's response to COVID-19. What I would say to the Honourable Lady gently, though, is it is a policy based on one of fairness, that those in receipt of benefits are faced with the same choices in life as those not in receipt of benefits.
Mr. Speaker, I've recently been contacted by a number of beauty salons, like the Beauty Academy in Ipswich, who have serious concerns about not being able to reopen their doors as expected on July the 4th, alongside hairdressers. Many beauty salons under pressure have already shut their doors for good, causing a number of job losses. What discussions has my right honourable friend had with the Business Secretary about preventing further job losses, including by allowing beauty salons to reopen on the 4th of July, and giving them the certainty they need so they can plan over the coming weeks?
We are actively working with colleagues across government, including the Business Secretary, of which I've had several roundtable discussions with, to get people back into work and open up as soon as possible. This government is committed to reopening businesses in a phased approach, guided by the science, when it's safe to do so. I do actually confess an absolute personal need for these sectors to reopen. But where there are job losses, the DWP staff are on hand to work with claimants to support them to get back into work.
Withdrawn, so we go to Greg Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Schemes such as Access to Work are vital in helping many disabled people start and remain in work. Can my honourable friend outline how the department is flexing existing support to help those disabled people who many of whom are now required to work from home?
I thank my honourable friend. That's a very important point to raise, and we are looking at additional ways we can support people through access to work in terms of travelling to and from their home to work, and also their ability to work from home. And actually there are opportunities for us to make some of those changes more permanent as we start to return to normality.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister talks of fairness with regard to the two-child limit, but how can it be fair that the 60,000 families who've made a claim since lockdown began, who could not have anticipated having to claim universal credit, are now struggling to feed their third or subsequent children? They couldn't have planned for this. How is that fair?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we recognise that the people are facing unprecedented financial pressure as a result of COVID-19. That is exactly why this government has invested £6.5 billion into our welfare system, increasing universal credit by £20 per week, increasing tax credits and increasing the local housing allowance.
Well said.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Many in my constituency rely on their summer earnings as a contribution towards their annual budget to make ends meet. Tourism is very seasonal, but what it brings in power has a knock-on effect across all sectors in Cornwall. Can my honourable friend look at what more can be done if the summer does not produce the savings necessary for people in the lean months?
I absolutely understand the importance of tourism to very many areas across this country. It's vital to jobs in my honourable friend's constituency and across many constituencies. My honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Digital, Culture, Media and Sport, has said we are looking to get the tourism sector up and running as strongly as we can, extending it for as long as we can for visitors and tourists. Meanwhile, I would say our safety net, our welfare safety net, the UC standard allowance rate, has been raised by £20 a week for this year to support people.
We now come to Jeff Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Secretary of State clarify whether the government intends to keep its manifesto commitment to maintain the pensions triple lock?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is absolutely committed to fulfilling its manifesto commitments. I think it is fair to say, Mr. Speaker, we have some situations ahead of us, but it is something I'm in discussion with. This is not about abandoning the triple lock in any way, but I can assure him that there are some consequences of which he may not be aware if average earnings fall during this year that we need to rectify in order to make sure that aspects of the law that's already in place cannot be set aside.
Right, we now come to Scott Benton. Scott Benton.
Universal Credit has supported millions of new claimants since March, many of whom will now be looking for new job opportunities as the economy reopens. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that one of the inherent strengths of Universal Credit is its flexibility in incentivising and rewarding employment?
Thank my honourable friend for that question. He is, of course, absolutely right. The amount paid in UC reflects as closely as possible the actual circumstances of a household during each monthly assessment period. This allows UC awards to be adjusted on a monthly basis, ensuring that if a claimant's income falls, they do not have to wait several months for a rise in their UC award. UC pays up to 85% of childcare costs to support working parents, compared to 70% in the legacy benefit system.
We're now heading to Ealing Southall with Virendra Sharma. Mr. Virendra Sharma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Excluded UK estimates that around 3 million taxpayers are ineligible for the furlough and self-employed income support schemes. Among the left behind are thousands of freelancers on short-term PAYE contracts, particularly in the creative industries. What is the Minister doing to ensure support is reaching those who make such a vital economic and cultural contribution to this country?
Mr. Davis.
I thank the honourable member for his question. The Treasury has put forward an unprecedented package to support people as widely as possible through this pandemic. And as the labour market sits with me, I'm working with the department to make sure that we understand the challenges of self-employment as we've got the job centres reopening, and that we support claimants who maybe need to look at the next stage of their work journey and moving on from self-employment or coming back into it.
All Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the possible increased uncertainty over employment in these times, many of my constituents in Eastleigh will be relying on the good work of the Job Centre to secure future opportunities. So can the Minister outline how job centres are using technology to assist and help employment and find opportunities faster for my constituents in Eastleigh?
Minister Day.
Well, I must confess I know the Honourable Gentleman's Job Centre extremely well, and I must thank them for their response in this pandemic and all of those who've been on the front line in this emergency. From the start of June, our work coaches have made over 250,000 of outbound customer support calls each week, understanding the digital needs as well. We will be using technology to host virtual job fairs. They've already started, and working with employers to deliver online mentoring circles and facilitating even sector-based work academies, which I'm sure will come to Eastleigh.
In order to allow the safe exit of honourable members participating in this item of business and the safe arrival of those participating in the next, I am now suspending the House for 3 minutes. Order. Order. Before we move on, I would like to say that my thoughts, and I'm sure those of the House, are with those injured in Glasgow at the weekend. I will now call Alison Poulis to ask her urgent question. Alison Poulis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, for those kind words. They'll mean an awful lot to my constituents. I'd like to ask the Home Secretary if she'll make a statement on support and accommodation for asylum seekers during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My thoughts and those of the Home Secretary, and I'm sure the entire House, are with the victims of the appalling knife attack which happened in Glasgow on Friday afternoon. I would like to pay tribute to the brave first responders who, as always, ran towards danger to protect the public, including Police Scotland hero David White, who was very sadly seriously wounded. The suspect has been named as Badruddin Abdullah Adam, a 28-year-old asylum seeker originally from Sudan. The House will appreciate that I am able to provide only limited information on this case while the investigation is underway. But I can talk about the United Kingdom's proud history of supporting asylum seekers. Last year, the United Kingdom made 20,000 grants of protection or asylum, one of the highest numbers of any country in Europe, and we welcomed over 3,000 unaccompanied asylum-seeking children, the highest number of any country in Europe. Indeed, it made up 20% of Europe's UASC intake. Mr Speaker, the UK has a statutory obligation to provide destitute asylum seekers with support while their case is being considered. While asylum cases are being considered, asylum seekers who would otherwise be destitute are provided with free accommodation, the utilities are paid for, council tax is paid for, free healthcare on the NHS is available, free education is available for those with children, and there is a cash allowance to cover other essential living needs, recently increased by 5%, considerably more than inflation. The package needs to be viewed as a whole. During the coronavirus pandemic, we have stepped up the help available to go beyond those statutory requirements which I have just laid out. We have paused the usual practice of asking people to move on from supported accommodation when their asylum claim is decided either positively or negatively, so they can remain in supported asylum accommodation. And as a consequence of that decision, which was implemented on the 27th of March, there are now around about 4,000 more people in supported accommodation than was the case at the end of March, because people are still coming into the system but nobody is moving on. And so we have been frantically procuring additional accommodation around the country in order to meet that additional need. The circumstances in Glasgow are slightly different, but I suspect we'll come on to the specifics of Glasgow, so I'll answer those questions, I'm sure, in due course. But that is the principal measure, Mr Speaker, we've taken to ensure that people seeking asylum have been looked after and protected during the coronavirus epidemic. Where we have procured additional hotels, we provide full board accommodation, including laundry services, personal hygiene products and feminine hygiene products, and wraparound services are also provided, including welfare support, healthcare and access to mental health services. Asylum seekers also have 24-hour-a-day access to assistance via Migrant Help through a free phone number. Mr Speaker, we are working at pace to increase the available accommodation so we can, as quickly as we can, move asylum seekers from hotels into more permanent accommodation, which I think we all agree is more suitable, and efforts are currently underway to do exactly that. And of course, over time, in due course, we will be returning to a business-as-usual approach in a phased, proportionate and very careful way. We are committed to ensuring that vulnerable asylum seekers are provided with all of the support they require. As our nation has been battling coronavirus, we will continue, and we have continued, to look after asylum seekers, and we will continue to drive forward the reforms required to support those asylum seekers who are in genuine need. I commend this straight into the House.
Alison Poulis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, there have been 2 deaths in hotel accommodation in Glasgow Central since the start of lockdown. Adnan Elbi in Maclay's guest house at the start of May, and Badruddin Abdullah Adam, who was shot dead on Friday after carrying out a shocking knife attack which left 3 asylum seekers, 2 Park Inn hotel staff and police constable David White in hospital. My thoughts are with them and their loved ones, and my thanks go to the emergency services who so bravely and swiftly dealt with a terrifying situation. The Minister came to the House less than 2 weeks ago to hear the concerns raised by my colleague for Glasgow South West. Our concerns persist. At the start of lockdown, the Home Office contractor Mears moved 321 people from initial accommodation in serviced flats across Glasgow into city centre hotels. They did not consult, as they are obliged to do, with Glasgow City Council or anyone else. Contrary to the oral and written evidence to the Home Affairs Select Committee by Mears boss John Taylor, this included pregnant women, trafficked women, torture victims, family groups and vulnerable people. Young people included, 2 of whom ended up in hospital on Friday. They were given little notice. According to the Scottish Refugee Council, one family with food in the hob and clothes in the washing machine were given half an hour to gather their belongings. One of my constituents was a friend of Adnan who died in Maclay's guest house. He has faced extreme trauma because of this, has asked to be moved and is still in that guest house 2 months later. I have some questions for the Minister. Firstly, could he explain which Whitehall source led the BBC to report that 3 people had been found dead, because that was not true and caused a great deal of distress in my constituency. Mears have misled committee members, elected members, and have now admitted that no vulnerability assessments were carried out. When did he find out that Mears had lied to everybody about this, and will he suspend their contract? Will he immediately reinstate the meagre £5.37 a day to allow asylum seekers a small but important degree of dignity? Will he halt any evictions while this outbreak is going on? Will he work with Glasgow City Council, organisations in Glasgow, the Scottish Government and asylum seekers themselves to return them to appropriate accommodation as soon as possible? Will he authorise an independent inquiry into asylum accommodation, because it is very urgently needed? And lastly, will he take responsibility and apologise for a saga which has heaped trauma onto already vulnerable people in Glasgow and across the UK?
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Lady for those questions. She started by asking about the move of 321 people in Glasgow from service departments into hotel accommodation, which occurred around about the end of March. That was a separate process to the one I described earlier, involving the extra 4,000 places. Now, the reason that the contractor Mears moved those 321 people from the service departments into hotels was because it was judged that as the coronavirus epidemic took hold, the service departments were not appropriate and not safe. It was done for safety reasons, and that has entirely been borne out by the subsequent statistics. Glasgow accommodates slightly over 5,000 asylum seekers, as the Honourable Lady will know. Many of them, of course, are in her constituency. And during the coronavirus epidemic, over these last 3 months or so, of those over 5,000 service users, only 2 have tested positive for coronavirus. Both, I'm pleased to say, have fully recovered. And amongst those people accommodated in hotels, there has not been a single confirmed case of coronavirus. So the steps being taken to safeguard the public and safeguard the asylum seekers in particular have been successful. Now, she asked about plans for the future, and I can confirm that it is our plan to move people out of those hotels into more regular mainstream accommodation as quickly as possible. That was always the intention. It was only ever a temporary measure. That applies to hotel accommodation, of course, in the rest of the United Kingdom as well as in Scotland. But I would say that these hotels are of good quality. The one involved on Friday was a 3-star Radisson hotel. It was a good hotel with substantial facilities, including ensuite showers for every single room. Now, she asked about evictions, or people being asked to move on, as would ordinarily be the case. That is currently not happening, as she knows, following the announcement on the 27th of March. But in due course, as life returns a little bit more to normal, now that the ban on moving home has ended, we will be returning to normal over time, but it'll be done in a very careful and a very phased way. Nothing will be done in a rush. And I would point out that for those people who have successful asylum grants, they will actually be better off with universal credit when they move on, so it's in their interests as well. Now, there are a number of questions that her and her colleagues from Glasgow asked me in a letter dated a week ago today, 22nd of March. I do now have detailed answers to all of those questions. I will be sending them in writing to her honourable friend in the first instance in the next 24 to 48 hours, and then meeting with all Glasgow MPs who wish to meet to go through those in detail, either later this week or at the latest early next week.
We now come to Aaron Bell. Aaron Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I start by associating myself with your sympathies that you offer to the people of Glasgow on this horrible attack. I agree with my right honourable friend that we do have a proud history of helping those most in need. Would my honourable friend agree with me that those who abuse asylum do make it harder for those who are genuinely vulnerable? And so can he confirm that the Home Office are committed to reform the system so it can make swifter judgments and truly work for those most in need?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. I mean, he's right. Some asylum claims are meritorious, obviously many are, and for those we should work quickly and humanely to grant those applications and offer help integrating into UK society. But where there are meritless asylum claims, we need to make sure those are equally identified and rejected quickly, because it is unfair on the British public as a whole and indeed on genuine asylum claimants if unmeritorious claims take up too much time in our system.
Come to Shadow Minister Holly Lynch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I start by thanking the Honourable Member for Glasgow Central for securing this important urgent question today, as well as the Minister for his initial response. I would like to once again pay tribute to the extraordinary bravery and dedication of our emergency service workers. I know that the whole House is united in sending our gratitude to PC David White, as well as our very best wishes for his recovery, in addition to all of those who were also injured in this tragic attack. PC White was part of a policing team that responded quickly and skillfully to keep people from danger, and he and his colleagues will have our heartfelt admiration and respect. Working alongside our magnificent NHS, they were able to save lives on Friday. But clearly this worrying incident poses a number of serious questions. We are sympathetic to the speed with which additional accommodation has had to be sought for asylum seekers at different stages of the asylum process in the interest of public health going into lockdown. However, this tragic attack is an important reminder of why it's vital to deliver the correct and balanced approach to housing and related support services for asylum seekers, as well as supporting the wider community. As a result, there are a number of questions I would like to ask the Minister. At the weekend, the Home Secretary suggested that this type of accommodation had been allocated because of the COVID-19 crisis. However, we know that there is an ongoing problem which predates the crisis, of people having been housed in what's deemed to be initial accommodation for prolonged periods before being moved into more appropriate dispersal accommodation. Can the Minister clarify just how many asylum seekers are currently in initial accommodation compared to dispersal accommodation across the country, as well as updating the House about the duration of stays for asylum seekers at the Park Inn Hotel in Glasgow? Can he share with the House what vulnerability and risk assessments the Home Office and service providers are currently conducting when placing people in asylum support accommodation in order to ensure that people have the support they need, including access to mental health support? And finally, what work is being undertaken to identify the risk factors that could have been spotted in this attacker, and how will that change practice going forward? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I thank the Shadow Minister for her question. I should take this opportunity to welcome her to her place, and I look forward to many exchanges across these dispatch boxes in the months and perhaps, if we're lucky, years ahead. She asked a question about the numbers of people being supported in asylum accommodation. We currently have 44,000 people being supported under Section 95 of the Immigration and Asylum Act. We have a further, I think it's about 4,000 people supported under Section 98, under Section 4 as well. So we've got about, pre-coronavirus, we had about 48,000 people being supported. That number has increased very dramatically over the last 4 or 5 years. It's almost doubled in that period of time. And so we are growing our asylum accommodation estate in order to cater for that growth. And of course, we're trying to get people into dispersed accommodation, the more stable accommodation, as much as we possibly can. But as my honourable friend asked in the previous question, the more we can make sure we look after meritorious claims quickly but dismiss unmeritorious claims, the less pressure there will be on asylum accommodation in the first place. On the question of risk assessment, I mean, every asylum seeker is subjected to a risk assessment on health and indeed on other grounds on the point of receipt into the system. I don't want to comment too much on this individual case, but when he first made his asylum claim, in fact, made two actually, but on one of those occasions, he did flag a health vulnerability, but it was a physical one. It wasn't. It was a minor physical vulnerability. It wasn't anything that could have had anything to do with what happened on Friday. But I can assure her those assessments do take place, and there are round-the-clock facilities for migrants, asylum seekers, to report any health or other issues which they may have.
Heading up to Bob Blackman in Harrow. Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Clearly, he's right to extol the virtues that we hold dear in this country of extending our hands and arms to those who are fleeing and are extremely vulnerable. Many of those people will have come from war-torn areas of the globe. But clearly as well, some of those people will be dangerous to other asylum seekers and to the British public. So what measures will he look at to risk assess those individuals and the potential risk they may have of violence towards either the British public or indeed to other asylum seekers?
Well, my honourable friend, as always, makes a very good point. As I said in my response to the Shadow Minister a moment ago, risk assessments take place at the point of arrival, and risk assessments take place on an ongoing basis. And wherever UKVI identifies issues with asylum seekers in terms of risk to others, I can assure him that appropriate action will always be taken, but I think everybody's vigilance will be elevated to even higher levels after the incident on Friday.
Now come to the SNP spokesperson, Stuart C. MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This was a devastating incident, and we too wish all 6 who are in hospital a full recovery. We pay tribute to Constable White and his colleagues in the emergency services for their bravery, and our thoughts are also with the wider asylum community in Glasgow. But my honourable friend is absolutely right. There must be an independent inquiry, because huge questions persist as to why there was a mass move to hotels, how it was implemented, and the extent to which vulnerabilities were or were not assessed. A huge gap has grown between what the system that the Minister describes and the reality as it's described to us from people working on the ground. But for now, our focus must be on supporting people. So will the Home Office contribute funding for vital counselling and other support? Will the Minister reinstate even the pitiful cash support for those individuals still in hotels? Will he ensure the exit strategy is shared and consulted upon with Glasgow City Council and other key partners? Will he maintain the pause in evictions? Will he speak with the leader of Glasgow City Council, a vital partner, as well as the Scottish Government? And finally, will he acknowledge that people are angry about what has happened and that there are concerns that the Home Office approach to the asylum system has become so hands-off it risks becoming a Cinderella service?
You're here.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. He asked whether we would have discussions with Glasgow City Council about the ongoing asylum accommodation estate in that fine city, and of course, yes, we will. I believe discussions, in fact, took place this afternoon in the last 2 or 3 hours between Home Office officials and Glasgow City Council on the very topic of moving people out of these hotels and into more stable accommodation, as I said a few moments ago. He mentioned healthcare. Of course, healthcare for asylum seekers, wherever they may be in the country, is taken care of by the local NHS, or in the case of Glasgow, by the Bridge project coordinated by Glasgow City Council. And I've got every confidence in the service which Glasgow City Council and the NHS in Scotland provide. He asked about meeting Glasgow City Council. I'd be very happy to meet the leader of Glasgow City Council at any time. As I mentioned, I'll be meeting Glasgow MPs, if not later this week, then certainly next week. On the question of restarting move-ons, as I've been very clear about, as the country returns to normal, so we would expect the asylum system to return to normal, and so in a measured, in a phased and in a careful way, we will return to the system as it was before, which worked extremely well, but we'll be extremely thoughtful in the way that we do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What marks a society out is how we treat our most vulnerable. I believe that the UK has got a strong track record and should be proud of being one of the few countries during the COVID lockdown to still take in unaccompanied minors. However, I'm concerned about what happens next year if we don't have replacement schemes in place. Can my honourable friend give me assurances that those schemes will continue next year, especially for unaccompanied minors and for family reunion?
Well, my honourable friend is right to draw attention to our extremely proud record. I've already referred to the fact we took in more unaccompanied asylum-seeking children last year than any other European country. We also, in fact, took in some Dublin children during the coronavirus epidemic. About 6 or 8 weeks ago, we took in a number from Greece who had been accommodated in the camps, and we were pretty much the only European country allowing Dublin returns of that kind during coronavirus, which I think says a great deal about this country's proud track record. In terms of the future, clearly we're in the process of a negotiation at the moment. I know there's an amendment down in tomorrow's report stage of the immigration bill, but as we're required to do by statute, the government is negotiating with the European Union in good faith to secure a replacement agreement to Dublin to allow the reciprocal reunification of unaccompanied children in both directions. We tabled a detailed legal text to facilitate that a few weeks ago. More negotiations are happening, I believe, this week, and I'm sure all of us in this House hope those negotiations on a reciprocal basis are successful.
Chair of the Select Committee, Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and obviously we will debate those issues tomorrow, as it is important that there are guarantees that young people can join family who are here and who can care for them, whatever the reciprocal arrangements are that are in place. But can I ask him just specifically about the support for asylum accommodation at the moment, and join with Mr. Speaker and with members across the House in sending our best wishes to those affected by the awful incident in Glasgow. He will know that the Home Affairs Select Committee have been repeatedly told about serious concerns about asylum seekers being left in hotel accommodation for long periods, and also about the rushed move of so many people into hotel accommodation in Glasgow during the crisis. Given that the Minister must obviously have been asked and consulted about these moves of people into hotel accommodation, why did he not consider providing financial support, additional financial support, which is otherwise withdrawn from people in that hotel accommodation, which they might otherwise have used for things like hand sanitation, for additional food needs, or for basic provisions that they could not get?
Well, I thank the Right Honourable Lady for her question. I mean, the reason for the rapid move that we discussed earlier, around about the end of March, was because of the unsuitable conditions in the service departments. That's why those 321 people were moved. And as I said, it has been successful in that not a single one of the people moved into hotels in Glasgow has tested positive for coronavirus. She asked about the financial element. Now, when someone is in dispersed accommodation or in a service department, they get the allowance, which is principally to cover food and some other essentials. When they move into the hotels, all of those things like food, hand sanitizer she referred to, hygiene products and so on, laundry services, all of those things are provided by the hotel, removing the need for the cash grant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I add my association with your remarks at the start of this session to the people of Glasgow and the victims of last week's atrocious act. I know that this government has been committed to supporting asylum seekers and children. So can I just ask my right honourable friend what steps his department is going to be taking in terms of assuring councils of future support mechanisms for children?
Well, looking after unaccompanied asylum-seeking children is extremely important. As a Member of Parliament representing Croydon, which has either the highest or second highest number of UASCs in the country, I've seen at first hand how much care and support they often need. The honourable friend asked about support for councils doing that. He may be aware that just a few weeks ago, earlier in June in fact, we announced a substantial increase in the funding for councils looking after unaccompanied asylum-seeking children and also care leavers. So councils with the largest number of unaccompanied asylum-seeking children are getting a 25% increase in their funding this year, and for all councils with care leavers, they are getting increases of between 20 and 60% in their funding, which I think is an extremely powerful demonstration of this government's commitment to making sure those children are properly looked after.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And can I also associate myself with your remarks earlier about our sympathy being with the people of Glasgow, and particularly our admiration for Constable White. I'd also like to associate myself with the remarks made by the Honourable Member for Glasgow Central, particularly when she talks about the concerns which had already been raised, mental health concerns raised by the Scottish Refugee Council and others about the conditions in which asylum seekers are being asked to live. And I would like to ask the Minister if he'll consider a full public inquiry into what happened in Glasgow, so that when we move away from what he acknowledges himself are the abnormal conditions at the moment, that the way that we treat asylum seekers and look after them is much more acceptable, allows them their dignity, and we move towards a situation where they are regarded as people who can rightly contribute to this society and away from the dreadful situation that we see and the conditions that we've seen in Glasgow.
Well, in relation to an investigation or an inquiry, there is a police investigation underway currently, and I think the right thing to do is to wait for the outcome of that investigation by Police Scotland before making any further comment. In relation to the conditions asylum seekers live in, as I said, I think this country has an extremely proud history of looking after asylum seekers. We look after them, I would say, much better, in fact, than many, if not most, other European countries, with free accommodation, council tax paid for, utilities paid for, NHS treatment provided free, education provided for those with children, and a cash allowance in addition to all of that. So I am proud of our record in this area, and I think I'm very happy to defend it.
Stuart Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also echo your comments, and my thoughts are with everyone in Glasgow impacted by that incident. Wolverhampton City of Sanctuary have been doing great work with asylum seekers throughout COVID-19. They've been brilliant at making sure everyone's connected and in touch with each other during this difficult time. At the end of this, would my right honourable friend arrange to come visit so we can meet them and see the great work they're doing in Wolverhampton?
Well, I congratulate the honourable gentleman and the fine city of Wolverhampton for the work which they are doing in this area. It sounds like they are setting an example to the rest of the country in how this sort of matter can be managed with compassion and with sensitivity, and I would of course be delighted to learn more about the work he and his colleagues on Wolverhampton City Council are doing.
Jim Shannon.
Speaker, can I also associate myself with the comment that others have said on behalf of the Democratic Unionist Party in Northern Ireland. All of the United Kingdom, Great Britain and Northern Ireland are united in support of those who need help. Minister, I've already highlighted in the past the discrepancy to the Minister, which has seen that those reliant on the welfare system seeing a temporary rise of 26p extra. They don't seem to understand it, and Minister, to be truthful with you, either do I. I know you want to help, and I think that's very important. What additional help and support at this time of fear, especially for those who do not have an understanding of the system, so that they can source all of the financial assistance right now that they need to help them survive?
Well, I just say again to my honourable friend, the member for Strangford, that in addition to the cash amount, which went up by 5%, that is only one small part of the support package, which includes free accommodation, council tax paid for, utilities paid for, free healthcare and free education. One has to look at the package, I think, in the round. He asked about, very rightly, about the advice and assistance available to migrants, and there are helplines available through Migrant Help and other organisations via free phones, which are available in these hotels and other places of accommodation, so where they do need assistance and advice, they can access it. And of course, asylum seekers are also eligible for more general support that is available more widely to the whole of society via local authorities, who have received £3.2 billion to assist those in need at this time of national difficulty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through our aid spending, the British people play a leading role in supporting millions of refugees all over the world, including the £2.8 billion we've committed to response to the Syria crisis. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that aid spending in conflict zones goes an enormous way in stopping people needing to seek asylum and reduce the trade of people traffickers?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. Every pound we spend helping vulnerable people in a conflict zone can help far more people, and often more vulnerable people, than those who come to the United Kingdom. So our money is most effectively spent in those conflict zones, and that is why We are the only G7 economy to spend 0.7% of GNI on overseas aid. It's why we're the second biggest donor in the Syria region. It's why we help so many people. I think our aid budget is either the biggest or the second biggest of any European country. That is a measure of this country's compassion, and it is through that programme that we can help the largest number of people in need.
13 withdrawn, so we come to Joy Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can my right honourable friend confirm that maintaining law and order and keeping the British public safe remains this government's top priority? And can he confirm that our asylum policy will always be in keeping with that ethos?
Yes, I can categorically confirm that. This is a government which puts the safety of our citizens as its highest priority. And where people, including asylum seekers, commit very serious offences, we will take appropriate action through the criminal justice system, obviously. But if someone who has been granted asylum commits a very serious offence, then we are able, consistent with the Refugee Convention, to seek to remove that person. And I think if somebody comes here, accepts our welcome, accepts our hospitality, but then commits a very serious criminal offence, endangering the public, it is right that that person should be eligible for removal as allowed by the law.
Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank you for your very kind words to the people of Glasgow. It was a tragic and horrific scene, and it was a traumatic experience for those injured and those who were caught up, who were living in the hotel, many of whom have had traumatic experiences in their lives coming from war-torn countries or indeed trafficked women. Now, I thank the Minister for committing to a meeting. Can I say to him, the quicker the better, as far as I'm concerned. But can I ask him to confirm what Mears confirmed in a press conference on Thursday morning, that those who were placed in hotel accommodation, and I'll ask a question in general terms, not around the incident Friday, that those who were put in hotels were not subjected or did not have a vulnerability risk assessment. Does he think it's right that trafficked women have been in hotels for 12 months?
Well, the 321 people moved into hotel accommodation in Glasgow have been there for around about 3 months. And as I said earlier, work is underway right now, including this afternoon, between Home Office officials and Glasgow City Council to get them moved back into more regular accommodation as soon as logistically possible. In terms of risk assessments, I mentioned before that all asylum seekers are interviewed at great length, including being asked about various vulnerabilities at the point where their asylum claim is made. In terms of ongoing vulnerability assessments that he referred to, and maybe when they're being moved from A to B, that is something I will have to look into and get back to him.
We have 16 withdrawn, so we come to Patrick Grady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People make Glasgow, and our city remains united in wanting to give the warmest of welcomes to those who choose to make their home among us. But what asylum seekers have experienced during this pandemic is the hostile environment at its absolute worst. The Minister speaks of welcome and hospitality, but the 5% increase he talks of is 26 pence a day, and that has been withdrawn from the people who have been moved into hotel accommodation. Surely the way to respect the dignity and extend a welcome to asylum seekers is actually to extend the right to work to them so they can contribute to our society in the way that they want to.
Well, I don't for one moment accept the honourable gentleman's suggestion that there has been anything hostile in the environment extended to asylum seekers. Those who come here are given, as I've said several times, but I'll say it again because perhaps he didn't hear it, free accommodation, council tax paid for, utilities paid for, free healthcare, free education and a cash allowance. And during the coronavirus crisis, the ordinary operation of the asylum system, where people get asked to move on when their case is decided, has been suspended for the time being. That, in my view, is a compassionate and a generous response, and I don't see any reasonable basis, frankly, for criticising it.
Heading to North Wales with Rob Roberts. Rob Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every loss of life is a tragedy, and any crime perpetrated by people coming to these shores is a disaster. But does my honourable friend agree with me that we mustn't allow a few bad experiences to turn us into a mean-spirited country, and we should be doing more to support those that come to these shores? To echo the comments of my honourable friend, the member for Wolverhampton South West earlier, the work of my local Flintshire City of Sanctuary of creating a culture of welcome and inclusion is exactly the approach we should be taking? And will my honourable friend look further at what can be done in this area?
Mr. Speaker, I think the sound was a little bit intermittent, but I think I got the gist of it. And I can confirm to my honourable friend, we will always seek to extend a welcome to those who are genuinely in need of protection. That is why last year we gave around about 20,000 grants of asylum or protection. And of course we want to welcome those people and help them integrate into our society and make a meaningful contribution, as all of us want to do. Of course, where there are risks to public safety, as one of our honourable friends said a few moments ago, we will naturally seek to take robust action to defend the safety of the British public.
From Wales to Scotland with Anne McLaughlin. Anne McLaughlin.
Mr. Speaker, my constituent fled Syria. He is fragile, but he felt safe until the Mayor's group told him he'd 30 minutes to be moved to an unknown location because of lockdown. Far from offering the health support the Minister has described in this utopia he keeps on about, their approach took him right back to the traumatic state he was in when he first fled. We in Glasgow are sick of people being treated like this. What's he going to do? Not what's he going to say, but what's he going to do about it? Because it's happening under his watch.
Well, I mean, the Honourable Lady asked about moves at the beginning of the coronavirus epidemic, and as I explained already, that was done for reasons of public health and public safety, and I'm not going to apologise for taking steps at the beginning of this very serious health epidemic to protect the health of the whole public, but asylum seekers in particular. And as I've said, there have been no confirmed coronavirus cases amongst people living in Glasgow's hotels, so that approach has worked.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to say that my constituency of Stoke-on-Trent Central has welcomed many asylum seekers in the past. Does the Minister recognise, however, that areas such as Stoke-on-Trent face huge and increasingly strained demands on our local support networks, and their capacity is not unlimited?
Yes, I do accept what the Honourable Lady says. I know Stoke-on-Trent does a great deal already, for which I'm sure all of us are very grateful. There are, of course, natural constraints to how much any given city can do, and one of the reasons we're trying to speed up the whole asylum process is to alleviate exactly those pressures.
To Andrew Gwynn in Denton and Reddish. Andrew Gwynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Refugees and asylum seekers in the UK are here because their lives are at risk elsewhere and they need a temporary safe haven. Most live here peacefully and without issue for a period of time. But can the Minister clarify how information on those asylum seekers that may pose a threat to themselves and others is shared between the Home Office, councils, health and police and security services?
Minister. Well, as the Honourable Gentleman will understand, whenever a risk is identified, it is rapidly shared between all relevant organisations, including those that he listed. He mentions providing sanctuary. Of course, many asylum seekers who reach here have travelled through safe countries first, particularly France, and it is appropriate for people seeking asylum to do so in the first safe country they get to.
Scott Benton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I also associate myself with your comments earlier and pass on my best wishes to those who have been sadly affected? Does my honourable friend agree with me that this appalling attack underlines the importance of reforming our asylum policy so that we can stop it being abused with false claims and ensure that those who pose a significant threat to our way of life have their claims rejected and are swiftly deported?
Yes, he is right. The system is too slow, both too slow to grant meritorious claims, but it is also, I'm afraid to say, open to abuse with repeated unmeritorious appeals, which often drag the process out over many years. Reform is needed, along the lines he discusses and describes, and it is something which we are working on.
We're now heading to Scotland again with Stuart Malcolm MacDonald. Stuart Malcolm MacDonald.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Those of us who represent Glasgow are utterly horrified at the tone-deaf remarks from the Minister when he talked about how lovely these hotel rooms are. I asked him, could he stay in one hotel room for several weeks during lockdown? Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid to say that the government has been posted missing on the issue of asylum accommodation in Glasgow, which many of us in the city have been jumping up and down about for several months. What's needed from the government is an intensive engagement strategy with public bodies like the Council, the Health Service and the third sector. So given no minister since this government came to office has even met with the leader of our city council, will he implement an intensive engagement strategy now?
Well, I look forward to meeting Glasgow MPs next week and the leader of Glasgow City Council shortly.
Mr. Speaker, I am generally reassured that asylum seekers do receive the necessary support, but it's clear that the process of coming illegally to the UK is fraught with danger. Are we doing enough to disincentivise migrants from making this perilous journey and to bring people traffickers to justice?
Yeah, well, my honourable friend is right. As I said in my answer a few moments ago, people should claim asylum in the first safe country they reach, which very often is not the United Kingdom. Many of the arrivals here have travelled through Italy or Germany or France or many other manifestly safe European countries, and they should be claiming asylum in one of those countries first. You should claim asylum in the first safe country you arrive in. Many of the people who cross the Channel on small boats, for example, are facilitated by ruthless and dangerous criminals. We are cracking down on those, we are prosecuting them, we are arresting them, we are determined to stop dangerous, illegal entry to the country.
To Glasgow with Carol Monaghan. Carol Monaghan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Glasgow is a city that prides itself on welcoming asylum seekers and refugees. And since the shocking events on Friday, Glaswegians have, in typical fashion, voiced their support for the vulnerable people, including families who have been dumped in hotels at the start of lockdown. Now, the Minister has talked about the generosity of the support package, but he must acknowledge that actually human beings need other things. They need human interactions. They need the love of their community. They need to feel whole. In May, a Syrian refugee was found dead in a hotel room after reporting he was struggling with his mental health. The Home Office must have warning systems in place. So what are they, and why are they not working like they should?
Well, I think, again, the case she refers to is the subject of an ongoing investigation, so we'll see what the result of that investigation is in due course. I mentioned earlier that there are 24-hour mechanisms for anyone in asylum accommodation who feels like they're experiencing difficulties to report those difficulties, and there are health interventions which can then be followed up upon. On her more general point about support, I think many people, asylum seekers and members of the general public, have obviously experienced feelings of distress and isolation during the coronavirus lockdown. That is one of the burdens that we have had to collectively bear as a society in the last few months, but we are thankfully now moving beyond that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To follow up the question posed by my good friend, the member for Blackpool Tower and the Winter Gardens, could I ask the Minister how long after someone's application to remain is rejected it is, on average, before that person leaves our shores?
Well, that varies a great deal depending on the circumstances of the individual and the circumstances in their home country. I think it is fair to say, however, that the majority, as matters stand, don't end up leaving. I think if somebody's asylum claim is rejected, and once the relevant appeal processes have been exhausted, it is only fair to the British public generally, and indeed to people who claim asylum successfully, that we do ultimately ensure removal, because otherwise it makes a mockery of our immigration system.
Heading to Scotland again with Margaret Farrier. Margaret Farrier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My thoughts are with those injured in the horrendous attack in Glasgow, and I commend the bravery of PC White and the officers who moved towards danger in order to protect the public. Research shows that asylum seekers are 5 times more likely to experience mental health problems than the rest of the population. And I feel that the use of hotels and temporary accommodation by the Home Office is making those problems much worse. Will the Minister commit to an urgent funding package of mental health support for asylum seekers in Glasgow and further afield to ensure that they can recover from this traumatic incident, and to recognise that they should be treated with dignity and respect?
Well, of course I agree that everybody should be treated with dignity and respect, including asylum seekers. In terms of the health support package, I said earlier that is provided by the local NHS and in this case also by Glasgow City Council, and I know that it's doing its job effectively.
Okay. Harriet Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I associate myself with your kind words of support for everyone affected by this incident. Can I ask specifically about the number of asylum seekers in supported accommodation who are from Sudan? And can I also ask the Minister to convey to his colleagues in government the welcome for the announced pledge to support the government of Sudan in its transition to democracy that came through last week?
Well, I know the Honourable Lady has done a great deal of work in this area in the past, and of course the best way to make sure people are safe and secure is to ensure that in their home countries the situation is stable, is safe, there are democratic governments and the economies prosper. That is ultimately the way to make sure people are safe and secure, and I know this government is committed to doing that.
We're now heading up to Hull again with Dame Dinah Johnson. Dinah Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hull is a city of sanctuary, and for a number of years I've convened a round table of voluntary and statutory agencies to look at issues around asylum and refugees in the city, including the use of hotels before COVID-19. And one of the issues that was raised about housing asylum seekers in hotels with no financial support is that if they need an aspirin or a plaster, they end up going to A&E at the local hospital because they don't have the money to buy these everyday essentials. Surely that cannot be right, and it's not in the interests of anybody to have those asylum seekers in our A&E. Will the Minister look at this?
Yeah, so on the question of hotel accommodation, obviously it's not the preferred way to accommodate asylum seekers. I think prior to coronavirus, I'm speaking from memory, but I think there were less than 1,000 people accommodated in hotels, so less than 2% of the total. And as I said, we're looking to unwind the hotel accommodation as quickly as logistics allow. In relation to the provision of basic things like plasters, I mean, there are welfare officers on hand typically in these hotels. I will investigate whether they have those sort of supplies available, because the Honourable Lady is certainly right that those things should be available in the hotels.
30 is now being withdrawn and they come afterwards. You can't do them at this stage. In order to allow the safe exit of honourable members participating in this item of business and the safe arrival of those participating in the next, I'm now suspending the House for 3 minutes. Points for to come after. Yeah. Order. I call Ian Duncan Smith to ask his urgent question. Sir Ian Duncan Smith.
Mr. Speaker, to ask the Prime Minister whether his government will make a statement on the mistreatment by the Chinese government of Uyghurs in Xinjiang province.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are aware of reports issued today by the Associated Press and Jamestown Foundation alleging the Chinese government is using pregnancy checks, forced IUDs, sterilisation and abortion to minimise Uyghur birth rates. These reports add to our concern about the human rights situations in Xinjiang, and of course we will be considering this report very carefully. The broader human rights situations in Xinjiang is of ongoing and serious concern to the government. It includes the extrajudicial detention of over 1 million Uyghur Muslims and other minorities in political re-education camps, systematic restrictions on Uyghur culture and the practice of Islam, and extensive and invasive surveillance targeting minorities. Further reports indicating that forced labour is being used and that children are being forcibly separated from their parents add to the growing body of evidence about the disturbing situation that Uyghurs and other minorities are facing in Xinjiang. We've expressed our serious concerns about these issues on many occasions. The Foreign Secretary raised them directly with his Chinese counterpart, Foreign Minister and State Councillor Wang Yi, in March. I also raised the situation in Xinjiang with the Chinese ambassador to London in March. Since 2018, Mr. Speaker, we've played a leading role in raising these concerns at the UN. For example, at the UN Third Committee in October, the UK read out a statement on behalf of 22 other countries, drawing attention to the human rights violations and abuses in Xinjiang and calling on China to uphold its obligations to respect human rights. We've consistently raised the issue at the UN Human Rights Council, including at the most recent session in March when Lord Ahmed, the Minister for Human Rights, raised the issue in UK's opening address. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we advise all businesses involved in investing in Xinjiang or with parts of their supply chains in Xinjiang to consider conducting appropriate due diligence to satisfy themselves that their activities do not support or risk being seen to be supporting any human rights violations or abuses. The UK will continue to exercise leadership on this important issue, raising it directly with the Chinese government and working with partners to do so at the UN.
Sir Duncan Smith.
Mr. Speaker, the Interparliamentary Alliance on China, IPAC, made up of 30 other lawmakers from 16 global legislatures, today published alongside AP research from Professor Adrian Zenz, the world's leading expert on treatment of minorities in Xinjiang province. The report shows that the birth rates of mostly Uyghur regions plummeted by more than 60% from 2015 to 2018. Across the Xinjiang region, birth rates fell nearly 24% in one single year, compared to just 4.2% in the nation as a whole. Worse, it's now clear this is directly the result of government actions. For unearthed documents, these are government documents, mandate that birth control violations that come about due, and I quote this, due to the influence of extreme religious thinking should be, quote, dealt with severely, and those unable to pay fines should be dealt with through coercive measures. These are in the documents, and including internment. Now, Mr. Zen's paper concludes that these are part of a statewide crackdown which includes mass sterilisation of women. This report corroborates the many horrific personal testimonies many of us have heard. The Genocide Convention maintains that birth prevention targeted at minority groups is indicative of genocide, and the Convention binds individual states to act, not just rely on the international judicial system. Therefore, does my right honourable friend agree with me that the Uyghur people have been and are victims of mass atrocity crimes? I ask that the Foreign Secretary go to the UN and call for an independent inquiry, but I also sadly recognise, Mr. Speaker, that there are ways to deal with this through the UN are almost certainly going to be blocked by China. So given that likelihood, will my right honourable friend at least get the UK to make its own legal determination after weighing up this new evidence? Of course, the world wants to deal with China, but cannot continue as business as usual while this sort of blatant activity continues. Furthermore, given the Chinese government's appalling record on human rights, its attack on freedoms in Hong Kong, its bullying behaviour in border disputes from the South China Seas to India, its blatant breaching of the rules-based order governing the free market, and its delayed declaration on COVID-19, will the government now initiate an internal review on the UK's dependence on China with a view to significantly reducing this dependence and call on the free world to come together to ensure that this growing threat from China is dealt with together before history, as it teaches us, shows us this is too late?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend speaks with great passion and knowledge on these subjects. He refers to legal determination. These reports do, as I've said in my opening statement, it really adds to our concern about the situation in Xinjiang, and of course we will be considering them extremely carefully. Any legal determination, of course, would be a matter for a competent court. We have, I will reiterate, raised our concerns about the situation in Xinjiang at the UN Third Committee and the Human Rights Council, alongside our international partners. We'll continue to make our concerns directly known to China and bilaterally, as well as through the relevant bodies. On a full government review, our approach to China remains clear-eyed, and it's rooted in our values and our interests. It's always been the case where we have concerns, we will raise them, and where we need to intervene, we will. We've consistently led international efforts in this regard, Mr. Speaker, to highlight concern about a worsening human rights situation in Xinjiang, and can assure my right honourable friend that the United Kingdom will continue to do so.
Shadow Minister Stephen Kinnock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chinese Communist Party's brutal campaign of oppression against the Uyghur people is a scar on the conscience of the world. The Labour Party stands with the people of China, including the Uyghur people in Xinjiang, and we condemn any actions by the CCP that infringe on their human rights. We know that 1.5 million Uyghur are incarcerated in re-education camps and subjected to ideological indoctrination courses where they must learn Mandarin Chinese, recite laws banning unapproved religious practices, and sing songs praising the Chinese Communist Party. And we know that beatings and solitary confinement are routinely used to punish those who fail to comply. The accounts that have emerged today about the CCP's draconian measures to suppress birth rates are utterly horrific. Women subjected to forced IUD insertions, pregnancy prevention injections, sterilisation. The CCP appears to be engaged in what some experts are calling a campaign of demographic genocide. Will the Minister therefore confirm today that the government will call for an impartial international investigation into what is happening in Xinjiang? Will he confirm that the imposition of measures intended to prevent births within an ethnic or religious group is expressly forbidden under the Article 2D of the UN Convention on Genocide? Will he confirm that any country that is a contracting party to the UN Convention on Genocide may call upon the UN to take appropriate action under Articles 4, 5 and 6 of that convention, and the UK government will now therefore make the necessary representations? Does the Minister recognise that the CCP actions in Xinjiang reflect a wider pattern of behaviour in terms of its increasingly authoritarian policies at home and aggressive expansionism abroad, including in Hong Kong, Ladakh and the South China Sea? And will he set out how the government intends to defend human rights and the rule of law? And will the government now engage proactively with the EU, the US and governments in the Asia-Pacific region who share our democratic values to lead the international response in building a consensus against the CCP's increasingly belligerent behaviour towards its own people? Thank you.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for putting his concerns so concisely on this matter. But what I can tell the honourable gentleman, we have been very active on this issue. We've played a leading role in raising these concerns bilaterally and at the United Nations. He's absolutely right. We do have concerns about the detention and human rights abuses. Over 1 million Uyghur Muslims detained and other minorities in what are, I will call them, they are called political re-education camps. Some people may refer to them as other things. The systematic restrictions on their culture and the practice of Islam, alongside the targeted surveillance of minorities, is something we deplore. What I will tell the honourable gentleman, on the 10th of March, the 43rd session of the Human Rights Council, we raised our concerns about these violations specifically, and with regards to forced labour in Xinjiang. That was under our item 4 statement. On the 9th of March, the Foreign Secretary raised the same concerns about Xinjiang with his Chinese counterpart. As I said in my statement, I've spoken directly with the Chinese ambassador to raise our concerns over human rights in Xinjiang. And on the 25th of February, at the 43rd session of the Human Rights Council, Lord Ahmed, the Minister for Human Rights, raised directly at the conference his concerns about Xinjiang during his opening address. And we're calling on China to allow the Office of High Commissioner for Human Rights unfettered access to the region.
To the Select Committee, Tom Tugendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I pay tribute, first of all, to my right honourable friend, the member for Chingford and Woodford Green, and associate myself also, again, somewhat surprisingly, with the words of the Labour front bench, which is a welcome change. May I also, however, ask the Minister, who is here in his place, having heard the various comments made by these two honourable members, and indeed having heard his answers, which I support, could he perhaps look at the companies who are operating here in the United Kingdom, who may have benefited from some of the labour that he has described in Xinjiang, and explain to me why some of these companies are able to operate here in the UK, why they're able to use labour from these, well, at best, camps for re-education and very often for worse, and why these companies are seemingly able to operate as though they were ordinary companies around the world.
Thank you. Well, the Chairman of the Select Committee is right to raise this point. He'll be aware that bidders for any central government contracts above certain thresholds are required to confirm that they are compliant with the transparency requirement in the Modern Slavery Act. However, what I would say is the decision on high-risk vendors did not involve the award of a contract to, I'm assuming, the telecommunications firm to which the Chairman of the Select Committee may be referring. But this is something that we take very seriously, and as I said in my statement, all British companies involved in that region must consider carrying out the proper due diligence to ensure that human rights violations have not been taking place in their supply chain.
And virtual presence, Aline Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'm glad to see such an element of consensus across the House today. I find it difficult to agree with any of the previous contributions to this discussion. I think the challenge for us is to decide what we're going to actually do about it. Warm words and sympathy come easy to politicians, but I think that Beijing would be entitled to feel that it's getting somewhat mixed messages. I would concur that the UN mechanisms are pretty stymied. This is not a new problem. This has been going on for a number of years. And the UK is becoming increasingly involved in strategic developments with, in effect, emanations of the Chinese state, Huawei being one example, but there are others. Could the Minister undertake to at least promise to promote investigations by UN observers into these camps and indeed into the reports of forced sterilizations, which is a degree of ethnic cleansing under the Rome Statute? This is serious stuff that we must take action on, but also to come back to the House with an audit of all government procurement contracts with Chinese companies and assessing these concerns.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. He's absolutely right to raise these issues. He will be aware that access to Xinjiang is not particularly easy to procure. We'd very much welcome and have pressed China on allowing United Nations personnel into that particular region. It's not been the most easy thing to deal with. I've raised that personally as well with the Chinese ambassador. And of course, I'll just reiterate what I've said earlier about ensuring that British firms really do need to consider the due diligence in their supply chains.
Via video link, Alicia Cairns.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Forced sterilisation of women, children ripped from their families, detention centres to treat the so-called pathology of religious and cultural beliefs, forced labour, rape, and DNA databases. In our history, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have learned that we must all take a stand against systematic and industrialised efforts to eradicate religious and ethnic minorities. So will my honourable friend commit to use Magnitsky-style sanctions to justice Chinese Communist Party officials who perpetrate and profit from this cultural genocide of the Uyghur people?
Minister.
I'd thank my honourable friend for her question. She speaks with a great deal of experience in this area. Of course, she will be aware that the Foreign Secretary has committed to making a statement about our own sanctions regime. That will be done before summer recess. We've made clear our deep concern about this report and the human rights situation in Xinjiang. She'll forgive me, but of course we won't speculate on who will be sanctioned under the new regime, particularly as the legislation is not yet in force, but the Honourable Lady should not have too long to wait.
Patrick Grady.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I have constituents who've repeatedly raised concerns with me about China's human rights record, whether that's towards Buddhists in Tibet, towards Falun Gong practitioners, and now we're faced with allegations of human rights violations of the very highest order. So when he keeps saying that companies should have due diligence about their supply chains, what is he doing to make sure that they actually are conducting that due diligence, and what is his advice to companies if they find that there are human rights abuses in their supply chains?
Well, certainly if I was a company and I'd found that there were human rights abuses in my supply chain, I'd be looking at a different supply chain. Quite frankly, he's absolutely right to raise the issue with Tibet and Falun Gong. Clearly, these are very concerning issues. We'll continue to work with private sector companies. We do provide advice through our posts for those that are wishing to conduct business in China. We'll continue to do so, and the Honourable Gentleman makes a very fair point.
Mary Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Reports of forced sterilisation and forced abortion are just further appalling reminders of the human rights record in China and the oppression of the Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang province, as well as a confirmation that the Minister will continue to raise this in the international forum. Will he also redouble his efforts to raise this directly with his Chinese counterparts, and not only in this specific issue, but in the broader context of the human rights record in China?
My honourable friend is right. We consistently do. As I said, I think we've been leading the way in the international community since 2018 in this regard. We've got very serious concerns, particularly about, as well as the human rights issues, the use of extensive and invasive surveillance methods which target minorities in Xinjiang. We do this on a bilateral basis with our Chinese counterparts, and, as I've said, on several occasions at the United Nations.
Via video link, Afzal Khan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's absolutely clear that the situation in Xinjiang has deteriorated over the past years. The systematic oppression of a whole ethnic minority group who are being physically abused and psychologically indoctrinated must be condemned. I'm certain that this pandemic has only worsened the conditions of the internment camps and has created a double emergency for the Uyghur community. Will the Secretary of State condemn the persecution of Uyghur Muslims to the fullest? And has the Secretary of State considered using Magnitsky powers for personal sanctions?
The honourable gentleman again is right to raise this. The answer I gave to my honourable friend on the Magnitsky-style sanctions will be laid, the legislation will be cleared before the summer, so I'm afraid my honourable friend, the honourable gentleman, will just have to wait a little bit longer in that regard. But I can assure him how serious the United Kingdom takes these human rights violations and abuses in Xinjiang, not least in October at UN Third Committee, the statement which was signed by 22 other international partners drawing attention to these violations. And we will continue to call on China. From here today, we call on China to uphold its obligations to respect human rights.
Paul Bristow.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Reports of forced sterilisation by the Chinese authorities are leading many to fear something approaching genocide of the Uyghur Muslims. This is reminiscent of the worst totalitarian regimes. Does my right honourable friend agree that it cannot be business as usual with China while it treats its Muslim citizens and other minorities in this appalling way?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. Clearly, as I've said previously, Mr. Deputy Speaker, these reports that we've seen in the last 24 hours or so do add considerably to our serious concern about the situation in Xinjiang. We've had a short period of time to digest those reports. We will continue to stress our concern over the situation in Xinjiang and the way the Uyghur Muslim community in particular are having their human rights violated.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And can I congratulate the right honourable gentleman on securing this very welcome opportunity, and thank Mr. Speaker for allowing us this opportunity today to discuss this. These reports would be horrific if they were standalone instances, but of course we know they're not. They are part of a course of conduct that we have seen in recent years: the re-education camps, the forced repatriation of workers within China, the reports of organ harvesting. As we've heard from others, this is a systematic operation reminiscent of genocide, which is being visited on the Uyghur population. Now, in January of last year, Westminster Hall debate that I led called for the government to take this to the Security Council with a motion demanding access for a working party to Xinjiang province. We all know the obvious difficulties with that, but everything else having failed, why has the government not done that yet?
Well, I would just like to remind the right honourable gentleman what I've referred to earlier in my statement. We are constantly raising this issue with the UN. You're right to mention organ harvesting. I know how concerned honourable and right honourable members are with this alleged practice. We take these allegations very seriously. We've consulted international partners, the WHO, and the evidence provides disturbing details about the mistreatment of Falun Gong practitioners in particular, and does raise worrying questions about China's transplant system.
Alexander Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As well as suppressing the Uyghurs, the Communist government of the People's Republic of China discriminate against almost 100 million Christians. Last year alone, over 5,500 churches were destroyed, closed down or confiscated. Would my honourable friend agree with me that freedom of religion and belief should remain a major global campaign for this government, and what is he doing to ensure that this is maintained?
Minister. My honourable friend raises freedom of religion and belief. This is absolutely the case, that the government remains committed to defending freedom of religion and belief for all people, for people of all faiths or none. We have the Prime Minister as his own special envoy, the Honourable Member for Gillingham-Rainham, working on this issue, and through our extensive diplomatic network we continue to lobby governments for changes in laws and practices, and we do raise individual cases of persecution. We continue also to use our influence to speak up for persecuted Christians and individuals of other faiths in multilateral institutions as well, including the UN and the OSCE.
Tim Lawton.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. For more than 60 years now, the Chinese regime have sought to snuff out the culture, religion, heritage and liberty of the Tibetan people, and over 1 million Tibetans have lost their lives. Now we hear of even more sinister tactics to suppress the Uyghurs, beyond even the outrageous concentration camps we already know about, sterilisation and eugenics. So will the Minister tell us what he is doing for UK officials to gain access to Uyghur areas where they might even find evidence of surveillance technology from Huawei aiding and abetting this suppression? And will he specifically take on the point from the opposition front bench as to whether he thinks, on behalf of the British government, that these measures meet the genocide criteria under the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide under Section D?
What I can tell my right honourable friend is that we do visit the region periodically, British diplomats, whilst access is not particularly easy. We do require to observe the situation firsthand. British diplomats most recently visited in November 2019, and their observations have supported much of the recent open source reporting about the restrictions that have been targeted, as he rightly says, at specific ethnic groups. With regards to Tibet, which he mentioned, our diplomats visited 15th to the 19th of July 2019. We continue to press for the further access for our diplomats, as well as urging the Chinese authorities to lift the visit restrictions imposed on all foreigners.
By video link, Lynn Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Uyghurs have been systematically persecuted for decades. Concentration camps have been built for millions, and we now have clear evidence that the Uyghur population is being reduced through forced sterilisation of women. So many early warning signs of genocide. I don't want to use any company that is enabling this, and I'd support any public body that did exactly the same. But the government intends to ban public bodies from expressing their condemnation through boycotts. Will they now reconsider?
The Honourable Lady is absolutely right to be angry about these violations in this region. But as well as we've referenced trade earlier in this urgent question, of course we want to secure growth and investment for the UK, but upholding human rights and British values is not a zero-sum choice. Our experience is that political freedom and the rule of law are vital underpinnings for both long-running prosperity and stability, and that by having a strong relationship with China, we're able to have open and sometimes difficult discussions on a range of issues, including human rights, and we've had very open and difficult discussions directly with our counterparts in China.
Lawrence Ishalami.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Like many in this House, I'm appalled by the treatment that the Uyghur people are facing at the hands of the Chinese Communist Party, and I welcome the Minister's strong statement and us as a government opposing that. But will the government stand in solidarity with those people facing this dreadful treatment by considering and looking at giving additional asylum support to any seeking asylum in the UK?
Minister.
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. Of course, any issue around asylum is a matter for the Home Office. I understand that advice has been put out to take into consideration across our network the situation that Uyghur Muslims find themselves in.
Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Does my honourable friend agree with me that if China is to play a leading role in the international community, then it must quite simply abide by international laws and human rights?
Well, the honourable gentleman puts it absolutely correctly. As I said earlier, our approach to China should absolutely be clear-eyed and rooted in our values and our interests. China is a leading member of the international community, and we have a strong and constructive relationship in many areas. And it has to be part of the solution to many major global problems, and whether that's global health, as we've seen over the last few months, to climate change. It's always been the case that where we have concerns, we raise them, and where the United Kingdom needs to intervene, we will.
Via video link, Yasmin Qureshi.
Mr. Speaker, may I refer to my member's register of interest as the chair of the APPG on the Uyghurs? This new evidence shows that the Chinese state regularly subject Uyghur women to pregnancy checks, forced sterilisation, and even abortion on hundreds of thousands of women. 25 years ago, we watched as a genocide took place in Bosnia, and in 2017 on the Rohingya in Myanmar, and now the Uyghurs in China. It is about time our government, our Prime Minister, went to the United Nations and asked for a resolution from the Assembly to establish an independent investigation into the situation in Xinjiang region.
I thank the honourable lady as chairman for the APPG on this matter, but she will be aware, as I've referred to it several times during my answers today, we've been leading this at the United Nations. There is an issue around these resolutions being blocked, as you will be aware, but I think the United Kingdom can in some ways proudly declare we've been on the front foot about ensuring that these human rights violations receive international attention. The joint statement with 22 other countries was testament to that.
Via video link, Bob Seeley.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate IPAC on this report. I'm sure the Minister agrees that leadership on human rights requires consistency. Huawei have been public about their work with Xinjiang Public Security Department, one of the bodies allegedly enforcing these repugnant policies. What will the government be saying to Huawei about their ethical standards, about their alleged role in building an Orwellian surveillance state in Xinjiang and elsewhere? How on earth can Huawei be compliant with the ethical standards we expect in this country? And why is the government still seriously considering having this company as a partner in our critical national infrastructure after this latest scandal? Thank you.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. This obviously touches on Huawei, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's probably right for me to declare my members to my register in the members' interest. I've previously been a director and shareholder of telecommunications companies. I'm no longer, but I know the Standards Commissioner has a very beady eye on these matters and debates, as several honourable and right honourable members have discovered in recent years. So I'll put that on the record. My family does have, still have an interest in the telecom sector. There are credible reports of Huawei cooperating with security forces in Xinjiang. We understand they provide IT and high-tech technology. But in terms of participating in our 5G network, HMG considered a full range of risks when making its decision on the use of high-risk vendors in the UK telecoms network.
Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Only a few short years ago, the Chinese President was accorded a UK state visit where he was feted and petted by the UK establishment, and great care was taken not to mention human rights violations publicly. But given what we know about enforced organ transplants in China, and now we hear of the sterilisation of 34% of all unmarried women of childbearing age in the Uyghur majority city of Hoi An, and a whole range of other human rights abuses, what assurances can the UK Minister give this House that in future the UK Government will treat China as the international lawbreaker it is?
Well, I would just say to the Honourable Lady, we do raise cases, human rights violations, reports. Obviously, we've only had this report in the last 24 hours. It adds to the concerns that we have regarding Xinjiang and violations there. She raises harvesting. We're very concerned about human rights abuses in that regard, but also the mass detentions, the discrimination, separating children from their families, and the issues around religious observation. We do regularly have these uncomfortable conversations with China. We call on them to implement the UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, the recommendations therein.
Glenn Green.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Minister will have been struck by the unanimity of the disgust across the House at this latest manifestation of behaviour by the Chinese government. And he'll also be aware that this is just the latest in a long, extensive and growing charge sheet of unacceptable behaviour against the Chinese government. In these circumstances, can I ask him and his fellow ministers in the Foreign Office to lead the charge inside Whitehall to reset Britain's relations with the Chinese government unless and until China becomes a normal, respectable member of the international community?
Well, my right honourable friend speaks with a great deal of authority on this issue and other international issues. He's right. China is, as I previously said, a leading member of the international community. We must have a strong and constructive relationship, but we do not hold back from criticism where we have concerns. We raise them, and where we need to intervene, we will. And I said our relationship with China, my right honourable friend will be aware, has to be rooted in our values and in our interests.
Chrissy Brabin.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I do welcome the consensus across the House. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the condemnation of the demographic genocide is widespread, but the only reason that we are stood here today is because of those brave Uyghur Muslim women who spoke to journalists about their horrific experience. So whilst I would, of course, press the Minister for more information about the representations he's making to the UN specifically to get investigators in those communities to find out exactly what's going on, I would also ask what is being done to ensure that those women who shone a light on this abuse are being protected and will not pay the ultimate price for telling the truth about this horrific genocide.
Thank you. Well, the Honourable Lady is right to raise those particular matters. With the risk of repeating myself, we have raised this issue several times at the UN and bilaterally with China. This report, as I say, which is we've seen in the last 24 hours, adds considerably to our serious concerns about what's going on in Xinjiang. It's incredibly difficult to get access, and she'll be aware that the lack of NGO presence, the inability of us being able to provide support through whichever department it is in government does make that direct contact with the Uyghur women. But to read that report is heartbreaking. There are certainly incredibly personal tales within the report that we've all seen in the last few hours, and this adds to our concerns over what's going on in Xinjiang.
Steve Baker.
It is with the utmost horror that I record what is at stake in this debate. The full might of an industrialised, advanced state with a single-party government appears under a mounting body of evidence to be seeking to eliminate from its society a section of people based on their identity, not for the first time in history. In such circumstances, speaking as someone who represents thousands of British Muslims in Wickham, in such circumstances, does the government understand that this is not an abstract and remote call for action, but something of the most profound importance to individuals and families right here in the UK?
Hear, hear.
Well, my honourable friend is spot on, and I know that it is of great concern to communities, not just in Wickham, but right across the House in honourable and right honourable members' constituencies. We absolutely recognise the concern that there will be directly with British citizens and residents, of course. It's of great concern to the UK government. But I can assure him, I can assure his constituents that we will be taking a lead on this matter internationally, as I say, not just through the UN, but through whichever fora that we can.
Via video link, Marion Fellows.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The actions of China would today be considered one of the most serious threats to human rights of any state, anywhere in the world. Hong Kongers are facing intervention against international law. Millions are imprisoned for their ethnicity. And these reports of forced sterilisation now show the full extent of China's disregard for human rights if proven to be true. How then, given these question marks over this country, can this government, in good conscience, pursue a commercial agreement with Huawei, a company with direct ties to the CCP?
Thank you to the honourable lady for question. Again, we've always been very clear-eyed about the challenge posed by Huawei. She'll be aware that following the US announcement of additional sanctions against that company, the NCSC has been looking carefully at any impact that they could have to the UK networks. The DCMS has received that advice and will respond in due course, but she's absolutely right to raise her serious concerns about the human rights situation in Xinjiang.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The reports that we are hearing via media outlets whereby China is utilising the concept of guilt by association linked to religious belief to incriminate and detain whole extended family networks in Xinjiang is deeply troubling. Yeah. What steps is my right honourable friend taking to combat China's aggression against the Uyghur Muslim community and others, and to address the lack of fulfilment in China's human rights obligations?
Well, I know this is very important to my honourable friend's constituents in Keighley, and he's right to raise it at this urgent question. We're absolutely committed to promoting human rights in Xinjiang. As I've mentioned on several occasions, our continued multilateral and bilateral activity with China demonstrates this. At the 43rd session of the UN Human Rights Council, we raised our concerns about systematic violations of human rights and the reports of forced labour during our item 4 statement. And when the Foreign Secretary met with his counterpart again on the 9th of March, he raised our concerns about the human rights situations with Foreign Minister and State Councillor Wang Yi.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Uyghur are singled out because they are Muslim, so their treatment reflects global Islamophobia as well as Chinese racism. The terrible persecution they suffer is often facilitated by technology, local companies developing facial recognition and other surveillance technologies, which they will then try to sell to us. Now, the Minister talks vaguely about encouraging due diligence, but what is he going to do to enforce the elimination of human rights abuses from the technology supply chain?
Well, the honourable lady, who speaks with great knowledge of the sector and has done since being elected, must be aware that we have made it absolutely clear to any British firm wishing to do business in that particular region, they must do their due diligence. It's absolutely essential that they do. We will continue to press UK firms in this regard because it's the right thing to do.
Sagit Bhatti.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Time and time again, we hear reports of torture, rape, concentration camps, systematic brainwashing, forced sterilisation, and now forced labour camps as well, which feed into our global supply chain. The Chinese, of course, deny all of these. Will my right honourable friend call for an international delegation to visit Xinjiang so that we can find out the truth? And does he agree with me that global brands that may have these forced labour camps in their supply chain need to look long and hard at how and where they source their materials?
Minister.
Yes, on his last point, they absolutely have to look long and hard at their supply chains for reasons that I've answered a couple of times during this session. As I said, we've raised these concerns, and the latest report that we've seen in the last 24 hours really does add fuel to our serious concerns about human rights violations in Xinjiang.
Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And in common with all who have spoken this afternoon, I agree that the Chinese government's policy towards its minority Uyghur population is and has been a stain in that country for many years. And sadly, these revelations, while shocking, are not new. As early as 2014, senior Chinese government ministers were openly talking about extending these draconian family planning policies specifically to curb the population growth among the Uyghur population. So will the government confirm today that as they seek post-Brexit trade deals, that they will assure this House that they will not pursue trade to the exclusion of human rights, and that remains an unmovable precondition?
Minister.
The honourable gentleman is absolutely right to raise that, and yes, I can confirm that. As I've said previously, we do want to secure growth and investment for the UK, but upholding human rights and our values is not a zero-sum choice. We believe that political freedom and the rule of law are vital underpinnings for both long-run prosperity and stability, and that by having a strong relationship with China, we're able to have open discussions on a range of very difficult issues, including human rights.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister outline what steps his department are taking to help ensure the UNHRC takes some decisive action, including setting up a special rapporteur or similar, for example, to better monitor and report on the Chinese government's treatment of the Uyghurs?
The honourable lady is right to raise this. As I say, at risk of repeating ourselves, we have been on the front foot and very active, playing a leading role on this issue at the UN. I suspect this, the last communication we had via Lord Ahmad with regard to Xinjiang will not be the last conversation that we have on this issue.
Thank you, Minister, for responding to the urgent question. Please be spatially aware as you leave the chamber. The House is suspended for 3 minutes. Order. Order. We now move on to the next business, which is the Business and Planning Bill, business of the House motion. Minister to move. Alok Sharma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the Business and Planning Bill be now read a second time. COVID-19 has had a profound impact across the economy. We required many businesses to shut their doors on the 23rd of March, and they have taken a significant economic hit to protect the public's health. So it is vitally important at the start of this pandemic that we put our arms around business to provide them with support, to protect our people's livelihoods, at the same time as we protected our nation's health. So far, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Job Retention Scheme has supported over 9 million jobs. 2.6 million people have been helped by the Self-Employment Scheme. Over 850,000 small businesses have benefited from around £10.5 billion in grants, and over £40 billion of government-backed loans have been made to over 970,000 businesses. Every one of these interventions has helped individual families in each of our constituencies. But we are now reopening the economy in a cautious and phased manner. And the measures in this bill are designed to provide a boost to business, to help them as they look to bounce back from a period of enforced hibernation. On the 25th of June, the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Bill received royal assent. And I want to thank the...
Sorry, Minister. When I said business of the House motion, Minister to move, you should have done that formally, and then we could then move on. Have you moved the business of the House formally? Right, so the question is the business and the planning bill, which is now we're moving on to. Sorry, you can now carry on, please.
Is it Peter?
Yes. Mr. Deputy. So first of all, we have to agree to the business of the House motion. As other people say aye? Aye. No, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now move on to the bill.
Deja vu, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
To say that.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether it would be appropriate for me to carry on where I left off, or whether you'd like me to start. Okay. Very good. Well, let me move on. So, on the 25th of June, as I was saying, the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Bill received royal assent, and I want to thank the right honourable member for Doncaster North, and indeed all colleagues for their support in an expeditious passage for that bill. Similarly, I hope we'll be able to expedite the passage of the Business and Planning Bill. I acknowledge the very constructive discussions that we have had on the individual measures in this bill with the Shadow Secretary of State and indeed all Shadow Ministers. Mr. Speaker, the overall aim of this bill is to provide an adrenaline boost to key sectors of our economy. We want to support the hospitality sector by allowing outdoor dining and off-premises sale of alcohol, helping the sector back on its feet with the promise of al fresco dining for all this summer. Yes, of course.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, and does he agree with me that the measures allowing al fresco dining are essential to allowing the food and hospitality sector to bounce back following lockdown? And would he encourage all those businesses to go and update their ceramics and buy purely from Stoke-on-Trent?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend makes a compelling case for his constituency, but the equally important point that he made is that this is an opportunity to get businesses going up and running after a period, as I said, of enforced hibernation. Yes, of course.
We're all very grateful to the efforts my right honourable friend is making, particularly to help small businesses, and I've certainly noticed in Lincolnshire that small businesses, small shops seem to have done better during this lockdown as people want to shop locally. But would he acknowledge that as we're helping small business, perhaps it would be a retrograde step if we were to reopen Sunday trading laws, after it's our present Sunday trading laws that do so much to protect small shops and small businesses against large businesses and supermarkets?
Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, as my honourable friend will know, that measures relating to Sunday trading are not in this bill. What I would just say to him that, of course, Sunday trading has been temporarily relaxed in the past during the time of the Olympics, and that was about ensuring that there was support for businesses, but also for consumers. But as I said, that is not what is in this bill. Of course, we also want through this bill to support the construction sector to get Britain building again. By, if I may just finish, and I will come back to her, of course. We want to do this again by enabling the extension of site operating hours, as well as extending until the 1st of April 2021 planning permissions that have lapsed or will lapse between the 23rd of March and the 31st of December this year. I'll give way.
Thank you, Minister. Does my right honourable friend agree construction is absolutely vital to getting our economy going, including in South Ribble? I know my constituents are looking forward to the new Tesco's in Penwitham, so can I welcome these measures? And does he agree it's vital to help us support growth coming out of the lockdown?
Well, my honourable friend makes a very important point, and I know she's working incredibly hard to support businesses in South Ribble, and I'm sure she will look forward to going to Tesco's once it's up and running. We also want to support the transport sector by enabling shorter-term licences for drivers of heavy goods vehicles and passenger-carrying vehicles, and allowing for risk-based testing of heavy goods vehicles and public service vehicles. These measures will allow goods and public transport to keep moving. We want to continue to support SMEs through the quick delivery of bounce-back loans. Bounce-back loans have provided a financial lifeline for over 920,000 small businesses so far. This measure is retrospective and will disapply elements of consumer credit law.
Will you wear that point?
Yes, of course.
I'm very grateful. I speak as the co-chair of the All-Party Group for Fair Business Banking and support the suspension of the Consumer Credit Act with regard to bounce-back loans due to affordability issues. But does he agree it's absolutely vital that lenders still comply with the requirements to treat customers fairly in the collection process, or if there's some debt issues later on, that they are treated fairly through that process and forbearance is applied?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend, as ever, raised an incredibly important point. Yes, forbearance is part of these measures, and we would expect that very much to apply. I just want to turn shortly to the detail of the bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But first, I want to thank all of those across industry and across both houses who have engaged with the government to help develop the measures in this bill. I'd also like to thank the Local Government Association, the National Police Chiefs Council, the Home Builders Federation and the British Property Federation for sharing their expertise. And I'm very pleased to say that the individual measures in this bill enjoy wide stakeholder support. The Local Government Association, the Federation of Small Businesses, the British Beer and Pub Association, UK Hospitality, the Freight Transport Association, the Road Haulage Association, the Royal Town and Planning Institute, the British Property Federation and UK Finance have all expressed their support. Yes, of course.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way, and can add my name to that long list as well. But can I ask him just to give perhaps some confidence to local authorities? There are a lot of planning rules and regulations, and some of our planning officers are quite conservative in their interpretation. Where there is discretion, can we send the message out from this place that it must be granted in favour of business and in favour of opening up?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course we want to make sure that business open up, and we want local authorities to help local businesses open up, and that's precisely the reason that we're introducing these measures. What I would just say to him is that we are publishing guidance alongside this bill when it comes to a number of these measures, and of course I would ask local authorities to adhere to those. If he has any specific suggestions to make, I'd be very happy to hear from him. Indeed, my brother and friend who will follow me would be very happy to hear from him. So let me turn...
My right honourable friend, give way.
Yes, of course.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, and he's making a compelling case, giving a boost to many sectors of the economy. But will he reflect on the fact that some sectors will not be able to reopen because of the necessary rules, thinking of theatres, concert venues and other music venues? So will he, given the need to adhere to the rules, make special provision for those that can't trade their way out of difficulties? And on the point that my honourable friend made, it would be very unfortunate if any of these venues, theatres and concert halls, fell into insolvency. We hope to avoid that. But if in so doing, the planning permissions were given that took them immediately out of those very valued uses, that would be something to guard against. So would my right honourable friend reflect on both during the passage of this bill?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend, who of course has served as the Secretary of State in this business previously with great distinction, raises a number of important points. What I would say to him first, in terms of the issue around insolvency, he will know that with the support of both houses, we passed the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Bill, which is now an Act, which came in on the 25th of this month. Indeed, in terms of providing support to businesses, I think the best thing we can possibly do is to open up businesses. And I know this is a sentiment that he will appreciate as a former business secretary, but I would love to be able to have the whole of the economy operating and opening up. But we also understand why we're taking a phased and cautious approach to this. We want to continue to meet our 5 tests. We want to ensure that the R value stays below 1. But what I would say to him is that the sectors he's referred to in tourism, we are, and theatres, that is something that ministerial colleagues are working on very closely. If I may continue, Mr. Speaker, let me first turn to the temporary measures in this bill to step up the recovery of our hospitality sector. Our 127,000 pubs, restaurants and cafes employing around 2 million people are the lifeblood of our high streets and town centres. Social distancing guidelines significantly affect capacity to accommodate customers. Food and beverage service activity has fallen by nearly 90% in the last quarter. The bill introduces a temporary fast-track process for pubs, cafes and restaurants to obtain local council permission to place tables and chairs on the pavement outside their premises.
Yes, of course. I thank him for giving way, and I spent my weekend in Dartmouth speaking to some of those businesses in the hospitality and tourism trade. And can I add my can I associate with the words for the member for Bexhill and Battle, and just making sure that councils are not overzealous in their approach to allowing businesses to adopt the measures in this bill to do outdoor dining. I think it is very important that we can give the reassurance to those businesses.
Minister.
Yes, of course, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend makes an important point, but I think it is local authorities will understand it is in their self-interest to ensure that businesses can open, that high streets are flourishing, and certainly I would encourage businesses to look at the guidance and adhere to it. Yes, of course.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way, and in my borough, licensed premises are a very important part of the local economy and something that we've worked with local residents on to support. But this measure, with 7 days' notice, allows an enormous amount of off sales, which is already causing havoc in my constituency, with people defecating, urinating and leaving problems in parks, people talking about fake Glastonbury. This is going to cost a lot of money to my borough to police. We're not party poopers, but we don't want the other sort of pooping either. So would the Secretary of State make sure that there's some provision in this to allow councils to have some discretion where particularly there is a problem with a licensed premises causing antisocial behaviour?
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I'd say to the Honourable Lady is that ultimately it is possible to revoke these permissions, and what I would also say to her is there are expedited processes that have been put in place. Nobody wants to see bad behaviour, but what I would say to her is that there is an opportunity. It's a 10-day process. There is an opportunity in the first 5 working days for anyone to put in their views to the local authority. Ultimately, the local authority decides. Of course, there is also a very clear requirement that there is a legible notice that is put up at the premises, so anyone who is in the locality when they pass will be able to see it and make representations if that is what they want to do. So in terms of these new measures, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they will cut the time to receive approval for this licence from an average of 42 working days to just 10 working days, and the application fee is capped at £100. Public safety and access for disabled people using pavements is of course absolutely vital, so I can confirm that local authorities will be able to refuse or revoke licences where appropriate. If I may, but I will of course let him come in, and the government will be publishing minimum requirements in guidance for footway widths and distances required for access by disabled people. I give way.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. He's been very generous with his time. Just on that particular point, and he was speaking earlier about the organisations that he's consulted with, has he indeed engaged with, say, guide dogs for the blind to understand the sort of risks and challenges that people with sight loss face? We have a particular in Warwick and Leamington, my constituency, we have a centre for the guide dogs, and this is a real issue for them.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that we have engaged with disability groups in the preparation of the clauses in this bill. If I may, Mr. Speaker, let me move on to the next clause, which relates to alcohol licensing. We'll also be making changes to alcohol licensing. Currently, any licensee wishing to add off-the-premises sales permission has to apply for a license variation. And of course, this does take time. A 28-day notice period, adverts placed, and sometimes a hearing. Ordinarily, of course, this is necessary. However, hospitality businesses are not operating in ordinary economic times, as we all acknowledge. So the government is temporarily changing the process. Under the measures in this bill, most licenses will automatically and temporarily be extended to include off-the-premises sales. However, there are safeguards in place. This extension will not include premises that have been denied off-sales permission or had it removed within the last 3 years. Taken together, Mr. Deputy Speaker, these measures will help our hospitality industry get back to business over the busy summer months. I turn now to the measures in this bill that will... Yes, of course.
I wonder if the Honourable Gentleman has given any thought to allowing a review of this bill, because it will be coming into operation. I'm particularly talking about the hospitality industry here, over a busy summer period. We will see the effects of that. And if he were to agree to a 3-month review period where we could see the evidence and then, if necessary, as a House, amend legislation, that would be a welcome step, a thoughtful step.
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the first thing I'd say to her is that these are, of course, temporary measures. And a 90-day rolling review, as I think she's proposing, would undermine, I think, the certainty that we're giving businesses in terms of these particular measures. What I would say to her, though, is that she will know that should the government wish to extend any of these measures, these will be subject to made affirmative or draft affirmative procedures, so they will come before the House before there's any opportunity to extend them further. If I may, Mr. Deputy Speaker, return to the issue of the construction sector and trying to get that moving. This is a sector which in 2018 represented almost 9% of our GDP. Lockdown has had a profound impact on construction sites across the country. We estimate that almost 1,200 unimplemented major residential planning permissions with capacity to deliver over 60,000 homes have lapsed or will lapse between the start of lockdown on the 23rd of March and the 31st of December this year. Therefore, this bill introduces powers to extend these planning permissions and listed building consents to the 1st of April 2021. This will be automatic for permissions which have not lapsed at the point that these measures come into force. Lapsed permissions can be reinstated and can benefit from the same extension, but subject to necessary environmental approvals. We will also make it quicker for developers to apply for longer construction site working hours. This will help facilitate safe working, for example, by staggering workers' hours and make up for lost progress. Applications will be concluded within 14 days. This measure does not apply to applications from individual householders. And local authorities retain discretion and can refuse applications where there would be an unacceptable impact. Again, this is a temporary measure. Extended hours can only last up until the 1st of April 2021 unless extended by secondary legislation.
Of course. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful to my friend for giving way. Across my constituent North East Bedfordshire, there's tremendous local sensitivity already about excessive developments in the planning process and some of the procedures for public participation in those planning processes being curtailed with virtual meetings and sometimes executives of councils making the decisions all on their own. Can my right honourable friend assure me that in the proposals in this bill, there's not going to be any limitation on public participation in anything that might be a result of an extension or expansion of existing planning permission, or indeed a new planning permission as well?
Minister.
No, Mr. Speaker, there won't. But if I may come in to talk a little bit about hybrid appeals proceedings, because I think he will find that helpful. So there are two further planning measures which relate to the new spatial development strategy for London and hybrid appeal proceedings. The Mayor of London will shortly publish the new spatial development strategy, setting out plans for new homes for London. This bill temporarily removes, until the 31st of December this year, the requirement for the strategy to be available for physical inspection and to provide hard copies on request. This ask from the Mayor of London will help address practical challenges from social distancing. Social distancing has also constrained the planning inspector's ability to conduct hearings and inquiries, and a backlog has been growing. Through this bill, we will enable the inspectorate to combine written representations, hearings or inquiries when dealing with appeals. This change was recommended by the independent Roswell Review. A recent pilot undertaken on the review measures reduced average decision-making time from 47 weeks to 23 weeks. Turning now to the provisions relating to bounce-back loans, it's worth noting that over £28 billion... yes, of course.
So you mentioned about the 60,000 houses that the big companies will be able to build over the next period of time. Does the Minister also recognise there's some small and medium companies who do refurbishments, do extensions, do small works, but they're very, very critical for the core of the economy to make sure that they can also progress their applications through the councils for approval, and they may be sitting on the line where maybe that won't happen?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said, these measures obviously will not not relate to residential applications that have been made. And what I would just say to him is that the whole point of this is to get the construction sector moving. I've talked about a whole range of measures that we've set out in terms of this sector, and I hope that will result in more of the SME builders also being able to take advantage of the measures. Mr. Speaker, if you would just give me a moment, but I will of course take an intervention in another intervention in a minute from him. I just want to return to the bounce back loan scheme, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This bill will enable lenders to continue issuing bounce back loans quickly and at scale. The measures in the bill will retrospectively disapply the unfair relationships provisions in the Consumer Credit Act 1974 for lending made under the scheme. Reflecting the current circumstances, the bounce back loan scheme allows lenders to rely on self-certification by the business that they meet the eligibility criteria for the scheme and that they can afford to pay back the loan. It also provides for simpler information disclosure requirements to the borrowers. This will ensure small businesses can continue to access the financial support that they need without undue delay. Let me give way.
I'm very, very grateful to the Secretary of State giving way, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I do want to just take him back again, if I may, to this point about public website, just because it is such a sensitive area. The Minister has said that in Clause 20, the procedures for planning proceedings can be altered. I wonder, either now or perhaps at the committee stage, we could just clarify who is going to be making those decisions and what impact is that going to have effectively on public participation about housing developments that might have a dramatic impact in their area. Just want to be clear whether this bill is going to affect it dramatically or not.
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend will deal with the details of that as Planning Minister. But what I would say to him again, the point of these measures is actually to get the economy going, which I know is something that he himself is very keen to do. But I do understand the point he's raised, and we will address that during committee stage. Finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bill temporarily allows for issuing 1-year lorry or bus driving licence renewals rather than the standard 5 years. Shorter renewals will be allowed if an applicant is otherwise healthy but unable to obtain the medical report required for a 5-year licence. This will relieve pressure on GPs and allow drivers to continue to work. The bill also reforms powers to temporarily exempt goods vehicles, buses and coaches from roadworthiness testing. This will allow the high demand for heavy vehicle testing restarting from the 4th of July to be managed in a manner that prioritises road safety by targeting higher risk vehicles or operators. So in conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this government has stood shoulder to shoulder with businesses throughout the COVID-19 emergency. And now, as we emerge from this pandemic, we need to support our economic recovery and help businesses with more flexible ways of working. The great British economy, helped by a willing public, is reawakening from its enforced slumber. Taken together, the measures in this bill are designed to provide a much-needed economic boost, and I commend it to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Ed Miliband.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And can I start by thanking the Business Secretary for the constructive conversations that he and I have had on this bill, and we support the measures in this bill as he knows. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the wider context to this bill is the economic crisis that we face, the scale of which we haven't seen for a very long time. And as an opposition, we have tried to work constructively with government, and indeed we have welcomed a number of steps the government has taken. We called for the furlough scheme and indeed have welcomed it, though we believe that too many people remain excluded from support. We called for the 100% underwriting of government-backed loans, and we've welcomed the bounce-back loans too. And indeed we've supported the government on the difficult decision to move from 2 metres to 1 metre plus, where 2 metres can't be observed, although we do have concerns about the test, track and trace system. What I hope we can agree on is that the past few months have shown the power of government to step in and protect jobs and businesses at a time of crisis. And my case today is that power hasn't gone away, nor has the need for it to be exercised, and the government mustn't shrink from this, because let's be clear, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are not at the end of this economic crisis, we're just at the beginning of it. Let me deal, first of all, with the provisions in the bill, and it's a short bill and there's a large degree of agreement on it. The headline provisions, as the Secretary of State has said, will enable the hospitality industry to reopen quickly and serve a greater number of customers in a safe environment. We welcome the temporary loosening of planning regulations to enable bars, restaurants and cafes to serve customers outside their premises. I take the point that my honourable friend has made about some caution here, and it is important that local authorities continue to have discretion in these matters, because they are best placed to make the judgments about the local impacts. I think it is also right to put on record, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the concerns of the Shop Workers Union USDOR, who've worried about the safety of staff. The guidance is very clear about the mitigation and reduction of risk that is needed if 1 metre plus is in place, and I'm sure the Secretary of State agrees that that is really, really important, and it is very, very important that the HSE takes a tough line in enforcing safety as well. I would also say that we welcome the measures in enabling construction sites to get back to work more easily through extended working hours. Again, though, and I'm sure members across the House will agree with this, it's in the interests of local residents that local authorities do need discretion in these matters. I would also say, I will give way.
I think we agree about the need for local authorities to have discretion, but they also need resources. In my borough, we have over 1,300 licensed premises in a very small area of London, and there are not a lot of licensing officers needed just to deal with the flow of applications. Doesn't he think the government needs to address that?
My honourable friend, in her customary eloquent way, anticipates the next point that I was going to make, which is I believe, and I'm grateful to my honourable friend, the Shadow Secretary of State for Local Government, for telling me the exact figures on this, that we've seen 10 billion of costs loaded onto local authorities during this crisis, and only 3.2 billion provided from government. This is despite the fact that the local government secretary said that the government would stand behind councils and give them the funding they need. And we have another bill that puts yet more pressure on local authorities with no clear plan about how they'll be reimbursed. And one of our amendments, new clause 5, speaks to this issue. We also welcome the changes, Mr Deputy Speaker, to transport licensing and the removal of the unfair relationships provision in the Consumer Credit Act to ensure bounce-back loans are more easily accessed. And I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for the detailed discussions we had about that particular provision. Mr Deputy Speaker, these are the main provisions of the bill. And as I said, there is cross-party agreement on them, but there'll obviously be detailed discussions at committee stage. But I have to say to the Secretary of State and the House that we are under a real illusion if we think that the measures in this bill will go much of the way to addressing the real crisis that we face. Because July the 4th represents the reopening of pubs and restaurants, but it doesn't represent recovery. Many sections of our economy employing hundreds of thousands of people, and it's important to note this, Mr Deputy Speaker, including gyms, leisure centres, live entertainment venues, beauty salons, conference facilities, nightclubs, swimming pools, are still not able to open for public health reasons. And we support those public health decisions that are being made. Other parts of our economy can only open with severe restrictions, including large parts of our hospitality industry, which employs, after all, 3 million people, 1 in 10 of the whole workforce. The British Beer and Pub Association said that 25% of pubs will not be able to reopen even at 1 metre. And the government itself acknowledges in its assessment of the 1 metre change, in the scientific assessment that took place, that the hospitality industry will lose 25 to 40% of its revenue even at 1 metre distancing. That revenue translates into a risk of hundreds of thousands of jobs. Live performances remain prohibited, as I say, affecting the theatre sector, which employs 290,000 people, and manufacturers too are reeling from the fall in domestic and worldwide demand. I say this, Mr Deputy Speaker, not to doubt the public health measures that are being taken and not to speak against this bill, but to point to the wider context. And the wider context is that the government is taking a one-size-fits-all approach to the furlough, for example, demanding an employer contribution from August and then a cliff edge at the end of October. My honourable friend, the Shadow Business Secretary, received this letter from a venue in Manchester this past week, and it said this: as the government furlough scheme draws to a close, I will be making very difficult decisions this week so that I can give notice during the period of 80% furlough contribution to commence a redundancy consultation with the majority of my venue staff. With zero income and no appropriate financial government support, I have no choice but to make these decisions. Now, we're not asking the impossible of government, but what we are saying is look at what other countries are doing, whether it's Spain or Italy or New Zealand or France or Germany. They are taking a sectoral approach to the furlough. They are saying that there are specific sectors that are more affected by the public health measures, and therefore the economic measures have to match that. I will give way.
I'm very grateful for the Shadow Secretary of State giving way. He will be aware that in the measures already taken, which I know he's welcomed, the government's measures across the economy, there are already issues of fairness between certain people who fall one side of the line and certain people who fall the other side of the line. What's his proposal to do with these sectors? Because there will be businesses that sometimes just fall one side. Who's going to be this expert to understand who fits in? I'm all up for it if he can reconcile that, but there are risks, aren't there?
Of course there are, but just because you can't do everything, it doesn't mean you shouldn't do anything. And look, in relation to the grants programme that the government introduced, it was done by sector: retail, hospitality and leisure. So the honourable gentleman makes an important point about boundaries, and indeed some business organisations would raise this issue of boundaries, but I worry that, if you like, technical concerns about boundaries which have been overcome in relation to the grant scheme are stopping us doing something that makes real sense. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful. But isn't he actually, in what he says there about the sector-based nature of the grant scheme, highlight the problem in his argument? Because all of MPs in this place, I'm sure, all had people contacting them who were in the supply chain of hospitality, for example, who weren't getting support. It's so difficult if you take a sector-based approach. Would he concede it's not as easy as he thinks?
Of course it's not easy, but But I'm afraid the implication of what the Honourable Gentleman is saying is that when it comes then to sectors which are, and there are sectors that are obviously much more affected by the public health measures, he's saying there's nothing that can be done. Well, he's saying from a sedentary position, he's shaking his head. If there are things that can be done, they should be done. But my point is this, that what has been the strength of the government's response is it has been comprehensive, it has used the power of government, and it hasn't necessarily taken a one-size-fits-all approach. And I am worried, and we see this in the evidence that's being brought forward about this one-size-fits-all approach. I give way to you.
I'm very grateful. I mean, I speak as a business person as well as a member of Parliament, and I think in my view, what the Chancellor did, he made that job retention scheme particularly very, very generous, going on a lot longer than many people thought they would. Because rather than hit a sector-based scheme that helps some people and not others, he tried to help all employers and make it flexible to try and work for all different categories of employer.
Well, I don't disagree with the Honourable Gentleman that it's important that we've had the furlough. Where I disagree with him is it shouldn't be cut off at the end of October in the way it's being, because I really worry about the economic impact. We've got 2.8 million people already claiming unemployment-related benefits, and I really worry about the implications for these other industries. And the tragedy of this, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that the government has spent £22 billion on the furlough, but I fear we're going to throw away some of that investment by not recognising that specific sectors face specific challenges. And I would urge the Business Secretary, because he knows he talks to the same people that I do, to use all the powers of his office to make representations to the Chancellor to find a way of fixing this, a sector-specific approach to the furlough, including an extension beyond October. Now, just as I don't believe the furlough should be abruptly ended, I also believe that there are issues of access to loan finance. I've said that the Bounce Back Loans scheme has been successful at getting money out of the door. I would say, though, that the same cannot be said of the other small business loan scheme, the CBILS scheme. In the case of CBILS, only half of all applications have been approved, and the supposed freeing up of the CBILS scheme as a result of Bounce Back Loans being made available is yet to materialise. We still don't know, Mr Deputy Speaker, why 48,000 out of 98,000 CBILS loans are stuck in a holding pattern. We don't actually know how many have been rejected and how many are still in the queue. Now, one of the things that we're asking for in this bill is the government to publish data on the true number of rejections and the total number of inquiries. And the problem, Mr Deputy Speaker, is not just the small loan scheme. We've already seen in manufacturing a wave of job losses from Rolls-Royce to McLaren to Jaguar Land Rover. Make UK predicting that as many as 170,000 jobs could be lost this year in the manufacturing sector alone. Now, any talk of levelling up will come to naught if we lose these jobs, and I'm sure that is shared across the House. And I would urge the Secretary of State to look at the international comparisons of France and Germany, where they have protected and supported strategic sectors of the economy, such as steel, aerospace, and automotive, in a number of different ways. That's why our amendment to the bill calls on the government also to publish the true number of rejections in the larger loan scheme, the CL-Bills scheme, and explain why 400 larger businesses have not been able to access support through the scheme. Again, we don't know whether they are stuck in a holding pattern and still waiting in the queue or have just been rejected. And these sectors are calling for tailored government support to help them through the crisis, but it hasn't been forthcoming. From hospitality to leisure to manufacturing, and this is the big point, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a general recession, but it was also much more acute in specific sectors, and I believe the government needs to recognise this far more in their response. Now, if one part of the government strategy is about shielding sectors of our economy from the sectoral recession, the other part must be about job creation and employment. We have a speech tomorrow from the Prime Minister. I welcome it's a shame we don't have a budget. I don't really understand why we don't have a budget in what is potentially the worst recession in 300 years. If now is not the time for a budget, I don't know what is the time for a budget. But there is a speech tomorrow, and there's big promises being made about the speech. The bill rightly talks about what can be done in the construction sector. The way to help the construction sector is not just to tweak the operational hours, it's important, but to deliver on some of the promises the government has made. And again, I think this should be shared across the House. So the Conservative manifesto, I don't often quote the Conservative manifesto approvingly, but it promised it's not enough, but it promised £9.2 billion for energy efficiency in public and private buildings. I'm sure members opposite, they all stood on the manifesto, I'm sure they support it, and we know how behind the government is around building retrofit. The Committee on Climate Change said recently there's been negligible progress since 2015, and the challenge of retrofit and renovation has gone largely unaddressed. We know investing in retrofit is the ultimate win-win. This is the ideal opportunity, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It would help the construction sector, not just in relation to operational hours. And it could create tens of thousands of jobs. But today we learn, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that there are reports it is being blocked by none other than Dominic Cummings. Apparently he is uninterested, and I quote, he thinks it's boring old housing insulation. Now, I am very happy, because the Secretary of State and I have a very good relationship. I'm very happy to give way to him to say this $9 billion is going to happen, because we need this $9 billion. I'm happy to give way to him. I mean, he's overruled Dominic Cummings on Sunday trading. Now's the time to overrule him when it comes to this. Let's also bring forward, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the $12 billion of social housing spending that has been promised as well, because all of those things are important. And then also part of job creation. And this is, again, I think this is shared across the House, at least at the level of principle, is the green recovery we need. Now, some people, assiduous readers, will have read the rather long speech by the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster over the weekend, which mentioned Franklin Roosevelt. I see honourable members nodding, 17 times. I mean, let me tell the House about Roosevelt, because he put 3 million people back to work in the Civilian Conservation Corps. Now, we need that kind of ambition on retrofit, on manufacturing low-carbon engines, on adapting our towns and cities to walking and cycling, to creating green spaces, to reforesting and rewilding. What I call a zero-carbon army as part of a youth jobs fund. We should see all of these things, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as part of a Green New Deal, because, and this is the point, we face an unemployment emergency in this country. And we should be under no illusions about this. 1 million young people forecast to be out of work this year, and we need scale of action which matches that. And that is my point, that the measures we have supported from government over the past few months have recognised the power of active government in a crisis like this. And my appeal to the government is don't shrink from that now, because we are just at the beginning. So to conclude, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we welcome the bill as a step to helping the hospitality and construction industry to reopen, but it is not nearly enough. The government has shown that it is willing to take action, but we face the deepest and sharpest recession possibly for hundreds of years, and the power of government has got to be continued to be used. And the decisions taken by government in the coming weeks will determine how many jobs are lost and how many businesses survive. The commitment to do whatever it takes cannot be a hollow promise. We are calling for an extension to the furlough for specific sectors, an urgent job creation programme with a green recovery at its heart, and real action on infrastructure, not just words. So I urge the government not to step back when our economy, our business and our workers desperately need support.
Maiden speech, my constituency neighbour, Catherine Fletcher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Due to COVID, this maiden speech does risk being something of an old maid. No comments in the gallery, thank you. I rise to give this speech in tribute and thanks to the wonderful people of South Ribble, who throughout this horrible once-in-a-century pandemic have kept their heads, asked sensible questions and looked out for each other in a myriad of ways, small and large. Their humour and perseverance truly is the best of British, and I am chuffed to bits to serve them in this House. I must also pay tribute to that fantastic Lancastrian, my predecessor, Seema Kennedy. From her work securing millions to prevent flooding in Croston and Penwitham, to the championing of our communities with Jo Cox, she is an intelligent, warm, generous, true lady. I extend my very best wishes to Seema and her young family, and I look forward to working for her at some point in the future. Right, and so to South Ribble and our history. Around 15,000 years ago, as the ice sheets retreated, fertile soils were carried down off the majestic Pennine Hills and formed the deep, rich loams of Rufford and Lungton and beyond. This soil, of the very best grade, along with the skilled farmers and horticulturalists who look after it, produces some of the best produce in the world. Who, in this house, can say their white turnips grace Harrods Food Hall? Not many, I warrant. I pay personal tribute to all of our growers whose skill is legendary. Now, in advance of the next bit, I'm going to have to apologise to Professor Mary Beard and her colleagues, because this is not something I've been taught, I've just read it in books, so I'm going to get something wrong. Look at Lancashire in the Roman era, and we have the first written evidence of our proud culture. The ancient historian Tacitus describes how the northern tribes prepare for war. Singing, chanting, drinking, tattoos and blue woad. Even be aroused to laughter by a man at the front of the group. It strikes me, 2,000 years later, that Peter Kay has an ancestor and that Tacitus recognised the same in the people of Penwitham as they walked to Deepdale, Old Trafford, Anfield, or if you must, Ewood Park. Plus ça change. Now, before you think our northern history is all about blokes, let me introduce a peer of the famous Boadicea, Queen Cartimandua of the Brigantes. The Brigantes are the Iron Age tribe of the north, and at the time of the Roman invasion, we were ruled by Queen Cartimandua. Now that was a politician. As Channel 4's Time team found to their televisual disappointment, our lands are not covered by huge Roman forts, temples or mosaics. In doing pragmatic deals with local leaders, Queen Cartimandua protected her peoples, focused on trade, avoided oppression, and avoided being killed by the Romans. In many ways, a woman who would approve of recent bills in this house. For example, in her later years, when she tired of her king, she divorced him and took up with a handsome man in uniform, the head of her guard. A development I can see has caught the imagination of several genders in this house. Slide forward another 1,000 years, and South Ribble is at the heart of the Danelaw, the proud lands above the line between Chester and the Wash. Here we find the first reference to southerners up north in history. In about 1069, a bunch of people with silly accents, apparently they were Normans, rolled up in helmets and said, "Good morning. We own all of this now." Funnily enough, the north of England's response was, no thanks, and then followed quite a lot of genocide and burning people in their houses. In the recent history books, this is titled The Harrying of the North. Something of an understatement, that. And whilst the detail may be largely forgotten, the sentiment of mistrust isn't. So to my friends in the North, I say, in the here and now, what's in the interests of the North is in the interests of the Tory party and the country. Yeah. Full stop. You've made the right choice. Despite what you may hear from those who want you to know your place, I see no conflict at all in being proud to wear both the red rose of Lancashire and the blue Conservative rosette. Yeah. We want a fishing rod, not a fish. We don't want a force-fed narrative of being downtrodden and oppressed. We want to rewrite a century of complacency. We need infrastructure to get to our work quicker and get back to our families without getting stuck. We want to be respected and cherished. And in all honesty, we probably want to win the Premier League every year with about 2 billion people around the world watching, although I am happy to concede to this House that there is a tiny bit of internal division about which team should actually do it. A few hundred years later still, you enter the age of machines and steam. Take one look at the skills in Leyland, the trucks they built and still build, the contribution to engineering across Lancashire, and it warms my heart. I am a sister, cousin, niece and friend to engineers across the north, but I must mention one in particular, my dad. A man who comes from the same political tradition as Mr. Speaker, as you well know, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now, having a daughter who comes home and announces she wants to be a Tory MP was something of a surprise to him. When we used to go on holiday as a family to Llandudno, there were people on the front there selling see-through plastic Macs, which had emblazoned on the back in large, colourful letters, "The views of this child are not necessarily those of the parents." It's been a family joke for some years. I should have been bought one. However, attending the Works Old Buffers Buffet this winter, shortly after the general election, my dad was assailed by the astonished, "Fletch, I didn't realise you were a Tory. It's your daughter that's just been elected next door." With shock, he's now realised the shoe is on the other foot. It is he that now needs a badge that says the views of the child are not necessarily those of the parent. Now that is no way to repay a man who has made huge sacrifices to feed his family, climbing in toilet windows to earn a wage but break a strike, moving halfway across the world to work on his own when jobs were tight in the early 80s. Dad, I'm sorry you need the badge, but thank you anyway. Now, it's easy, if you don't know us, to think that the innovations of the Industrial Revolution were all brownfield. So what if I told you of the canals and land reclamation delivered for more rural areas such as Tarleton, or for the clues in the name village of Banks? Now, Banks Village possesses the wonderfully named road, Ralph's Wife's Lane, a very long and wide thoroughfare which upon first introduction leads to a couple of immediate questions. Who on earth was Ralph? And arguably, more importantly, why was he so awful that his wife had to live down a long, massive, wide road to get away from him? And why did she not have a name? I look forward to hearing her story. In fact, let me highlight the continued strength throughout the ages of the northern female. Rightly, there are wonderful statues to the Pankhursts in the fight for women's votes, but I argue to this House very strongly that the movement's success was due in part to a symbiosis with a Lancashire culture that has roots far deeper than the Industrial Revolution. Step into Edwardian shoes in a Manchester terrace. Can you imagine the conversation between the educated middle classes and a bunch of working class Lancastrians like Annie Kenny and Mary Lee? Actually, we have campaigned for votes since the 1860s and have yet to succeed in our aims. Right. Yeah. We're just going to have to blow something up. I add my voice to their quote. I'd rather be a rebel than a slave. My grandma passed grammar in Salford shortly after Votes for Women succeeded. My auntie has prizes she won for academic achievement, but at 12 she had to leave and go and work at a shirt factory. Her experience means that my family values education beyond anything else as an engine of getting on. We aspire. Do your best. Try harder. See what you can get up to. And to her daughter, my mum, the woman who said, no, you can't go and knock on and go out and play. You've got to do this next practice paper for your exams. My mum, who has regularly said, Catherine, I've been saying since you were true, you'll either be a stripper, a social worker or a scientist. Well, Mum, given I have a biology degree and the nature of modern politics is a very good chance I've achieved all three. Thank you, Mum. You were right about the exams. You may have guessed I am very proud of what I am and where I come from. A community that says, go on, succeed, but don't get too big for your boots. Don't be patronising or ignore us. Make assumptions about who we are or what we want. Definitely don't come up here with southern accents to gain access to safe seats and explain how oppressed we are. You will get 2 words to that. Look, love. Call it the Northern Powerhouse. Call it levelling up. I'm interested in labels only if they help communicate real action, and I will tirelessly advocate for exactly that. Championing the old lands of the Danelaw will guide my actions in Parliament. So to conclude, I think the ultimate lesson we should take from the suffragette movement is not actually one of women's lib. It's that we are always only going to achieve big things, huge changes, when the people who say, actually, and the people of different cultures and classes work together. We are best as one nation, not divided by class war or political tribalism. Look around me on these benches. Look at the breadth of experience, of culture, of vowel sounds. It's true. Now, today, I can report to you that while some of the accents in this place are still silly, I am yet to see a southerner in a northern helmet, and I am struck by how serious they are about investment and growth and jobs. In short, they're all right. This flipping COVID, it's a huge test for us, and we will only pass it if we take a leaf out of the suffragettes book and work together equally. I say to South Ribble, the north and the country, let's combine our efforts, turbocharge business, trade the hell out of our current position with all of the peoples of the world. I look forward to working with the descendants of everyone to make this happen, and I almost definitely promise not to metaphorically blow something up to make that happen.
Richard Thompson. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I take this opportunity to warmly congratulate the newly elected member for South Ribble on an absolutely fantastic maiden speech. I think the Planning and Business Bill wasn't perhaps the most auspicious starting point for a maiden speech, but the member gave us an industrial, geological and historical tour de force of the constituency. I think she follows a very distinguished predecessor in her constituency, and I'm sure I'm not alone in saying that I look forward to hearing more from her throughout this Parliament. Mr Deputy Speaker, I will keep my remarks comparatively brief, as this is a bill which only affects Scotland really in terms of three clauses, clauses 12, 13 and 14, although it would be remiss to miss the opportunity not to say that in terms of some of the licensing aspects and the picture that was painted by the Minister of Pavement Cafes opening up the length and breadth of England, it presented a very European picture of England, which certainly my party and I'm sure others will very much look forward to seeing. Now, to get to the clauses 12, 13 and 14, the changes in the Consumer Credit Act are welcome. I hope that that does lead to more instances of loans being able to be given to the businesses that require them. I have to say, though, I am somewhat sceptical that this is going to lead to the transfer of cash that we need it to in that respect. In that respect, I think the member for Doncaster North was absolutely right, that we are only really at the start of our response to this crisis, and we are going to have to revisit this. I think it's extraordinary that we are not hearing from the Chancellor about coming back to deliver what should be an emergency budget. I think there is much more that still needs to be done as the crisis evolves and our response to it evolves also. In that respect, I would very much commend the 10-point plan that was announced earlier today by Scotland's First Minister, talking about a major fiscal stimulus for the economy, VAT reductions for hospitality, investment in low carbon and digital, and of course changes to the increased flexibility in the Scottish fiscal framework. To come back to other aspects, the other clauses which affect legislation in Scotland, I think the changes to the Road Traffic Act regarding driving licences and vehicle certifications, they are reasonable and they are proportionate and risk-based. We support them. It would be very sensible to keep those measures under regular review, along with other aspects that are in this bill. But I make this plea to the Minister that we must return to the status quo ante in this as soon as is reasonably possible, once it is possible to clear the backlogs of testing of drivers' continued fitness to drive and the vehicles themselves. This bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think is a narrow one, it's a necessary one. But what we should really be hearing about is the emergency budget that we need as we plot our way out of this crisis economically. Thank you.
Maiden speech. Paul Howell.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This tells us all that it's a challenge to make a maiden speech. I knew I shouldn't be following the member for South Ribble. I'm one of the last of my intake to deliver this maiden speech, but I'm probably one of the last that was expected to be here anyway, so that probably fits. This bill is a critical step in recovery, but before contributing, I'd first like to talk a little bit about Sedgefield and give you a context for my comments. Sedgefield as a constituency has a significant rurality with many, many farms, including the outstanding Archer's ice cream and around 40 different settlements. We have the William Beveridge designed Newton Aycliffe as the biggest town, and we have businesses ranging from the well-known, like Hitachi and 3M, through the iconic Cleveland Bridge, to Crafters Companion with our local Dragon, and some of the most innovative companies in the UK, like Chromec and CPI, and so many SMEs. I was born in one of the mining villages, Furry Hill, before going to school in Newton Aycliffe and spending close to 40 years as an accountant in manufacturing industry. I've also had the opportunity to sit as a councillor in both of my local authorities, being Durham and Darlington. I've got an insight into the rural communities because I've been married to a farmer's daughter for around 35 years. We have Charlie, born in 1993, whom we are both immensely proud of, being the first in our family to go to university, somewhere called Cambridge. My dad was originally a miner, but mainly a fireman, who along with my mother provided my brother and I with an upbringing that was loving, stable, and showed us the value of hard work as he rose to be a divisional officer. I have to thank my agent, Charles Johnson, and his sadly recently departed wife, Carol. Carol didn't know where a fence was to sit on it. We got views. Who were particularly instrumental in me becoming involved in local politics in the first place. I, of course, would thank my campaign team. This is all of them. Keith, Catherine, Oliver, Giles, and of course, my wife, Lillian. There was a little bit of target around me, some target seats. Their support in the campaign was invaluable, and I certainly wouldn't be here without them. There have been some notable politicians who have held Sedgefield over the years.
We don't like talking about one of them.
Yeah, you got a good point.
I, of course, think first of Roland Jennings, who held the seat from 1931 to 35 and served in the Durham Light Infantry in the First World War. He was the last Conservative Member of Parliament for Sedgefield. He had an entry in Hansard with him asking the Minister of Transport for help. Nothing's changing there. My immediate predecessor was Phil Wilson. I thank Phil for his magnanimous speech at the count. He was Labour, not Corbyn, and with that conflict found it a very difficult campaign. I've heard good comments from members on both sides of this House about Phil, and I wish him all the best, in particular the work he did on the Armed Forces APPG. I said in my campaign that I would listen to the people of Sedgefield, and that's what I'll do. So far, I've been lobbied on everything, from the price of pipe tobacco to HS2. But I have to say, one of the early pleasures in my role has been to meet the young ambassadors from Furry Hill and Chiltern, whose latest campaign is Don't Throw It All Away, and it's about the rubbish that comes out of McDonald's and places like that as we start the thing up again. I'll give them all the support I possibly can. I've started in this place with two primary areas of focus for Sedgefield. These are to work for the communities left behind as our economy became too London and financial services dependent, and also to support local business. To this end, I'm now joint chair of an PPG for Left Behind Communities, and I've been elected to the Base Select Committee. So it's hopefully from this informed base that I'd like to contribute a little to the debate. I'd first like to say that I support the measures in this bill as necessary first steps that will undoubtedly help pubs and restaurants, and I would encourage as many of you as possible to join them, of course, in a socially distant way. And whilst I'm strongly in favour of developing the pavement cafe space, etc., to help in the recovery, we must remember to be inclusive as possible and not forget that some of our visually challenged people might find these changes difficult. In deciding what our next action should be, we need to ensure we don't look to recover to where we were. We need to go to where we want to be. Remember that before coronavirus, we had committed to the communities that had been left behind that we would level up this United Kingdom. and with Sedgefield being equidistant from the north coast of Scotland and the south coast of England, we're a great place to start. We must be aware, though, that even with these measures, some great businesses will need to reposition themselves for a new future that requires less people. An example would be the outstanding Rockcliffe Hall Hotel, whose staff have been writing to me praising the way that they've been treated during the lockdown, but are still having to make redundancies now because of forecast lower occupancy rates as we go forward. We need to take every opportunity to find ways to support job retention and creation to minimise as far as possible the impact on our people and their economic opportunities. There are businesses, particularly many new start-ups and self-employed, that have fallen through the gaps of the incredible efforts delivered by the Chancellor, and I would ask if at all possible to take another look at how we can help them to survive and grow. There are many options we can take to move forward, and as is typical of the North East, we have some suggestions as to what and how. A local business fellowship forum that I listened to have written to the Chancellor providing some suggestions, like infrastructure needs accelerating and not frustrated by overly protracted planning processes. Tax breaks to support particularly green construction, and maybe some 100% capital allowances. Possible bonds for local authorities to support local investment. Supply chains that maximise local content both for integrity and for the socio-economic benefits that come. We need to consider matched contingent equity investments to drive investment, and please, can we lift some of the restrictions on the EIS and VCT funding to improve access?
Absolutely.
At the end of this, cash is king, so please also push the importance of prompt payment and broaden the government-backed credit insurance scheme. This shows that these businesses are looking at how to deliver growth, and I would encourage the Chancellor to listen and be as expansive as possible in his consideration of suggestions like these. I'd also suggest we can combine this economic delivery with our levelling up agenda, for example, by delivering promises on infrastructure. In Sedgefield, we have several of our villages that are named after railway stations. We have Ferryhill Station, we have Trimdon Station, we have Station Town. They have one thing in common. None of them have a railway station anymore. Ferryhill is an obvious place to rectify this. It's something that has been campaigned for since it was closed in the Beeching era. And not even Tony Blair, who was Labour Prime Minister for 10 of his 24 years as the Sedgefield MP, managed to deliver that. Maybe its time has come. Broadband is key infrastructure, and it needs to be for all. In Sedgefield, we have a number of rural black spots, like Killaby. It's close to zero broadband, never mind gigabyte broadband, and this needs to change. The delivery of local management for local need could be further developed. I'd like to see people like the Tees Valley Mayor, Ben Houchin, given the opportunity to drive more agendas, and also for devolution gaps like Durham, who fall between combined authorities, to have their situation sorted, and for them to all have the latitude to crack on and deliver. I'd like to see a mechanism for getting some funding support direct to community groups, like Deaf Hill Regeneration Group and Ferryhill Ladder, who are so embedded in their communities and can ensure that all the money hits the target for maximum benefit. The opportunity to relocate some government departments, like possibly the Treasury and others, to the North East, preferably Sedgefield, can both improve local economies and government understanding, but also reduce pressure on the house and travel densities in London. It's been noticeable during the crisis how much people have stood up and helped their neighbours, and this is something we need to look to encourage. I will therefore look to my immediate neighbour, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, to pop over the bridges on the Tees and give me a hand. These are the key strands that should be part of our approach to both starting the process of levelling up, but at the same time invigorating our economy. And people will no doubt question whether it can be done. Well, we got Brexit done, and this is a government that can get things done. I would remind you of a poem by Edgar Albert Guest, which starts as follows. Somebody said that it couldn't be done, but he, with a chuckle, replied that maybe it couldn't, but he would be one who wouldn't say so till he tried. So he buckled right in, with the trace of a grin. On his face, if he worried, he hid it. He started to sing, don't worry I'm not, as he tackled the thing that couldn't be done, and he did it. Yeah. Well, for us, it's now all about getting it done. My message to government is we have the ideas and talent to deliver the economy and welfare of the UK from these challenges, and my message to the people of Sedgefield is that we can get it done, and I will do everything in my power to listen to you, represent you, and shout for investment in our amazing constituency, and to deliver the connections and visions that create aspiration and opportunity for you to get it done too. Thank you.
Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Sedgefield, who made his maiden speech. And he may be surprised to discover that between Sedgefield and Shoreditch there's a bigger connection than he might imagine, and that we might both be on the same side on tackling the issue of broadband, because like him, I have not spots even in the heart of what some people call Tech City, so we can perhaps work together on that. And I'm also a supporter of relocating government departments outside London and championed this when I was in government. So we have 2 points in common. In other ways, we may be hammer and tongs against each other, but we can find the points of agreement. And if we disagree, let's disagree well. But he's right, Mr Deputy Speaker, to pay tribute to Phil Wilson. And he is right to describe him as magnanimous. He's a good, kind, thoughtful and wise man. And it's a real mark of the man that despite losing Sedgefield to the other party, he didn't take defeat badly, and I think it's noble of the honourable gentleman to acknowledge that. But I stand today to talk about the bill in front of us, and I want to focus particularly on the clauses relating to hospitality. And I just should stress, I think, before I move into the bill itself, that in my borough of Hackney, we are very pro-enterprise. We support enterprise to such an extent that we've actually, in terms of licensed premises alone, have over 1,300 in a 19 square mile borough. We are the third most densely populated borough in London. And that's been a 66% growth in premises since 2006. So it's something that we've been pushing, and I pay tribute to the many exciting and interesting entrepreneurs who've set up businesses. We've got in one ward alone in Hackney Central, we have 5 microbreweries. So it's a great place to come, drink, party, have fun. But we've always managed to try and balance that, for the most part, with the needs of residents. And I really worry that with this bill, the balance is shifting so far one way that we will rue the day in a few months' time when we see what residents have had to put up with. And I think I need to describe, Mr Deputy Speaker, what my residents are already putting up with. So we may have had lockdown, but premises have been able to sell off the premises in open containers. And some of my parks, notably ones without boundaries, so London Fields, Wells Street Common and others, have become party places. But not just party places, Mr Deputy Speaker, not just for people having a responsible, quiet drink and a gathering with friends within the social distancing rules, but I'm afraid to say people who have no regard for other people and have defecated and urinated in the parks and in people's doorways and in their stairwells, and people are having to scrub down their front doors, remove human excrement to get out of their house cleanly. This is not acceptable, and this is not down to the shortcomings of the local authority or the police, but the volume has been so great it has been very difficult to keep on top of. And typically, the police themselves are getting antisocial behaviour complaints on a sunny weekend of around 70 to 90, depending on the day. And the local authority, noise patrols and wardens are out in force doing what they can, but they are simply outnumbered. And fines were issued, Mr Deputy Speaker, and of the 193 issued, over 100 were to people outside of the borough, from South London, from far away as Bishop Stortford and St Albans. We welcome people to Hackney. We want people to come, support our vibrant businesses, but they need to have some personal responsibility. And my fear about this bill is that it rushes through one of the most radical changes in licensing laws in a matter of a couple of hours this evening, with a handful of members engaged, because the bill was only unveiled on Thursday and we had till Wednesday to make amendments, or till today to make amendments. It's going very fast. And I want to particularly refer to a couple of clauses in the bill. In clause 3, the determination of applications, part 3, it says that at the end of the public consultation period, so this is when the applicant, the premises have to, the business has to put in an application to the council, And the day after that it's deemed as received, it deems as the starting the public consultation. 10 days later, if at the end of that period the local authority may grant a pavement licence to the applicant or reject the application. And of course, if there's a public concern, they can look at it again. But if the local authority, as is in section 3.8, does not make a determination under subsection 3, which I just quoted, by the end of the determination period, the licence for which the application was made is deemed to be granted by the authority to the applicant. Now, we are quite willing to support businesses with looking at licences, extended licences and so on. And that happens all the time in my borough. But with 1,330 something licensed premises, the pace at which this is going means there will not be enough resources in Hackney Council or in any council around the country, well, unless you've got very few licensed premises, to deal with this onslaught of licence applications. So it's very much in favour of the business, and of course I'm in favour of businesses getting support, but we do need to make sure we get that balance. And although the Minister, the Secretary of State, talked about the limits on this, so if there's for example, a premises that's had problems or an off-licence refused in the last 3 years, it cannot get this. Well, actually, that's not many organisations that will have that happen to them, not many businesses. There are a lot of businesses who are looking for this for the first time because of the peculiar and difficult circumstances of COVID-19. So what is missing here is any obligation, really, in reality, on the business to deliver a very restrained service. And it's very difficult to control, because if you've got a premises, once it's spilling out onto the pavements and into the car parks, it doesn't take much further to spill further into our parks and generally create more of the nuisance that we've seen, to the real detriment of residents recently. So it's a big, for some it may be a dilemma. For me, it's about getting that balance between what's right for residents and what's right for business. And this so goes over the line to support business, yes, at a difficult time, but there are not enough safeguards for local councils and not enough resources. If the government were to say to councils like mine and like the Honourable Lady in Cities and Westminster, which must have even more licensed premises, I should think, than Hackney South and Shoreditch and Hackney as a borough, then it needs to provide the resources for the council to cope. But that's actually quite difficult to do. You can't find and rustle up licensing officers with the right experience in the time available. But it also needs to give powers to councils where there has been really antisocial behaviour, that there is a very quicker way of withdrawing a licence. And I think that we've got to get the balance right. Of course, we want things to return to normal as safely as possible, but this will create other problems. And I look at the Minister, and I'm sure he doesn't need me to remind him that one of the challenges when you become a minister is the unintended consequences element of what you do. You make a decision that officials tell you they've checked everything, it's all great, everyone's looked at it, but there's one little bit that perhaps they haven't thought through fully, and that's usually connecting it to the reality of life out there in the real world. And let me tell him, he's very welcome to visit my constituency, who might even go for a socially distanced drink in a responsible establishment, but the reality in my part of the world right now is not pleasant. It's become a party place, and it has been very difficult for the council to keep on top of, almost impossible. So I really urge the government to think about this again, to think about any safeguards or support and succour that they can give to local authorities. I don't want to be, I'm not a party pooper, I support enterprise, as I say, I support the licensed premises in Hackney, but it's got to be with a balance. It's got to be so that it's not at the detriment of residents, so that we're having to put up with the fouling and bad behaviour that they've had to tolerate over recent weeks and months.
Saki Patti.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I think I'd like to start by first paying tribute to the two maiden speeches by my honourable friends from South Ribble and Sedgefield. They truly demonstrate the true depth of talent in the party, and why I believe this side of the House will be a formidable force for many years to come, and I congratulate them. Not only has COVID-19 posed one of the most significant public health crises that many of us will ever experience, but it's posed significant challenges to our economy, the way we do business, and to our life as we knew it. Social distancing, self-isolating and new normal are all terms that I would never have guessed I'd be using with regular occurrence when I first entered this House in December 19. Indeed, on the latter, we don't yet know what the new normal will look like, Mr Deputy Speaker, but we can all agree that it will be different to the old one. It's been a long, hard slog, and as we find that new normal, it is vital that we pass legislation like this that allows us and our businesses and our economy to emerge from this economic slumber. Indeed, on that point, Mr Speaker, Mr Deputy Speaker, I was pleased that my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, took decisive steps to protect the livelihoods of as many people as he could. The decision to put our economy on life support was supported by members from across the House and will hopefully mean that we will have been able to soften the blow of COVID-19, as I hope this legislation will do too. When speaking to business owners in my constituency, everyone I've spoken to has relayed to me their relief at having the business support packages, including the bounce back loan scheme, the job retention scheme, the original one and the revamped flexible one, the rates reliefs and the grants. In Meriden, we've had 14,900 people furloughed, representing 22% of our resident population. Solihull Metropolitan Borough Council has distributed over £25.4 million worth of grants to almost 94% of the businesses that were eligible. And I thank Solihull MBC, the leader, Councillor Ian Courts, and the Chief Exec, Nick Page, for the hard work they did in making sure the money got to where it needed to be, and the Chancellor for taking the decisive steps that needed to be taken at that time. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome this bill, in particular the opening up of the outdoor spaces, which could mean the difference between a business surviving or failing completely. I wholeheartedly welcome the reduction of the fees to permit the opening up of new spaces and the reduction of red tape. And of course, I encourage everyone to behave responsibly as they enjoy this new alfresco Britain, as these are new, hard-earned rights earned by the whole nation. And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, on the matter of the bounce-back loan schemes, these were a timely intervention, and once again the Chancellor's proactive approach has provided businesses with a lifeline. Banks were struggling to lend, and as they had to do so in accordance with the Consumer Credit Act, so it is right that we allow for Clause 12 to stop the BBLs being subject to the unfair relationship provisions. We needed our banks to step up, and they needed this to do so. To not have done this would have been the result of delaying the vital funds to businesses and would have imposed onerous requirements of checks, which would have inhibited the very purpose of the BBLs and irreparably damaged our economy. Mr Deputy Speaker, this virus has meant we continue to adapt to an ever-changing landscape, and this bill is part of the responsive and responsible way that we have dealt with one of the most testing periods of our time.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I add to my congratulations to the two new members who've just made their maiden speeches. I recall when I made mine, I harked back to the Wars of the Roses, so I feel somewhat outdone by the member for South Ribble's references to the Ice Age. In my conversations with local businesses over the last few weeks, it's clear that the coronavirus has affected different businesses in different ways. Many have been able to continue their services across digital channels and expand or diversify their offering to new and existing customers. Food and drink stores have been able to continue trading, and some have even seen sales increases as people have had more time for shopping and cooking. Other forms of retail, such as books, music and clothing, have been able to maintain some level of sales via online shopping and delivery. I've been really impressed at the ingenuity of our business community and the way that they've responded to this crisis. And I have a great deal of confidence in this nation of shopkeepers that we will continue to respond to the challenges of the post-lockdown world. There is one sector, however, that has been badly hit by the lockdown and who continue to face enormous challenges in their ability to revive. Our hospitality sector, encompassing cafes, restaurants, pubs, events, tourism and accommodation, it exists to bring people together, to encourage contact and to promote social gathering. They're facing an existential threat from a new world that needs people to keep their distance from each other. I cautiously welcome the government's moves to lift restrictions on people visiting pubs, cafes and restaurants, although, like many of my constituents, I remain anxious about how this can be achieved while maintaining social distancing guidelines. This virus remains far from beaten, and I am dismayed at the mixed messages from the government about how people should conduct themselves in the face of what is still a major threat both to our health and the economy. We would face the future with more confidence if we had an effective system for tracking, tracing and isolating future diagnosed infections, and the lack of such a system constitutes a major risk to the effective functioning of our whole economy. In that context, however, the Liberal Democrats welcome the provisions in today's bill. In particular, the provisions to ease the process for cafes and restaurants to apply for permission to provide pavement seating are very much to be welcomed. It will give many businesses the flexibility they need to open back up whilst adhering to social distancing guidelines. I particularly welcome that councils are to continue to play a major part in the granting of such licences. In many parts of the country and in many town centres, our hospitality businesses play a major role in the local economy. To encourage that economy, councils can play a major part in reconfiguring our town centres to enable more pavement seating, closing roads to motor traffic and introducing pedestrianised areas, for example, which can support businesses in meeting the conditions of their licences. Can I ask the government also to confirm that it intends to include mobile catering units in its plans? Many of these micro-businesses are missing out on their regular trade at festivals this year and would benefit from the boost to business that being able to set up in a town centre could give them. We also support the powers given to councils to vary the terms of licences. Whilst we are all keen to see our hospitality sector given this essential support, it does not come without costs. And I really want to echo the point that the member for Hackney South and Shoreditch was making earlier, because we have seen many of the same problems in Richmond and Kingston, and it is really appalling and a huge burden on local residents. Local residents may experience additional nuisance, for example, from strong lighting and noise later in the evening, and also an increase in antisocial behaviour after closing time. Additional pavement furniture may cause accessibility issues for those in wheelchairs or who are partially sighted. It is to be welcomed that councils will have the power to judge each application on its own merits and apply its own acceptability criteria. It is also to be welcomed that these changes are temporary. Short-term changes to support local business owners during this difficult time are more likely to be welcomed by our local communities than permanent changes that threaten to cause a long-term nuisance. In the same vein, we support the changes to allow those businesses with an on-site licence to convert to an off-site licence, but we have some concerns about the overall provision for off-site licences. Like many areas of the country, Richmond and Kingston have needed police intervention to disperse large crowds have gathered on our open spaces to drink and play loud music. This has led to considerable antisocial behaviour, including drunkenness, public urination and drug taking. Local residents and police report they have not seen antisocial behaviour on this scale before, and it is causing considerable distress to residents affected. Indeed.
The Honourable Lady is describing very delicately, I have to say, the reality of what this is like when you're living through it. Doesn't she think that the government needs to recognise this? We want businesses to be supported, but the cost to councils of enforcing this and managing this antisocial behaviour will be huge, and to the police as well.
Thank you very much. I'm really glad that the Honourable Member made that point, because I've had lots of conversations with both the local council and the local police, and it's clear that for suburban boroughs like mine in London, where the Met Police have quite rightly violence reduction as their priority when it comes to targeting their resources, it means that the resources are simply not there to pay for the neighbourhood policing that we need to be able to keep on top of this kind of menace to our local residents. And it's a really, really important point, and I would like to take this opportunity to press once more for further funding for neighbourhood officers in the outer boroughs in London, because it's a really, really urgent priority. But from my conversations locally, it appears that by and large our licensed premises are behaving responsibly in their provision of sales, and that a lot of the problem is coming from supermarkets promoting the purchase of alcohol in large quantities. There's a debate to be had about whether this is ever a good idea, but during a pandemic, when people are being instructed not to gather in large groups, it is completely irresponsible. Supermarkets were quick to introduce limits on the number of toilet rolls or bags of pasta that customers could buy at the beginning of the lockdown, and they ought to do the same for alcohol now. If they do not act reasonably in this regard, councils ought to be able to take action, as in the face of threat of large gatherings and antisocial behaviour, to require shops to restrict their alcohol sales. These increased powers to councils, while welcome, will come at a cost, as the Honourable Member for Hackney and Shoreditch pointed out earlier, and there should be greater financial assistance to councils to enable them to administer, review and enforce the new licensing regime. We cautiously welcome the extension to hours that can be worked on a construction site, but support the discretion granted to local councils to restrict those hours in residential areas. Building work is one of the chief sources of nuisance in residential areas, and that nuisance is compounded when people are spending many more hours at home. We also welcome the extension of planning consents already granted. It will save local authorities a great deal of time and money not to have to review planning consents already granted that may have expired during the lockdown. However, in acknowledging that construction has been delayed for many developments, the government also needs to consider that local authority housing targets will also have been put at risk, and the government should look again at any proposed sanctions against local authorities in this regard. In summary, we support this bill principally because it recognises the important role of local authorities, both in supporting our local businesses and safeguarding our local communities. This is a government that places too much faith in technological solutions, whether it's in its doomed contact tracing app or as a way to make the Irish border magically disappear, and it is reassuring to see that it still recognises the value of local leadership and decision-making when it comes to meeting the health and economic challenges of this pandemic.
Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend and indeed to speak in the same debate as two excellent maidens. The honourable member for Sedgefield, excellent speech, I should say, and of course reminding me that we are next door but one neighbours, because I am also the neighbour of the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Big seats up north, some of them, and I'll be delighted to work alongside him in making sure that we get the right investment for the north of England. And indeed, once upon a time when Sedgefield was on the map for a different reason, 1997, I was a candidate for South Ribble and got annihilated just about holding my deposit. So I very much congratulate the Honourable Lady on it. Oh, it was an excellent and really entertaining speech. She, however, has the biggest and most formidable task ahead of her because she's now my dad's MP, which is going to, make life difficult for her. I note, by the way, that she was very on the fence, shall we say, on which team she supports. Her predecessor supported the right team, just to be clear. But anyway, marvellous speech, and thank you ever so much. Which one? Okay. Not North End, fair enough. So anyway, all the best. It was a wonderful speech from both maidens. On to even more serious matters, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You must have to really sit on the fence where you are, good golly. Burnley, Blackburn, my goodness me. Yes, absolutely. Stick with Clitheroe is my advice. So look, this period that we're in, I ought to say, first of all, that we, the Liberal Democrats, support the provisions of this bill and recognise how necessary they absolutely are. And one of the things that's worth saying is that we take ourselves back 3 and a bit months now and recognise the colossal sacrifice that so many people have made. And many people made that colossal sacrifice before there was any guarantee whatsoever of any kind of financial support that might have made that a little easier for them. My constituency has an average age 10 years above the national average. We were one of the infection hotspots right at the beginning. The numbers of deaths tragically high in our community in South Cumbria. And so many people running businesses of all sorts closed down or restricted their economic activity right at the beginning before there was any compensation available to them because they put the interests of their neighbours and people they never met before their own financial interests. And I want to pay tribute to my constituents for doing that and indeed for folks around the country. And it's worth saying, of course, that at the head of that movement to try to get people to restrict their economic activity right at the beginning, indeed even saying to people not to come and visit the Lake District, Britain's biggest tourist destination after London, was Cumbria Tourism itself, our own tourism board, who led the cause calling for people to visit us, but just not now, not yet, in order to keep people safe. And that sacrifice is something we need to remember and something I am very, very moved by and proud of. Of course, the government package did come weeks later, and it is very, very welcome. It's important in this process, in this crisis, that we find ways of working together and being collectively responsible for the mission to get Britain through the COVID crisis as much as possible. Though it is right for those of us on opposition benches and indeed on the back benches to hold the government accountable, to do so constructively. I take my role as Cumbria's only opposition MP seriously. It is a responsibility, and it's a responsibility not to abuse, to speak out, but also to recognise that my job absolutely be undermined, and I'll be undermining my constituents and folks across Cumbria, if I just took the opportunity to be oppositionalist for opposition's sake. So it's important to congratulate the government, to welcome and to work with them when they've done the right thing. And the furlough scheme, the grant schemes and so on undoubtedly saved, at least for the time being, millions of jobs around the country and thousands of jobs in my constituency. There are, however, some gaps, and I wanted to spend a moment or two talking about those. It's still beyond me that the government was not able to, and has still not been able to find a package that will be able to support those people who make their living by being directors of very small, limited companies. I can think of a person who I know well in my constituency who is a photographer. He's a one-person band, effectively. This is not somebody who is a director of some large corporation. This is somebody whose income has been completely stopped this last 3 months. The government surely could still find ways of making sure that those directors of small limited companies are able to get that support. I also think in this current package, as we're moving forward, of the plight of those people in the mobile catering industry whose interests have been represented incredibly well, especially by my honourable friend, the member for North East Fife, how important it is that they are explicitly referenced in the bill that we are talking about today, so that they are supported to be able to make a living going forward and to be supported for the shortfalls in their incomes in the last few months. I'm bound in particular, though, focus on the gap that is provision for those people who are self-employed but have been self-employed for not so long. 1 in 4 people who work in my constituency work for themselves, who are self-employed. The very nature of our community is one that is hugely entrepreneurial, and we're very, very proud of that. And indeed, the Council has focused its efforts on making sure that new business startups is one of its most important focuses. And of course, you'll know, Mr Deputy Speaker, that for many small businesses, making a profit in your first year or even in your second year is something that just doesn't happen. You put your effort, your money, your capital into getting going, and you maybe turn a profit in year 3. And those innovative, those risk-taking people who've made maybe a lifestyle choice to earn a bit less money but to live in a nice part of the world, put their kids through the local school and add to our community, those are the people who are falling through the gap. So when Westmorland and Lonsdale had the largest single increase in unemployment in the United Kingdom of 312%, you know that many of those, Mr Deputy Speaker, were people of that kind. Hard-working people, innovative people, starting off, and the government didn't find a way to be able to support them. They said that we weren't able to support them because there wasn't 12 months' worth of evidence of them operating. Well, I would argue strongly against that. But even if that is an argument, why, when we came to the second iteration of support, when some of those people denied the first time round would have then done 12 months, were those people not included? It's so important that that and those people are not forgotten, and we invest now as a country in supporting them. We have seen also that in my constituency, that 37% of the entire workforce is on furlough. That's the biggest number anywhere in the north of England, the biggest number of anybody outside of London. And I think it's important that we remember that a large part of that will be down to the significance of the hospitality and tourism sector. 60,000 people working in it throughout Cumbria, the bulk of them in my constituency, the Lake District, Yorkshire Dales and other parts of South Cumbria. Worth saying also that whilst we do look forward nervously, cautiously, but with a level of excitement to the 4th of July and the comeback of much of the hospitality and tourism industry, that we recognise that there are many businesses that will not be able to fully function. And I think of, for example, the poll, the survey that Cumbria Tourism did of its members just last week, where they discovered that 69% of those businesses will not be able to open fully even after the 4th of July. So we mustn't assume that everything's back to normal in just a week or two's time. Mr Deputy Speaker, with your permission, later on at the report stage, I want to talk to our proposal regarding new clause 1, where I talk about hospitality and tourism in a little bit more detail. So I'll not go further at this point. It's safe to say that I recognise many of the comments made by my honourable friend, the member for Richmond Park, and also the honourable member for Hackney South and Shoreditch about antisocial behaviour sometimes coming with this immediate upsurge in visitor numbers. It's not just in urban areas. The road on the east side of Colliston Water had to be closed down in the last couple of weeks because of the antisocial behaviour we've seen there, and many of the florid descriptions made by my friends here is repeated indeed in the Lake District and the Yorkshire Dales also. Many things I could say about that. One is the Countryside Code is very good. It doesn't need amending. It needs publicising, embedding in our schools and promoting by the government, and I hope that they will do just that. And just a final point about planning, and the planning restrictions or the easing of them being seen as an underpinning of the revival of our economy. And that's absolutely right. At times that will be something that is worth pursuing. I just want to point out to the Minister that in some cases the revitalisation of a local community can be helped by restrictions or new changes in planning law. In particular, I'm thinking of absentee ownership or second home ownership in places like the Lake District, Trough of Bowland, Yorkshire Dales and other places of natural beauty. Because in my constituency, 7,000 of our properties they're not holiday lets, they're second homes, they're bolt holes, they're not lived in 9/10ths, 19/20ths of the year. And that means a home owned by somebody who sends no children to the local school,
rarely contributes to the local post office, the bus service or what have you. And it is possible to build planning laws that would enable places like the Lake District and the Yorkshire Dales to have a lid on the number of empty homes in our communities. And therefore, as the community that has been built and shown to be vibrant during the COVID crisis, have that opportunity to grow still and not peter out due to a lack of full-time homes. It's right that the government talks. I'm intrigued by the speech the other night about Roosevelt. We'll wait to see if there's anything behind that. Undoubtedly, the only answer as we build back better from all this is to take that Keynesian investment-based approach and to do so in a thoroughly green way, in renewables, in recycling, in making sure that we have retrofitted insulation and moving forward public transport. Because this is an opportunity for us to build back better, to demonstrate our ambition for a different kind of country, but to do so in a way that our children, our grandchildren will thank us for, because we did so sustainably and renewably and in a thoroughly green way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I will keep my remarks short. First of all, I want to congratulate my honourable friends, the member for South Ribble and the member for Sedgefield, for two really remarkable maiden speeches. There is no question that we need to get the economy up and running again, and we need to do that with a sense of urgency. There's also no question of the fact that the hospitality and construction sectors have suffered and they need our help. So I do welcome a number of things in this bill. For instance, tables and chairs being allowed to be put on pavements on a temporary basis. However, I am concerned about one particular provision in the bill, and that has already been referenced by the member for Hackney South, and that is off sales of alcohol. Because as I read it, off sales of alcohol will be allowed to the same time as on sales of alcohol. Now, I've got a central London constituency, so I have many premises with late licences, and I do get concerned that if these late licences are to 1 o'clock in the morning, we will have these bars at 12:30 selling alcohol to big groups of people on the streets. And similar to both of the ladies opposite, Central London has seen issues over the course of the last 2 to 3 weeks. I certainly had issues at the weekend in my constituency where the police was heavily involved. So I would ask my right honourable friend really to think about whether we could put a time limit on off sales, let's say to 11 p.m. One other point I would raise is construction work on residential developments continuing until 9 p.m. Now, I was delighted that my right honourable friend said that this would not apply to single dwellings and that local authorities would have discretion even in major developments. Can I just ask my right honourable friend to ensure that local authorities do have that discretion? Because so many people who live in my constituency, they live in small terraced houses, bang on top of each other. They live in mansion blocks. It's not like building a new estate outside a new town where it doesn't really affect anyone. And I must say, you know, obviously I spent a few weeks at home during lockdown, and the idea of a basement development going on next door until 9 p.m. I would find intolerable. So I welcome what was said, but let's ensure that local authorities really do have that discretion. So just in conclusion, I welcome the bill, but I would ask my right honourable friend to consider this time restriction on licensing for off sales. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. First of all, before I start, can I just thank the Honourable Lady for South Ribble and the Honourable Gentleman for Sedgefield on their two maiden speeches. I've said before, Mr Deputy Speaker, the abundance of talent from the new members who have come to this House from all sides, but in particular, if I can say how much I thoroughly enjoyed both their speeches. Wish them both well for the future in this House. There will be many more contributions. If they're equally as good as they are today, I tell you what, we're in for a lot of good times for the future. It's been absolutely excellent. Thank you so much. As the explanatory notes for the bill make clear from the outset, the bill includes a range of measures to help business adjust to new ways of working as the country recovers from disruption caused by COVID-19. Can I put on record my thanks to government and to the ministers for what they've done to try and hold fast against COVID-19, but also to ensure that business had an opportunity to go forward. The measures support the transition from immediate crisis response and lockdown into recovery and getting the economy moving again. The measures support businesses to implement safer ways of working to manage the ongoing risk from COVID-19, in particular the need for social distancing. I'm probably not the only one, Mr Deputy Speaker, got a sort of summary of some information from SEBA, that's the Society for Independent Brewers, and they've asked a couple of questions, and I want to put it on record for answered, and perhaps maybe the Minister might be able to respond at the end in relation to it. Some breweries do not have a premises licence and cannot offer takeaway and delivery directly to the public. The bill will not help them during the COVID-19 crisis. 1 in 4 breweries, around 500 to 2,000 breweries in the UK, do not currently have any way to sell directly to the public. And small breweries have seen their sales reduced by 65 to 82% because of COVID-19 and have not received the same level of financial support as pubs in the hospitality sector, such as the business rate holiday or the £25,000 grant. 65% of small breweries have been mothballed since COVID-19. Trade during the summer months will be vital for their survival. Some have been using the temporary events notices to offer limited services, but the very nature of those they are limited in time and number, and as will already be registered with the HMRC under the Alcohol Wholesaler Registration Scheme and approved as a fit and proper person. So the small breweries are asking 3 questions. Are calling for an extension to the licensing relaxation to allow small independent breweries who cannot sell directly to the public to be able to do so on a temporary basis. This could be by extending the authorisation of off-sales to small breweries that certainly do not hold a premise licence, but are registered under the Alcohol Wholesaler Registration Scheme, allowing those small breweries that do not have a premise licence to apply quickly and more easily by treating the application as a minor variation, which perhaps might be a simpler way of doing it. And thirdly, expanding the number and time period for temporary events notices to assist those breweries, allowing them for takeaways and deliveries. So maybe at the end perhaps we can have some response to that. Absolutely none of us in this chamber could argue with the need for this bill. With an estimated 25% of the people on furlough facing redundancy, there's a clear, crystal clear need for help for business, not simply in the form of grants, but right through the economic period. Only this morning I had a business owner with 2 small convenience stores on the phone asking for clarity on the new regulations, and it means that he will be allowed a greater number of people in the shop and hopefully less people having to queue who then go elsewhere rather than wait. And why is that unfair? It's unfair, Madam Deputy Speaker, because the problem is that this owner, the same applies to the big supermarket chains, meaning that the wait time for them is less and the people are able to get most of their shop in one place. So all businesses apart from the major supermarkets are clearly facing a rough time ahead. So it's so abundantly clear that we must enable businesses, and especially small businesses, which are the backbone of the economy, to survive this time. We in Northern Ireland have the largest number of small and medium businesses in proportion to all of the United Kingdom. The High Street in ours, in my major town, has won the Northern Ireland High Street of the Year 2019. I'm now doing with others all we can to secure grant funding and measures with the local council to help those boutique shops which people travel to the length of Northern Ireland to get to survive. What a difference a few months makes. The bill also has measures to help haulage businesses and other commercial interests, and this is absolutely necessary. And as I have said, I'm supportive of this. However, something which has to be highlighted by me by an interested party is a concern to me, and I believe must be addressed. That is the closure of the bill powers. To give one example of an issue which the Minister will have received correspondence from my office is the issue of licensing, in particular HGV licensing. In simple terms, this bill rightly gives the Secretary of State the power to issue exemptions from testing as the Secretary of State sees fit. He can also withdraw that exemption at any time too. However, the concern for me is that there is no obligation to set standards or rules in the Secretary of State powers are constrained. In previous times, such power vested in a minister would be resisted by Parliament, especially without a covering sunset clause, which would make the power temporary. I would ask the Minister again, and I know that the Secretary of State mentioned it in the beginning, but I unfortunately didn't get the chance to ask this question. The 12-month exemption can be granted so that those haulage companies and operators can maintain the schedules for maintenance are not compromised, and that those schedules don't have to be rearranged twice. So it's just to make sure that those companies are able to deliver and have their maintenance schedules in place, not to be disadvantaged in any way, and also then the issue of new vehicles and trailers as well. I do welcome the information in the leaflet and booklet we had, the temporary reduction in duration of certain driving licences in Northern Ireland. This is a response to some of the things that I've written to the Minister about, so I'm glad to see these in place. And it tells me that we all have a role to play in this House to assure and change the mind of the Minister, or advise him in a way that he can come forward with some ideas, which he's quite clearly done. Thank him for that. We all understand that unprecedented times calls for unprecedented measures, and this is why I was pleased with the furlough scheme, and many people have taken advantage of that. And indeed, to be quite honest, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would say if the furlough scheme had not been there, many of the businesses would not be here now either at this moment. So the furlough scheme has done some excellent work. It's ensured that businesses were able to hold on until we get the chance to reopen over the next period of time, which will take place. But we must also ensure that we are securing the way forward and not having the Minister with absolute unending power as the new norm. This is not how democracy works, and I just put this caution in, and I hold firm to the belief that whereas I do not always agree with the outcome of that democracy, such as the imposition of, and we know it's not the issue for this year, but an example has been done in this House in recent abortion bill for Northern Ireland, which we think and we agreed should have been an issue that the devolved Assembly should have been looking after and should have made that decision. This is something that we are in great danger of forgetting, and we can never allow power to be abused in whatever form that will be. So I would ask the Minister to act to insert a sunset clause in order to bring the powers to an end, or to have further accountability in the process of decision making in relation to this business and planning bill. I conclude with this comment, Madam Deputy Speaker. We need this bill. I support this bill, but we also need accountability and limitation of power. And I ask the Minister to come back on this matter and thank government for all their help so far. We need it for the future as well. We need it for our businesses to take us right through to the last part of this year, and hopefully with the reduction in the R rate across the whole of the United Kingdom, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and especially as we've done in Northern Ireland, where it is reducing greatly, that I think may be the future. As Captain Moore always says, tomorrow will be a better day.
Celine Saxby.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Reducing and removing red tape is vital to enable businesses to rapidly bounce back as they reopen. In North Devon, we are blessed with vast areas of open space, and so many of our pubs, cafes and restaurants will be able to open more effectively this summer if customers are able to spill onto pavements, car parks and beaches. I warmly welcome this bill and the opportunities it presents to so many of the local businesses I love to visit, such as John's in Instow, Lillico's in Barnstaple, SQ of Braunton, the Rising Sun in Linton and the Grove in Kings Nympton. I recognise consultation with stakeholders has been undertaken. However, with an elderly population in North Devon, I do remain somewhat concerned that clear access along pavements must be available to the disabled and partially sighted who frequently find street furniture a hazard, and trust this will be facilitated. I hope the proposed amendments to the planning process will include measures to enable our town centres to revitalise themselves completely, giving speedy changes of use and opportunities for new businesses or much needed housing to be rapidly developed in the unfortunately ever-growing number of vacant shops on our high streets. As already mentioned in the debate, all of this will not be possible if our councils do not have the resource to deliver this. Multiple layers of councils in counties such as Devon do not always have that resource, despite their best attempts to deliver rapidly. Indeed, the interaction between different council tiers makes such changes more challenging. Councils have given an unprecedented response to the pandemic, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the teams at North Devon District Council, the Town Councils and Devon County Council for their tireless commitment despite their increased workload. I do, however, fear that, as we have already seen in North Devon, some of these well-intentioned initiatives are hard to bring to fruition and take far too long to implement. Small district councils currently have small teams, some still working from home, with poor broadband already overloaded. Reducing red tape can only work if council teams are able to implement plans rapidly and have the necessary resources to deliver what our businesses and high streets so desperately need. This is not to in any way criticise the work of the officers and staff at my local councils, but more to recognise the structural difficulties that are endemic with multiple layers of local government. I would like to take this opportunity to urge you all to come and visit some of the fantastic pubs, cafes and restaurants we have in North Devon. In the coming weeks, enjoy our great hotels, holiday parks and B&Bs, and enjoy and indulge the new outdoor drinking and dining facilities that hopefully will rapidly appear with the passing of this bill. Those of us that live in North Devon all year round know you need to be robust to dine with us outside. It can be wet and windy, but that is part of the charm of a British seaside holiday. We have weathered many storms back home, and we will weather this economic one as well. The shops of Barnstaple, Ilfracombe, South Molton and Braunton will be more than happy to sell you additional waterproof and windproof layers as we seek innovative outfits to dine out in with weather like we had this weekend. Or take a leaf out of my book and wear your wetsuit more.
Caroline Nooks.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would very much like to add my tribute to the two brilliant maiden speeches that we have heard this afternoon, perhaps particularly, and you'll expect this coming from the Chair of the Women and Equalities Select Committee, the avowed commitment to girl power that we had from my honourable friend for South Ribble. She spoke of Queen Carter Mantua, whoever she may be, but of course I'm now going to lapse into those awful vowel sounds and use the word actually rather a lot. It's okay though, we made firm friends on our first meeting, and she does forgive me for being from south of the M4. She doesn't yet know where that is. This debate this afternoon is a brilliant opportunity to highlight some of the challenges that our local businesses have faced over the course of this pandemic. I really welcome the measures that we have seen for pubs in particular, and the ability to have off sales and to extend the way in which they work. In my constituency of Romsey and Southampton North, we've seen so far, and I highlight only two examples, there are many other hostelries. The Hatchet Inn in Sheffield English, where they got regulars to sponsor sheds in the car park, which are converted into dining areas. At the end of the pandemic, the sheds are set off to their new homes to become woodsheds. But that did provoke a challenge, and a challenge that I'd like the Minister to think about, because whilst these outdoor dining areas were brilliantly located in the car park, they were of course within the curtilage of a listed building, and I'm sure up and down the country many of us have public houses which are also listed buildings, or perhaps my constituency is particularly blessed. And the reality is that old 18th century pubs, coaching inns, tend to be very small inside. They have low ceilings, they have small doorways. So actually the alternative, and particularly in a rural area you can get away with this quite easily, is you spread outdoors. So you go into the car park, you go into the beer garden. And that brings me to another point, which is the Rockingham Arms in the village of West Wellow has already installed a marquee at the front of the building, hard up against the road. Now, I absolutely welcome it, and the Rockingham is one of my favourite pubs in the entire constituency, so I have no doubt I will find myself in the tent on the car park. But it does bring the outdoor dining much closer to local residents. So I particularly welcome the ability of local councils to exert their influence, to work hand in glove, both with publicans and with the licensing authorities, to make sure that these solutions are appropriate for every place and in every circumstance. Now, I have to say, with the Hatchet, who initially thought they might have to submit a full-on listed building application, they're working very closely with Test Valley Borough Council to make sure that that doesn't have to happen. But these are exactly the sort of challenges that will be thrown up on a case-by-case basis. I wish also to speak a little bit about pavements And we've heard the very valid concerns about the elderly and those with disabilities, particularly from the RNIB and guide dogs, who are concerned that those with a visual impairment will find outdoor seating a challenge. But we have to find a way to manage that. In the centre of Romsey, we're very lucky. Within the last 12 months or so, the County Council has spent in excess of £2 million providing us a new outdoor piazza in the centre of the town. And that, I'm sure, is going to provide a real boon to premises like Josie's, like Cafe Fresh, like Cafe Number 5, so that they can have outside seating areas, if only we can make sure that the sun will shine. Although I have to give credit to the former leader of the County Council, I must declare a personal interest there, who was absolutely determined that the seating area would be on the particular side of the marketplace where the sun stays until late on in the afternoon. It's no good if these areas are in the shade. This is, as I've said, a good bill and an important bill, but we are talking planning and business, and it would be very remiss of me not to get on to one of my favourite hobby horses. I think I'm possibly the only MP speaking this afternoon from the Solent region, and I absolutely welcome the measures being taken to enable house builders to get on and build. I think it's important. I absolutely concur with those who have said that this must be done sensitively in residential areas. Of course it must. But in South Hampshire, we have a particular problem with nitrates. So planning permissions haven't been able to be granted for many months because of the nitrate build-up in the Solent, which leads to algae, which means that we actually have a massive logjam in the planning system. We have many councils in real danger of not meeting their housing targets. So whilst I've got the Housing Minister sat on the Treasury bench, it would be absolutely remiss of me not to mention to him that please can he crack on with DEFRA and Natural England and find a solution to this significant problem. And moving on to another great hobby horse of mine, there has been an enormous amount of work done to open up the economy in a safe and measured way. We've seen all sorts of sectors coming back, but I can't help but feel that this has been a recovery designed by men for men. And what we have seen is female-led businesses left to the back of the pile. It's very obvious that men with hair need barbers and hairdressers. They perhaps find less need for pedicures and leg waxes. And it's absolutely noticeable that the beauty industry has 90% female employees, and the majority of them are women-led businesses. We're preventing our female entrepreneurs from getting back to work. And it seems to me to make little sense that a haircut is okay, but a pedicure is not. Perhaps the Minister knows how far feet are from anybody's mouth, although I have a habit of putting mine in mine. And I also wanted to talk a little bit about sport. So we were very quick to see football, fishing and golf return. I absolutely get women like all of those things, but football audiences are 67% male. What you cannot do yet is open up a yoga studio. There is a massive difference between factory-style gyms with banks of treadmills and individual yoga and Pilates studios where there are very few aerosol emissions and they can be cleaned very thoroughly in between individual customers. Even if it is a group yoga session, you can have massive space between individual participants. Again, yoga instructors, 80% female, and the client base too, predominantly female. So I appreciate that there is no longer a Bays Minister on the Treasury bench, and I wish very much that the Secretary of State had been here to hear me make these points, because I think it's crucially important that we do reflect that this appears to have been a male-led recovery which has taken little account of either the physical, the emotional or the mental well-being of women. So I would just urge my honourable friend to make sure that when he winds up he considers that we need to have a recovery that brings women along with us, or else we will fail.
David Johnston.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I add to the long list of deserved congratulations to my honourable friend, the member for Sedgefield, and my honourable friend, who's actually a good friend, not just an honourable one, the member for South Ribble. She may be completely misguided about football, and in a minute I'll ask her to intervene and tell us all who won the Premier League recently, but she's a good egg nonetheless, and they've both shown why their constituents made a good choice. I wanted to speak in this debate really because I think this is exactly the sort of thing the government should be doing at this time. And I welcome the ability that there will be to vary construction hours, to extend outlying planning permission, to make changes to the Consumer Credit Act to facilitate bounce-back loans, which I have had universal praise for in my constituency, in contrast to the CBIL loans, where it was felt that the banks were being slow and bureaucratic. The bounce-back loans have been very warmly welcomed. But particularly I wanted to speak about the ability of allowing bars and pubs and restaurants to seat people outside and serve people outside, and to focus especially on pubs. From the Barrington Arms in Shrivenham to the Town Arms in Wallingford, I have 85 pubs in my constituency, which puts me in the top 8 constituencies for number of pubs in this place. And we've heard a lot about how many of them have been closed, how many of them have had to furlough staff, how few of them have more than 6 months cash. And so I think the government's support package for them has been phenomenal. I think the business grant scheme, the furlough scheme, the business rates holiday have all been hugely welcome. But this is a sector that's been in trouble for, or at least faced some challenges for some time. And between 2010 and 2019, the number of pubs in the UK fell by 29%. So they've been having some real challenges for many years before we got to coronavirus. And in rural constituencies, and mine is predominantly a rural constituency, that's a particular problem because the pub in a village is the beating heart of that village life. It's quite literally, after a certain time, the only light that's on for some considerable distance. And in the community's response to coronavirus, pubs in my constituency, and I'm sure many others, have been at the heart of the response. The George and Dragon pub in Upton said to elderly and vulnerable people, if there are any essentials that you can't get, give us a ring and we'll go and find them and we will bring them to you entirely free of charge. The Fox in Denchworth has been, with the help of a couple of benefactors, being given free fish and chips to every villager every week during this period, 171 villagers. And it's now got a challenge where you can earn gift vouchers to spend there if you lose 10% of your body weight in 2 months, which I think many of us could join in the hope of having a healthier lifestyle. So despite all the challenges they've been facing, those pubs have been there for their communities, and now those communities want to be there to support those pubs. And reducing from 2 metres to 1 metre will certainly help, but I really do feel that the measures allowing them to more easily seat and serve people outside will make it that little bit easier for us to support them and give them the best chance of survival.
Yeah. Andrew Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I also add my congratulations and tribute to the Honourable Member for Sedgefield and our own Queen Cartamanga, the new Honourable Member for South Ribble. Fantastic contributions. As someone who joined this House recently after 27 years themselves in business, I welcome the measures in this bill. They're positive and practical steps at a time of national need, and I look at them as well with one eye to how they're going to help our wider economic growth, which is the next challenge coming at us. For most of these businesses, it's a very thin line between costs that are mostly fixed and revenues which, even at the best of times, depend upon a myriad of factors. All the government help in the world, and this government has been generous and done what it takes, is no substitute for real customers and real revenues. So the measures in this bill are literally a lifeline for many of the hospitality businesses in Arundel and South Downs that I represent. As the Federation of Small Business has said, the measures on food and drink outdoors will help small businesses in the hospitality sector resume trading with confidence, and they will. In most businesses, the single most valuable commodity is time. So having short and clear timeframes for the grant of a licence is as much of a benefit as is capping the administration costs. I'd like to join my remarks, actually, to the member for Romsey and Southampton North. And there's nothing here for businesses like spas and nail bars. And I'd like to see some of the same creative thinking that's put this package together applied to those and to exhibition businesses, which have been quite hardly hit in my constituency and don't have a path to reopen. Madam Deputy Speaker, members on both sides of the House will recognise the familiar sight of queues outside our pharmacies during this crisis. Ahead of the winter, it would be very welcome if ministers would take the opportunity to repeal the 2013 Local Pharmaceutical Services Regulations to remove one of the last restrictive practices on our high streets. As our population ages, our pharmacists have a vital role in our towns and villages. But there's a current regulatory requirement to demonstrate need, which acts as a barrier, meaning there's not a single pharmacy store on Arundel High Street, forcing the elderly and infirm to walk almost a mile out of town for the simplest prescriptions. I think this would be a simple and a popular change. Like others, I also welcome the reforms to the planning process. And here too, as we look to boost the economy, there may be sensible opportunities. I urge my ministerial colleagues to go further in future. The shift from working from home offers a step change in productivity, sustainability, and the employment of previously excluded groups, like former mothers joining the workplace. The extension of permitted development rights to create home and garden offices, as well as the automatic change of use from retail and office premises to residential, would lock in those benefits and help create the homes our nation needs. Finally, I note the one permanent change to the way the Planning Inspectorate works in today's bill. Now, with the greatest respect to the hard-working individuals involved, too often the Planning Inspectorate is the sticking plaster on a broken process. We literally ask it to reconcile the impossible and then wonder why it produces answers that please nobody. The answer, and I accept, Madam Deputy Speaker, is probably a longer debate for another day, is an end to one-size-fits-all planning policies that mean measures designed to expedite rapid construction in towns and cities that do have the infrastructure to cope also end up blighting rural areas, and yet still the homes don't get built. The Centre for Cities says that with imagination we can easily accommodate all of the new dwellings that we need within the existing curtilage of our cities. I agree, and as we focus on sustainability, food supply chains and achieving the net zero that we've baked into law, we have the opportunity once and for all to make clear that precious woodland, countryside, agricultural land or rural floodplains must never be developed for housing, putting an end to the long-term planning blight suffered by my constituents around Adversane, West Grinstead and the 17 parishes around Henfield. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to support the Government on today's excellent bill, but where possible, I urge them to go further and faster in the interest of business and the economy.
Kevin Hollandry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to speak after my honourable friend for Arundel even, and South Downs, and but even greater pleasure to speak after my honourable friends for South Ribble and Sedgefield, who made a wonderful maiden speeches. It's great to hear those regional voices, and they are from the north, they are for the north, they will add to the compelling case to rebalance this country by further investment in the north, and it's great to hear them making that case in their speeches. I will focus most of my comments on Clause 12 of the bill, but I would like to welcome all measures within the bill, particularly the aid to the hospitality sector. I have some very fine hostelries in my constituency, Madam Deputy Speaker, including, I've got to say, the world's best restaurant as identified by TripAdvisor. It's the Black Swan at Olstead. It's a wonderful place. It's about 4 miles from my house, and it's run by celebrity chef Tommy Banks, who's a local person, a local family. It's a wonderful, wonderful backstory. But there's many, many good restaurants through my patch, and they're getting lots of support through this bill. But Clause 12, of course, talks about bounce-back loans, and I think it's been a huge success of the government, an excellent scheme that many, many businesses have taken advantage of. I think about 1 million businesses who have secured a bounce-back loan. And this was a scheme to get money out the door as quickly as possible to businesses in need. Of course, the worry we might have, I think it's fair to say, not every business, because of the depth of this crisis, probably the length and depth of this crisis, not every business is going to get through this recession. And this is the third recession I have been involved in my business, and this is no doubt the most difficult. I think what we've got to make sure, I absolutely think it's right that we suspended the provisions of the Consumer Credit Act to get that money out the door quickly, so lenders didn't have a responsibility to make sure the business was credit worthy for the amounts of money they were taking. The worry is what happens down the line. And I am the co-chair of the All-Party Group for Fair Business Banking. We have that all-party group has spent much of the last decade trying to fight for justice for lots of businesses that were badly treated in 2008 and post-2008. And we desperately want to make sure that does not happen again. And it's great to hear the Secretary of State, in his opening remarks, confirm that although the Consumer Credit Act provisions have been suspended in terms of credit worthiness, they have not been suspended in terms of collection, which should mean lenders show forbearance if things do go wrong. And inevitably, some businesses are going to need help to get through this, and sadly, some businesses will simply fail. We've got to make sure those businesses are treated fairly through the process. I think for our larger banks that are regulated firms, there is now the senior managers regime, which is a requirement to treat customers fairly through that, and a requirement to stick to the Lending Standards Board, a lending practice for business customers, which is good. So there are checks and balances we can apply to the bigger banks. A note of caution, though, there are quite a few lenders that are distributing loans through this scheme that are not regulated firms, so do not come under that regime. Additionally, some of them, I believe, are not even accountable to the Financial Ombudsman Service. So if there is a dispute, they don't have a means of alternative dispute resolution. So we've got to make sure the message goes out loud and clear to lenders who have distributed money through these schemes, that they treat the customers fairly through that process if things go wrong, and make sure any restructuring does give that business every chance of staying in business and every chance of getting through this crisis. In terms of the lenders distributing the loans, it's been a huge success. But one of the big successes over the last few years we've seen in the SME lending market has been the emergence of the fintech sector alternative lenders, which is breaking the stranglehold of the big four banks that it has over SME lending. 80% of SME lending is controlled through the big four banks, and we want to see much more choice for SMEs when they come to their borrowing decisions. One of the difficulties with this scheme, and the British Business Bank has authorised a lot of lenders for the CBIL scheme, and I think about 80 lenders for the CBIL scheme and about 20 lenders for the Bounce Back Loan scheme. The difficulty with that is not just about getting authorisation, it's also getting access to funds. Now, the big banks, being actual banks, so deposit-taking banks, they get access to something called the Term Funding Scheme. So they can borrow money off the Bank of England at 0.1%. If they're lending money then at 2.5% or 3 or 4% in terms of the CBIL scheme, that still makes commercial sense to do so. They've got access to monies. If you look at non-bank lenders, so we're talking about fintechs, you're talking about people like Funding Circle, Tide, iWalker, or lots of people in the asset finance space. They do not get access to that term funding scheme. They're relying on borrowing from their normal sources, wholesale markets, and they can't borrow as cheaply. And also the government guarantee specifically excludes the loan guarantee if you're borrowing money from third parties. It puts them in a very difficult situation. Tide themselves had secured £500 million to distribute to UK businesses through an EU wholesale funder, but then couldn't provide that money, as it turns out, because of the lack of guarantee over that lending. It is something the Treasury is aware of, I know, but it's something we need to deal with to make sure that, that these the choice of finance provision is as wide as possible for our SMEs. The other way to deal with this, of course, is the banks that can access the term funding scheme will simply on-lend to other lenders, to non-bank lenders, but that's not working currently. So it's something, it does need to be a work in progress that we need to deal with. Just finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, in terms of bounce back loans and receivables, a number of speakers have mentioned bounce back loans are relatively easy to get, receivables are much more difficult. You can move from one to the other. You can get a bounce back loan and then upgrade to a CBILS loan, get your first loan quickly, and then get a CBILS loan with a higher amount to pay off your original loan, which is right and proper and the right thing to do. But still, lots of businesses are not managing to get a CBILS loan because the criteria is stricter. Now, the EU has now said one of the reasons behind that is there are restrictions around on state aid, one of which is undertakings in difficulty cannot be supported through those schemes at the moment. Now, the EU has said it will drop that requirement, which is good. It is an EU requirement, and we are still bound by that currently, but we do need to implement that quickly, which means that more businesses could come forward and borrow and get access to the CBIL scheme as they need more money. So that aside, this is an excellent bill. I will be supporting it if we go through the division lobbies, and I very much welcome it to this House. Thank you.
Steve Reid.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to start by saying that I welcome this bill on behalf of the Labour Party. It's a pleasure, after my disagreements with the Secretary of State over recent weeks, to find myself broadly in agreement with the government front bench this evening, and I would like to thank the Minister for engaging with me so constructively over recent days about this. Businesses clearly need more support to get back to work quickly and safely. This bill is a start, and it's intended to enable the next phase of easing the lockdown to go ahead. But before I elaborate, I'd like to thank the members on all sides who have made contributions to the debate this evening, including my right honourable friend, the member for Hackney South and Shoreditch, who raised concerns about the impact of further relaxing licensing on antisocial behaviour that I'm sure the Minister will wish to respond to. And I would like to add my congratulations to the many that we've heard around the House this evening on the two maiden speeches from the new honourable members for South Ribble and Sedgefield, both very different speeches in style, but both extremely admirable debuts to this chamber, and I look forward to many more, I suspect, entertaining contributions from the Right Honourable Lady sitting on the benches opposite. The country is facing a major recession, perhaps the worst in 3 centuries. It will take a major national effort to help families and employers to get through this, while also making sure the risks of a second damaging peak in COVID-19 infection are minimised. These circumstances would be challenging for any government, and without a vaccine, and we don't have one yet, nothing is risk-free. My right honourable friend, speaking from the dispatch box earlier, outlined how the opposition has supported the government in many key decisions through this pandemic, and that extends to this bill and other very significant measures like the furlough scheme. But we must recognise too, so that we can learn from them, that the government has made mistakes that have made the situation more difficult than it needed to be. Their initial promises on council funding have still not been matched by action, leading many local authorities who will be key to supporting economic recovery in their own localities uncertain about funding just a few weeks ahead, let alone in the months and years ahead as the recession deepens. The government's instinct to over-centralise and their failure to listen enough to communities and professionals on the front line has led to serious and avoidable failures in obtaining protective equipment, ramping up testing, protecting care homes, and accurately identifying everyone who needed to support to self-isolate through the shielding programme. I would add to that, in the light of what we've seen in Leicester today and over recent days, a failure to share the data on the infection rates in localities with the relevant authorities in those localities who will need it in order to marshal the support that is needed to enforce local lockdowns if they are required. After the government wasted 2 months on a centralised track and trace programme based on an app that never worked, they belatedly, although rightly recognised the importance of engaging local government and public health professionals, but not soon enough to provide reassurance that the lockdown could be eased as safely as possible. And as a result of that, we are reopening, but with higher levels of risk than were necessary. These failures have made the challenges to people's health, people's jobs, our high streets and our businesses worse than they needed to be, and there are important lessons to learn if we want to avoid a second lockdown. The hospitality sector faces particular challenges. The temporary changes to licensing rules will help pubs, cafes, bars and restaurants to reopen quickly and serve customers outside. Many of these businesses operate on extremely tight margins, and without this lifeline, many would not survive, so the changes are welcome. The British Beer and Pub Association points out that 10,000 pubs are not eligible for the government's grant scheme. They say that unless the government makes specific support available now, thousands of pubs will close for good, taking hundreds of thousands of jobs with them, and we can't allow that to happen to such an important part of the British way of life for so many people. So I hope the government will move quickly to provide the support that's needed. My right honourable friend, the Shadow Secretary of State for Business, has made some very important points about the need for the government to review the flexibility of the furlough scheme to support the specific needs of the hospitality sector. Sectors of the economy will open at different rates. Some are more susceptible to COVID-19 related restrictions than others, and the hospitality sector is one of the most at risk. So there needs to be greater flexibility, or many businesses that are vital to the life and the identity of their locality and the jobs that come with them will be lost forever. Local authorities have a key role to play in supporting their local hospitality sector, but they need greater clarity from the government on their new role. The government must be clear on how the new licensing requirements will be monitored and enforced, given the severe lack of resources available in local authorities to carry out those functions. Council budgets are under unprecedented pressure after 10 years of austerity and the government's broken promises on fully compensating them for the costs they've incurred as a result of COVID-19. So it's important that the government now offers cast iron guarantees that none of the measures in this bill will place further costs on councils that could lead to further cuts elsewhere. We welcome the extension of construction site working hours. The sector has a backlog of work to catch up on, and this flexibility will allow that to happen. It's important that communities do not feel their interests are being ignored in this. So Labour would like to see councils given the discretion they need to restrict hours of operation where there's a compelling and overriding local reason to do so. The introduction of more flexible planning appeals is also welcome in speeding up the process, although perhaps not as flexible as the Secretary of State has been involved in recently. But we want reassurance that no legitimate voice is digitally excluded from being heard. Local government is worried about the cost implications of these new rules, so I would urge the Minister to publish a report detailing the extra costs councils will face in processing increased volumes of planning applications through this new system. The measures to speed up lending through the Bounce Back loan scheme are welcome, but I hope the government will also recognise that many businesses are still finding it difficult to access loans through CBILS as the backlog builds up and the rules lock out too many. We need a fresh look at how the scheme can be amended to support more businesses and faster. And I agree too with the points made by the Right Honourable Member for Westmoreland and Lonsdale about people who are directors of small limited companies, often people like freelancers who have been denied support, and I know from my own constituency in Croydon North are really struggling as a result. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the measures in this bill are welcome and we will help to ensure its passage. But I want to be clear, this bill only helps at the margins of what will be needed. We are facing a deep recession, possibly the worst for 3 centuries. Millions of people up and down the country fear for their jobs and for their livelihoods. We will need more than this bill to help this country weather the coming storm, but for this evening we welcome the bill and we will support its passage through the House.
Minister, Mr. Chris Pincher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I first of all, I'm sure on behalf of the whole House, write into the record my appreciation of the maiden speeches of my honourable friends, the member for South Ribble and the member for Sedgefield. The honourable lady, the member for South Ribble, demonstrated some oratorical elasticity in the sense that she was able to draw together Tacitus, Cartimandua and Peter Kay. Historians amongst us recognise and honour that feat, although I suspect that the Whip's office paid greater attention to the fact that she said that she might occasionally prefer to be a rebel. My honourable friend, the member for Sedgefield, paid fulsome tribute to Phil Wilson, a strong and fine member of the opposition Whip's office. She also paid some tribute to the chap that preceded him, I forget his name. He spoke with prose, he gave us some poetry, but whether he speaks in poetry or prose, Madam Deputy Speaker, he will always be welcome in this chamber, and perhaps one day even in Trindon Labour Club. I'd also like to congratulate my honourable friends, the members for Meriden, Kensington, North Devon, for their support for the measures that we're introducing. I shall say some more words about those shortly. Rumsey and Southampton North, I congratulate the entrepreneurial spirit of all at the Rockingham Arms and look forward to her letter to me on nitrates. My honourable friend, the member for Wantage, for Arundel and South Down, and my honourable friend, the member for Thirsk and Moulton, and his support for the bounce back loan, a message I shall pass on to my right honourable friend, the Chancellor. I should also like to thank all honourable members from across the House for this lively and constructive and I think supportive debate, and I'm grateful to the honourable member, the member for North Croydon, for his support for these measures. He is right that occasionally we fling some spice and some ginger across the chamber in our debates, but when it really matters, when the chips are down, we all want the best for our country, and that is why we are coming together to support this bill tonight. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is good news for our businesses, for jobs, and for everyone looking forward to enjoying a safe summer as we bounce back from an incredibly difficult period. We need to tread carefully. But thanks to the sacrifices and the resolve of the British people and the unprecedented support this government has provided, we are turning a corner and on the road to recovery. And this bill is pivotal to that economic and social recovery. And I'm pleased that the measures it contains to support hard-hit sectors and help businesses adjust to new, safer ways of working have, as I say, been largely welcomed. As my right honourable friend, the Business Secretary, said earlier, we listened to and we worked with a wide variety of stakeholders and experts, and we're delivering on what they told us through this bill. And so I welcome this opportunity to address important issues raised in this debate to ensure the bill gets Britain back to work safely and the path and the prosperity and the opportunities we all want to see is returned to our economic sector. Madam Deputy Speaker, we know that the hospitality industry is raring to go. Our restaurants, our pubs, our bars want to make the most of summer trading and welcome back their customers. And it's vital we support them to do that safely. As my right honourable friend said, this is the third largest employer in our economy, with the pandemic and social distancing measures having serious consequences for its ability to operate. And that is why the bill will temporarily make it easier for businesses, including restaurants, pubs and bars, to obtain a licence to set up outdoor seating and to sell either food or alcohol or both, with a fast track to get permission for furniture such as tables and chairs on pavements, thereby enabling them to maximise capacity within social distancing guidelines. Now, I understand, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there may be concerns about potential obstruction of highways. And so I want to reassure you and the House that we are taking steps to mitigate this. Recommended minimum footway widths and distances required for those, for example, with impaired vision and mobility will be clearly set out using the Department for Transport's inclusive mobility guidelines, striking a balance between the effective use of space and maintaining traffic and thoroughfare. In addition, we will provide councils with enforcement powers and the ability to revoke licences where conditions are breached. Madam Deputy Speaker, I should emphasise that these changes to outdoor eating and drinking and off sales will be carefully implemented to minimise public nuisance and reduce any crime or disorder. The police already have powers to issue closure notices to a premises in such cases under Section 76 of the Antisocial Behaviour Act 2014. But we're also building in safeguards to this bill, such as an expedited review process for alcohol licences, which allows responsible authorities such as the police to quickly alter the licensing conditions granted to premises if necessary. They will be able to revoke permissions granted. And I will work with my colleagues in the Home Office and the Local Government Association to ensure that these measures work. Madam Deputy Speaker, taken together, these temporary new measures will be a lifeline for our hospitality industry, as are those we're proposing to planning to restart the construction industry and deliver the homes this country still very much needs. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
Minister, in the contribution that I made, I referred to the temporary events notices for those breweries. Has the Minister had a chance to look at the provisions that they need to ensure that they can continue to prosper and do well after this COVID crisis is over?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman mentions breweries. He will know that this bill very largely covers England and Wales. It doesn't cover other areas of devolved community. What I can tell him with respect to breweries, however, is that by ensuring that their customers open up and are able to sell alcohol to their customers, we're helping breweries around our country and in Northern Ireland, whether they be big or small. Madam Deputy Speaker, as honourable members have heard, activity is picking up in the construction industry, another sector that's an engine of our economy and that is keen to get Britain building again. And I want particularly to pay tribute to construction workers up and down our country, workers who worked through the pandemic and the businesses that have got their sites back up and running in these very difficult circumstances. I'm pleased to be supporting their efforts through the Safe Working Charter, which was developed by my department with the Home Builders Federation. But we know that there is more to do. Home starts and completions are well down on last year, with planning permissions for at least 60,000 homes hanging in the balance. And that is why we're speeding up the planning system through these temporary measures in this bill as part of a wider reform to ensure it is fit for the 21st century. This means greater flexibility for builders to seek extensions to site working hours to facilitate social distancing, which will support the economic recovery of the sector, the safe economic recovery of the sector. Madam Deputy Speaker, we want work on construction sites to resume swiftly and safely. But I recognise the potential effect of this change on residents at a time when we're all spending more time at home. And I think a number of members, including my honourable friend, the member for Kensington, raised this point. I encourage builders to work constructively with local communities and councils to minimise disruption. And I want to be clear that councils will retain local discretion over the decision-making process. They also have legal duties regarding statutory nuisance, which continue, and they know their areas best, and that is why they will continue to have discretion in their local decision-making process. They are well placed to judge the effect on local businesses and residents, and where there should be an unacceptable impact, they retain the discretion to refuse extended hours. Madam Deputy Speaker, we're also enabling the extension of planning permissions that have or are about to expire since the lockdown began, saving quite literally hundreds of projects. This is at the request of local authorities and the construction sector. I recognise there is risk of schemes being delayed further if existing permissions are extended too long, and that's why this will only be a temporary measure. Our extension date of the 1st of April 2021 strikes the right balance between giving certainty to the sector while ensuring there are no further undue delays to new development. Another significant measure which will help us double the pace of appeals while maintaining fair decision-making is the proposal to enable the Planning Inspectorate to advance appeals using more than one type of procedure. When we tested this hybrid approach last year, we more than halved the appeal time. This change, backed by all parties in the planning system, will be introduced on a permanent basis. Now, it's important in making these changes, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we bring communities with us. And I'm satisfied that by agreeing through the bill to temporarily remove the requirement for copies of the London Plan to be made available for inspection at premises and on request, and instead enabling inspection free of charge by electronic means, the interests of transparency and accountability will be served. So, Madam, I will give way to my honourable friend.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm actually very grateful for my honourable friend for clarifying a point that I was raised earlier on in the Secretary of State's speech. But I just wonder if I could just ask just a slightly more detailed point of clarification when it comes to housing developments outside of London, particularly, obviously, for my case and my constituency. This process of the public themselves having the opportunity to review any application being made in this bill, what changes might occur to their rights to make representations, if any, on those applications?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I do not believe that this bill does anything to disadvantage anybody in their right to fair access to information. Some of the changes that we have already made allow people to take part in planning committees virtually. Not everybody wants to go down to their town hall at 10 o'clock on a wet February evening. If they can quite literally dial into those planning committees and see what's going on, they have access in a way that they wouldn't ordinarily would. I would make this final point with respect to my honourable friend and the changes that we're making to the PINS processes. This particular proposition was made by Dame Bridget Rosewell as part of her recommendations. It was one of the 22 recommendations that she suggested, and it will allow planning inspectors to use a variety of tools consecutively to speed up their adjudication on decisions, which is good for everybody involved in the process. They've already cut the average time from 47 weeks to 23. We believe that this mechanism will increase the adjudication on planning decisions even more quickly, and that is to the betterment of all involved. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill could not be more important for reopening our economy, for championing firms large and small, for helping people live their lives again with safety still paramount. So let's ensure, as I think all honourable members around the House have said in their contributions, let's ensure its swift passage and get Britain back in business. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is, that the bill be now read a second time, as many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Under the order of the House of today, we now move to Committee of the Whole House. Order. Order. Before I ask the clerk to read the title of the bill, I should explain that in these exceptional circumstances, although the chair of the committee would normally sit in the clerk's chair during committee stage, in order to comply with social distancing requirements, I will remain in the Speaker's chair, although I will be carrying out the role not of Deputy Speaker, but of Chairman of the committee, and the occupant of the chair during the committee should be addressed as the chair of the committee rather than as Deputy Speaker.
Business and Planning Bill.
We will start with Amendment 2 to Clause 1, with which it will be convenient to take all the other clauses stand part, including the selected amendment and the selected new clauses. I call Mike Amesbury to move Amendment 2.
Thank you, Chairman. I beg to move Amendment 2 in the names of myself and my honourable and right honourable friends. I speak also to the other amendment and selected clauses in our names. The Government is asking Parliament to expedite the parliamentary progress of this bill, and in everyday circumstances, a fast track of this pace will be subject to a lower gear of progress. We are not in ordinary times or everyday circumstances, and the opposition recognise and have indeed constructively argued that many of the measures outlined in the Business and Planning Bill need to be in place for the summer recess in order for them to be effective. If legislation is not passed in time, hospitality businesses and their customers will not be able to benefit from the flexibility and COVID safety arrangement measures on outdoor seating and alcohol service over the coming months. Likewise, road hauliers and others dependent on HGV, PCV testing and licensing and construction projects may be paused or delayed without extending planning permissions. Furthermore, the measures will facilitate bounce-back loans by disapplying unfair relationship provisions in the Consumer Credit Act 1974. Chairman, our position on this bill is one of constructive engagement to provide support for hard-pressed businesses while giving additional freedoms and flexibility to respond to COVID-19 spatial requirements. While the additional freedoms will be welcomed by many, I asked the Minister for assurance that checks and balances are in place in order to maintain social order, access for those with visual or limited mobility, and the right to peace and quiet in residential areas is maintained. I'm aware that my honourable friend for Hackney South and Shoreditch shall come on to this during the debate in the committee stage. It is also important that these measures are temporary and time sensitive, with constructive engagement at the heart of any proposals to extend the operation of operating hours of a construction site. Good planning is an enabler rather than a constraint. Consultation helps deliver good community, business and place outcomes. Let me address the amendments, Chair. Firstly, we've tabled Amendments 2 and 3, common sense amendments which aim to extend to more businesses the provisions in this bill for a streamlined procedure for businesses serving food and drink to access pavement licences. We welcome the provisions that will allow cafes, restaurants and pubs to reopen quickly and serve more customers while maintaining a safe environment. The amendments would simply extend this to include spaces where temporary pavements have been created or extended for social distancing measures, thus allowing businesses to take advantage of this. I do note the calls for caution here. This needs to be done sensibly and with the impact for staff, local residents, local authorities and disabled pedestrians in mind. Secondly, new Clause 2 addresses a vital omission in the bill as it stands. The food and accommodation sector has had the largest decline in economic output of all sectors with available data in this crisis, an extraordinary drop of 92% between February and April. This has led to almost 6% of workers being furloughed. Despite the help this bill offers to businesses, it does not offer business as normal. It is vital we understand the impact the measures contained within this bill will have on these industries, especially considering the support the government is currently providing through the furlough scheme. We need not undo the good work done by the scheme so far. This amendment would require the government to publish a report every 6 months on the impact of the bill in the context of coronavirus job retention scheme. Such a report is vital to the understanding of the ongoing impact on hospitality, tourism, leisure and the travel sector. Only in knowing the scale of the problem after the measures in this bill are implemented will the government be able to match it with the proper level of tailored support that this sector will clearly need. New Clause 3 addresses the lack of regular data provided for applications on coronavirus support schemes. The government does not currently release data on the number of businesses who fail to access loan schemes. Current data provided relates only to the total number of applications and the number of loans granted. Again, we must know how well the schemes are working in order to help businesses through this crisis. And so I hope the government will consider this amendment. New Clause 4 relates to Part 2 of this bill, which relates to my own brief and the Minister's brief on planning and construction. I broadly welcome the planning measures, as does the Royal Town and Planning Institute, included in the bill, that will ensure that building work can safely restart, especially in light of the build, build, build message that will be detailed tomorrow in the Prime Minister's much-trailed speech. However, considering the impact on longer working hours and extended planning permissions on neighbourhoods is important. The Secretary of State returns to the House if he wishes to extend the measures relating to construction working hours or extensions to current planning permissions beyond the 1st of April 2021. This is not to say that we would necessarily oppose any extensions. However, it's vital that these provisions are not extended without explanation, and this clause addresses that. Finally, I come to Clause 5, which would require the Secretary of State to republish a report detailing the extra costs of processing these measures for local authorities. It's not clear at the moment what measures contained in this bill will cost local authorities in practice. Throughout this crisis, they've been working around the clock to protect their communities from COVID-19 outbreak and its immediate impact. This bill highlights how crucial local authorities will also be in the recovery phase. Their work has come as my colleagues, the Right Honourable Friend and Member for Doncaster North, and my Honourable Friend, the Member for Croydon North, have both said at a huge financial cost. Austerity measures over the past 10 years have had a devastating impact on local authority budgets. And despite the rhetoric of whatever it takes, the government has not provided local authorities with anything near the funding they need in the wake of the immediate crisis. The provisions in this bill will certainly result in yet more work and higher costs for local authorities, including for local planning departments who have already had to cut spending by half in the last decade. Given this, it's essential that we understand fully the impact of these changes will have on local authority finances, and that local authorities are fully consulted. As my honourable friend for Hackney South has made clear, the measures in this bill won't have a uniform impact across the country, and this needs to be taken into account. Chairman, we've enjoyed constructive communication on this bill with the government, and these amendments are tabled in a similarly constructive way. I look forward to the government providing us with the detail and assurances on a broad range of issues which I have outlined in this speech. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
The question is that Amendment 2 be made. Ben Lake.
Madam Chair, and thank you for calling me so early in this debate. I think it must be a first for a Plaid Cymru member, and certainly is a first for me. It's a great pleasure to follow the Shadow Minister. It's not something I can say very often because I don't follow Shadow Ministers, so once again I'm very grateful to the Chair. This is a very short bill, but the measures it contains are necessary to help otherwise viable businesses survive this unprecedented impact of COVID-19. And the clauses relating to the hospitality sector are especially important. And other honourable members made it quite clear during the second reading debate and just how important this sector is, and indeed the Minister, in summing up the second reading debate, pointed to the fact that this is a sector which employs as many as a third of the UK workforce. Others have also argued quite effectively that businesses, when they are able to reopen safely, urgently require as much flexibility as possible to adapt to the way that they operate, not only to comply with social distancing requirements, but also to cater to change consumer demand and habits. And with this in mind, Madam Chair, I turn to address Amendment 1 to Clause 11, tabled in my name. And I should like to make it clear that this is a probing amendment, and I have no desire to push it to a vote, but I would like, perhaps in his summing up, the Minister addresses a few of the points that we try to make. In short, the amendment is intended to provide flexibility for mobile licensed premises which are already licensed in one place to benefit from the temporary provisions of this Act in other locations. One of the innovative ways that pubs and restaurants in Wales have sought to adapt to the COVID-19 restrictions is to develop, or to try and develop, delivery services. But it has become apparent that the provisions of the 2003 Licensing Act make it difficult for some licensed premises to run such a delivery service. Under the provisions of the 2003 Act, a person cannot sell alcohol from a vehicle or movable structure at a series of different locations, or, say, for the sake of argument, house to house, unless there is a premises licence in respect of the vehicle or movable structure at each location where a sale of alcohol is made in, on or from it. Pubs, therefore, and bars for that matter, face complicated restrictions if they wish to reorient their business model to comply with COVID-19 restrictions. But by amending sections 189 and 190 of the 2003 Act, we believe the government could temporarily remove the requirement for licensed premises to have a licence for each location at which a sale of alcohol is made, and thereby help these businesses adapt to these unprecedented times. And as I mentioned, this is a probing amendment, but I would welcome the Minister's comments on these proposals. I would then like to move briefly, Madam Chair, to address the issue of small and independent breweries. I would welcome similar support being made for these organisations. We know that small breweries, a quarter of whom currently have no ways to sell directly to the public. And in this respect, I agree with the points made by my honourable friend, the member for Strangford, during the second reading debate. And I do appreciate the points the Minister made in response to an intervention that the honourable member for Strangford made, that as the hospitality in the pub sector in particular reopens, that some of these breweries will find again that they have customers. I think it is worth just considering, or keeping under consideration, because of course we know that the pub trade might, if they are to go al fresco, will be quite dependent on the weather, and perhaps we might find ourselves towards the end of the summer or indeed early autumn in the need where small breweries might find that some of their customers aren't requiring quite as much, and so they will want to sell directly again. And it's a point well made that small breweries have seen their sales reduced by between 65 and 82% due to COVID-19, and of course they've not received the same level of financial support as other businesses in the hospitality sector. I would...
As an MP for a constituency which has a lot of small breweries, Madam Chair, I have some sympathy with this. I wouldn't want to see more off sales in my constituency. But doesn't he think the root of the problem is that these small breweries didn't get that support through the existing government mechanisms, which went quite a long way, but they didn't cover this sector?
I think the Honourable Lady makes a very good point. A lot of these issues would have been circumnavigated if small breweries were entitled to some of the support measures that were made available to other businesses in the hospitality sector. So I think she makes a valid point. I would, of course.
For giving way. Not only is the issue compounded for the breweries and how to sell their products, but they also had a lot of storage of their product, which then went off, and they had to disperse of that whatever way that was done. Does he feel that the breweries got a double whammy, not having their sales and then their stock had to be destroyed?
I find makes a very good point. A lot of these, particularly the small and independent breweries, where perhaps storage is even more of an issue, will have had to dispose of quite a lot of their stock to considerable cost, and then of course the relative uncertainty as to when they might reopen, and indeed how much beer to brew again has been another problem that I know small breweries in my own constituency have tried to tackle. I still think that there might be a discussion, or at least it's worth keeping the matter under review, and I would welcome if the government would be willing to do that. I know that the honourable member for Strangford has pointed out the temporary events licences and notices. Another proposal perhaps would to consider extending the authorisation of off-sales to small breweries that currently do not hold a premises licence but who are registered under the Alcohol Wholesaler Registration Scheme. That is something, of course, that would be temporary and quite exceptional, but in these exceptional times there might be a case for that to happen. I will also, I know that new clause 1 tabled in the name of my honourable friend for Westmoreland, he may well be speaking to that at greater length in a moment, but I just want to put on record my support for it. I think the government needs to recognise the need for sectoral flexibility as it reviews how to withdraw some of the support schemes, and to take stock of whether or not these measures, exceptional as they are actually working. Given the nature of the crisis that we face, our focus must continue to be on protecting otherwise viable businesses and supporting employment. So I welcome this new clause. And finally, Madam Chair, I would like to turn to the provisions of the first part of the bill relating to the consumption of food and drink outdoors. I believe that a few honourable members have referred to these provisions as ushering in an al fresco age, which I'm sure we're all excited to see, weather permitting. Weather permitting. Now, this part of the bill extends to Wales as well as England, but the wording of clause 1 has caused some confusion as to whether it will apply directly to Wales as well. And so I wonder, in concluding my remarks, if I can ask the Minister to address in his summing up to clarify whether or not these provisions will apply to Wales directly, and if not, is he content that the Welsh Senedd is empowered to introduce similar provisions to support bars and restaurants in Wales, so we may also see an al fresco culture in Wales over the summer. Thank you.
Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I simply raised to discuss new clause 6 standing in my name. This bill has been very rushed, Madam Deputy Speaker. It was announced on Thursday in Business of the House. We had to lay amendments by Friday, and I thank the Deputy Speaker, Madam Chairman, for allowing a manuscript amendment today in order to get this new clause put forward. Because I think it's really important that as the government rushes into this legislation, and I think there are questions about why that is, we need to make sure that there are points of review and reflection about how well it's working. And if you like, if I put it more charitably, Madam Chairman, I'm trying to save the government from itself. And I think there was quite a lot of support across the House. But in the very short time between Thursday and now, it's been hard to marshal all of that and enable people to come and express their views. But I asked the question, the Minister may be able to answer in his summing up, about why it's been quite so rushed, given that we've been in lockdown since the 23rd of March and we knew that was coming for some time before that, given we knew these sectors would be among the hardest hit, and one would have thought there would have been somebody in the government working up a bill and stress testing it before now, so that it wasn't quite such a surprise to honourable members of this House and indeed other sectors out there. Local government has been caught rather by surprise. Of course, they've been involved. I'm not saying to the Minister that they haven't spoken to local government. It would be extraordinary if he'd come to the House today from his department and not done that. But there hasn't been enough really detailed discussion about the impacts, and we've heard, and I won't go into detail again, about some of the impacts in constituencies like mine and other urban constituencies where you've got a high density of licensed premises and the antisocial behaviour that has been happening as a result of that already. So we're already seeing problems. So there is a warning sign for the government. The reality is that once you allow off sales, as the Honourable Member for Kensington said, that are at the same hours as on licensed premises, almost with just a sweep of a pen, of a very short period for councils to object, then we're going to see an awful lot more sales off the premises at odd hours of the day and night. And we've also got the big issue about the resources that will be involved from the police and local councils in order to police this. It's easy to say, as the Minister did, that the police have certain powers, there are powers for local authorities, but it's the resourcing. You can't just do all of that all in one go. You've got a lot of licences being applied for. As I say, in my area, there are over 1,300 licensed premises across the borough as a whole. You've got how many licensing officers do you need to do that? The police have got other things to do with their time, certainly in my constituency, where they're dealing with very serious crime issues as well, still as antisocial behaviour and managing and policing the whole social distancing and COVID-19 regulations. So there's a lot on everyone's plate. And we want to support businesses, but I think a 3-month review after this has been in place will give the government the chance to come back and either reassure us that it's all fine everywhere, or if there are problems, look at ways of addressing that. And I think the Minister's heard today from the Labour front bench that there is strong support to get the economy going, backing to make sure that businesses can survive the next period as we still are living in this pandemic. And that is really important. And certainly in a constituency like mine with so many licensed premises, it is very important. But we've got to get that balance so that residents don't lose out. So it is a very mild amendment. And earlier the Secretary of State for the Department for Business rejected it because I discussed a rolling amendment. I would just say to the Minister I had very little time to do this drafting and get advice about how to make this fit. I didn't have time to discuss it in detail with the government, and otherwise, of course, I would have done. And I know that other members around the House would agree. So I'm not going to push it to a vote today, but I'm hoping that in the other place where they have more time to think about this and reflect upon it, and in the meantime, hopefully the government will have time to reflect on this. And perhaps the Minister could give me some indication about whether it's something the government is willing to reflect on, to build in simply a 3-month review point, so that once this has become an Act of Parliament, in 3 months after that date, it comes to the House again, a Minister comes to explain what's happening. We have a debate about how it's working in our constituencies up and down the country, in the 4 nations of the UK, and we can make sure that we are getting it right. And if there are then problems, the government would have my backing to bring in certain powers to ensure that the antisocial behaviour that I fear this may herald is tackled, and I'm sure he will have the backing, and the government will have the backing of other members of this House. So it is a very mild amendment, Madam Deputy Speaker, so it would be helpful to hear from the government a little bit about their thinking on this. We pushed for a review of the COVID-19 legislation, which was pretty draconian, and that was accepted by the government, and it is in a similar spirit that I propose review of this. And I don't think it needs to provide uncertainty for businesses. A review, when there has been such cross-party support in general for a proposal that supports businesses, is unlikely to completely reverse it. but it may allow for amelioration of some of the worst impacts if they materialise, as I fear they may in my constituency, or it may allow for certain differential approaches to how this is applied in either different nations of the UK, different regions, or different cities. So but the key thing is, if we've got that review, it gives the government and this House an option to look at it again. And I think with something as draconian as this, the biggest change in licensing for decades, licensing laws for decades, I think it warrants review, because some of these licences will be granted for a year if they're passed through on the nod, because a lot of them will go through very fast because of the lack of resources in local authorities. So I urge the Minister to take my suggestion for this amendment constructively. I will not push it to a vote today, because I recognise in the time frame both the bill's rushed but also the amendments rushed, but I hope that the other place will consider it, and I hope the government will think thoughtfully on that, and when it returns to this place for a later stage, that we can consider having a 3-month review. Thank you, Madam.
Tim Farron.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak to News Clause 1, which I also will not push to a division, as for reasons mentioned by others, not least the member for Hackney South and Shoreditch just now. I accept the premise of the bill. It's about boosting the economy and getting things into creating a flexibility so that people can begin to make a living again within the confines of the important safety restrictions that there are. But I'm very much looking to the Minister and to the Government to be very clear they will accept the terms and the general approach of my amendment, which is to seek government support for the hospitality and tourism industry beyond the current date set, which is the end of October, when the government's financial support schemes currently run out. We, of course, not just welcome this bill, rushed though it is, understanding the necessity of that. We also welcome the support the government has given to the sector and the economy more widely. Undoubtedly, the furlough scheme and the grant schemes, and indeed, more recently, after a lot of lobbying by myself and plenty of others as well, the discretionary schemes delivered through local authorities have helped to save thousands of companies from bankruptcy and have protected millions of jobs, and I'm grateful to the government for doing that. But tourism and hospitality is a special case. It's a special case because for many parts of the country, including especially the Lake District, the Yorkshire Dales and in the rest of South Cumbria in my constituency, it operates absolutely on a seasonal basis, on a feast and famine basis. And the reality is that COVID-19 kicked in just at the end of the winter famine, and then the feast was cancelled. October, the date at which we will see the end of government support at the moment for this industry and others, is the time of the beginning of the next famine. And we have to be very, very clear that if we say to the hospitality and tourism industry, having missed out on its feast, that it has to survive on its own 2 feet after October, you will simply be signing the death warrant of an entire industry right across this country. We operate, as I say, on feast and famine. The other way of looking at it is that our hospitality and tourism industry across the UK is expected now to live on the basis of 3 consecutive winters. And there's no way they can absorb that, no way they will be able, many of them, to survive it. Now, the 4th of July is a date that we are all working to, and we are excited about, with trepidation, of course, but I want to just remind the Minister, and indeed anybody else who needs reminding, that on the 4th of July that will not see the widespread opening up of all of the tourism and hospitality sector. As I mentioned earlier, Cumbria Tourism, in their survey of their members just a few days ago, revealed that 69% of hospitality and tourism businesses in Cumbria will not be able to open fully on the 4th of July or any time soon after that, and 10% will not be able to open at all. So the government must not fall into any sort of sense of false security that somehow opening up to a degree on the 4th of July rescues the industry. As I said, famine, feast, famine, well, it'll be famine, small picnic, famine. And we need to make sure that we don't allow ourselves to assume that all is well within the industry just because of the 4th of July, welcome though that may be. I'm going to remind the Minister that in my constituency, we have the biggest single increase in unemployment in the country, 314% since March. that 37% of my entire workforce is on furlough. The vast bulk of those people are in the tourism and hospitality sector. That is the biggest single percentage outside of London. And my great fear is that although we hope for staycations, we hope for some of those people who might have travelled abroad and those people who, having waited through the summer without a holiday, might then decide to holiday at home, and I hope they do, and I support them in doing so, we can't assume that that rise in staycations will do anything to compensate the losses that the industry has had over the summer months. Not the government's fault, of course, but we look to the government to help to extend that support. And so I have presented alongside others a petition calling for government support beyond October through to the spring of 2021. That has the support of MPs across the House, including, I'm pleased to be able to say, my honourable neighbours in Penrith and the Border and in Barrow, the heads of and chief executives of both the Lake District and Yorkshire Dale National Parks, and many other destination organisations such as Visit Cornwall around the country, as well as my own visit at Cumbria Tourism. So this is a cross-party effort. This is a new clause that is in my name, but it is indeed supported by many, and I hope the government will take notice and provide support for an industry that is the fourth biggest employer in the United Kingdom, the biggest employer in Cumbria. And whilst we recognise that extending support from October through to spring to help support that industry will be expensive, I want the Minister to realise that not providing that support will also be hideously expensive. As thousands, tens of thousands of people become unemployed, we see the collapse of businesses who would otherwise be healthy and ready to start the fight back from the beginning of the new season in spring. So like I say, I am not seeking to divide the House on this matter, but I strongly urge the Minister in his remarks to acknowledge what I am saying and to commit the government to supporting a package of support for hospitality and tourism right the way through to spring 2021.
No. Minister Christopher Pincher.
Thank you, Dame Eleanor. I think it is appropriate to call you on this occasion, having taken the chair of the committee. Can I begin by putting on record my thanks to everyone in the chamber for the constructive discussion that we have had here in committee and earlier today during the second reading. I want particularly to thank members of the opposition front bench for the positive discussions that we have had over the last several days to bring this bill through all of its stages today. I should also, if I may, take a moment, Dame Rosie, to thank all the members of the Bayes team who provided such great support for the bill, those in the Department for Transport, those in the office, and those particularly in my own department, the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government, Simon Gallagher and his planning team, who worked very hard with many other demands on their time, with the COVID-19 emergency taking time up of theirs, for all of the effort that they've put in to produce this bill. As my right honourable friends have set out, the overall aim of this bill is to provide a boost to key sectors of our economy, the hospitality, construction, transport and SME sectors. It will support business across the economy and particularly in the hardest hit sectors to transition from the immediate crisis and the response to lockdown toward economic recovery. It will also support businesses to implement new, safer ways of working to manage the ongoing risk of COVID-19, and in particular, the need, as we all know, for continued social distancing. Right honourable and honourable members have made important points in their contributions to the amendments and new clauses tabled to this committee stage, and I should like to discuss the amendments in turn. Turning first to Amendment 3 to Clause 9 of this bill, which speaks to the same point as Amendment 2, I should like to thank honourable members for this amendment, as it raises an important matter that we would want to include in our definition of relevant highway those highways which benefit from a temporary traffic restriction order. This is particularly so given that more of these orders are now being made to encourage active travel, including walking, as people get back to work and more shops reopen. Our definition did not include highways where such temporary traffic restriction orders are in place, and it should. That was our intent. So if we don't make this change, it would limit the scope of the pavement licence provisions, reducing the number of businesses which will be able to benefit and undermining the powers granted to local authorities which allow them to manage their public spaces in response to COVID-19. And for these reasons, and in the spirit of constructive comment which the honourable gentleman opposite has made, I will accept this minor technical amendment, Amendment 3, to the definition of relevant highway in Clause 9. I'm grateful to him for bringing it to our attention. I invite him to formally move it later this evening. Turning to Amendment, it may only be the one, Dame Rosie, it may only be the one, but bag them whilst you can. Turning to Amendment 1 to Clause 11 of this bill. Clause 11, as drafted, provides a bespoke temporary change to the Licensing Act 2003 to provide an automatic extension to the terms of on-sale alcohol premises to allow the sale or consumption for off the premises. The new clause which the Honourable Member for Ceredigion spoke very eloquently to. Now, Dame Rosie, it is important that every person wishing to sell alcohol has a licence to do so, and for licensing authorities to be able to record and regulate the sale of alcohol through their area of control. This amendment would allow mobile traders to sell alcohol in places not previously allowed, and that could lead to a significant number of alcohol sales taking place from new locations not previously allowed by licensing authorities, potentially leading to crowding and disorder in those new locations. So I would encourage mobile traders to apply for a variation order to their licence under existing legislation. And for that reason, I'm not able to accept his amendment, though I understand the thrust of it. I also recognise that perhaps in rural communities, such as the one he represents, it is an important issue. So I'd be very happy to talk to him further about the way we can help the rural economy through this difficult time as we move through to winter. And I'm sure my colleagues in the Home Office will be prepared similarly to do. Turning to new clauses 1 and 2. Dame Rosie, the extraordinary support we've put in place has been about getting us through this crisis, and the bill is now supporting us out of it. It is the case that some firms will be affected by coronavirus for longer than others, and the government will seek to support these firms appropriately. So far, the Coronavirus Job Retention Scheme has helped 1.1 million employees across the United Kingdom furlough 9.2 million jobs, protecting many, many people's livelihoods. Starting with the first release on the 11th of June, HMRC is publishing monthly figures for the Coronavirus Job Retention Scheme claims, broken down by employer size, sector and geography. These figures are publicly available on the government.uk website, and they show the total number of jobs furloughed and the value of claims made within the accommodation and food services and arts, entertainment and recreation sectors. The ONS also, Dame Rosie, provide a very great deal of data. So I believe that there is data available that the House can see, that opposition members can use. And I think that therefore there is really no need for this new clause. I would suggest that the honourable gentleman opposite is a seasoned player in the standing orders of this House. He knows how to use urgent questions, SO24s, opposition day debates. There will be plenty of opportunities for him to raise issues of concern with the executive at the dispatch box without the need for these new clauses. The right honourable gentleman for Westmoreland spoke very eloquently about the importance of supporting the hospitality and leisure sector, particularly in rural economies, as wintertime approaches. I would remind him that the tools that we have put in place already, such as the job retention scheme, are only temporary. There may be other and more effective and more sensible long-term tools to support the economic sectors to which he referred. And the Chancellor made absolutely clear in his remarks at the dispatch box during the budget and subsequently that he will do whatever it takes to support our economy and its relevant sectors as we move through this crisis. So I'm afraid we can't support new clauses 1 and 2, but I would encourage those that have proposed them to withdraw them. Turning now to new clause 4, I should again like to thank the honourable member for raising this amendment, which would require the Secretary of State, prior to making any regulations, to extend the time limits associated with the powers in respect of construction working hours, extending the duration of certain planning permissions or extension in connection with outline planning permission, to make a statement to the House on the reasons for the extension beyond the 1st of April 2021. We recognise there are concerns here, but let me assure the honourable gentleman that the powers in question have been drawn in a proportionate way to address only what is necessary to facilitate the continued activity in the sector through this crisis. These delegated powers are considered essential to allow the flexibility necessary to respond to the emerging effects of coronavirus, its potential continuing effect on the sector, and the uncertainty around its future trajectory. Our intention is only to exercise these powers if the effect of coronavirus, including social distancing measures or other restrictions, continue for a longer period. And I can make that clear to him from the dispatch box. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the Minister for giving way. And just to pick up on this particular clause, new clause 4, and picking up on the comments of my honourable friend, the member for Hackney South and Shoreditch, that whilst this from the government is viewed as continuing into the future, obviously the importance behind this particular clause is actually taking stock of the situation and realising just how well this has worked, because I'm sure the Minister understands from the comments from across the chamber that there is this concern or fear of mayhem because this is being rushed through, that local authorities have very few resources. They're under huge financial pressure, such as Warwick District Council, Warwickshire County Council, and they have very little capacity to be able to enforce these sorts of changes. Whilst I welcome what the government's trying to do, I have real concerns about the ability to enforce.
Well, I'm grateful, Dame Rosie, to the honourable gentleman for that point. What I will do, if I may, is address it when I come to new clause 6, which is the clause that the right honourable lady has raised. But let me just say in conclusion, which speaks partly to the point that he has made, that these powers are subject to the made affirmative or draft affirmative procedure, which will enable Parliament to thoroughly scrutinise any relevant use of the powers, because the approval of both houses will be needed. So again, I don't think that there is a need for new clause 4, and I would invite the honourable gentleman to withdraw it. With respect to new clause 5, again, I thank the honourable member for proposing this new clause, because it provides an opportunity to give reassurance that local authorities will not be overburdened by these proposals. As set out, this new clause would require the Secretary of State to publish a report following consultation with local planning authorities, which would provide an assessment of the costs to be incurred by local authorities as part of our proposed planning measures in the context of the COVID-19 epidemic. These applications relate to both the provision allowing for applications to extend construction working hours under Clause 16 and the additional environmental approval process under Clauses 17 and 18. Both of these new forms of application will be free of charge to the applicant, and this is to encourage developers to take advantage of these provisions in order to start or resume development as quickly as possible. There are essentially three reasons, Dame Rosie, why we don't consider the cost burden from either route to be particularly onerous on local planning authorities. First, each route is dealing with a single issue, and the onus is on the applicant to provide sufficient information. If insufficient information is provided by the developer in the case of an additional environmental approval application, or in the case of an application for an extension to construction site working hours, the application will not count as having been made at all. Second, these measures, as I've said, are temporary, and therefore this would only be a short-term administrative burden over the course of this financial year. And third, we do not expect individual authorities to face a deluge of applications under each route. For instance, our analysis shows that by the 1st of August, 546 planning permissions for major residential developments across the country would have lapsed since 23rd March, an average of 1.5 permissions per authority. So while cumulatively it is very important to the economy to see these progress, individually in individual local planning authorities, we don't believe the effect will be particularly onerous. So again, I invite the opposition to withdraw their clause. I shall speak very quickly to new clause 6, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I appreciate that many members of the House are watching. I appreciate that some members are concerned about the need to ensure any changes made through the fast-track legislation are restricted to what is proportionate and necessary. Ensuring that measures are time-limited can be an effective way to do this, but I do not think a rolling review provision across the whole Act is the best approach in this case. The reasons why, Madam Dame Rosie, are essentially because there are two provisions in this particular bill which are permanent. They would be jeopardised by having a rolling review of the entire bill. Secondly, part of the reason for these proposals is to give the business community and local authorities and government agencies certainty about what they need to do with certain planning activities. A cliff edge, 90-day end to the processes which they're undertaking would remove any chance of certainty that they are looking for. The Right Honourable Lady has many ways in which she can advance her concerns in the chamber. She can use standing orders, of which she is a seasoned expert, to look at SO24 debates. She can encourage her front bench to undertake opposition debates. She can use the PAC to undertake inquiries. There are many ways in which she can progress her concerns through new clause 6. Very briefly, as I appreciate
the time, Madam Chairman, Dame Rosie, would the Minister give any indication? My drafting may not have been perfect because it was a very rushed bill. It's difficult to get it right. Would the Minister give any comfort to me that, that there is a scope in his mind or in the government's mind to allow a 3-month review point on the licensing element so that there is simply a review? With the government's majority, anything would, the government would have to agree to any change anyway, but a review point seems a sensible, proportionate measure so that we can all reflect on how this is working and pick up any issues. If you could give us an indication of whether this is something that the government might consider as this goes through its remaining stages in the other place, that would be very helpful.
Dame Rosie, I appreciate the Right Honourable Lady's concern. I understand why she raises the points. However, I would simply reiterate that by introducing a rolling review would kill certain aspects of the bill. It would reduce any certainty and clarity that businesses and planners are looking for. It would also potentially jeopardise the conclusion of this bill before the summer recess, and we need to get it on the statute book so that businesses around our country can benefit from its provisions over the summer months. Dame Rosie, let me reiterate the importance of this bill for our economy in these extraordinary times. As we emerge from this pandemic, we need to do all we can to support our economic recovery and help businesses adjust to a new and safe way of working. So I encourage the House to support Amendment 3 tabled by the Honourable Gentleman opposite, and in all other respects, with all other amendments, I encourage their proponents to withdraw them.
Shadow Minister Mike Amesbury.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This has been a very constructive debate, and I'd like to thank the members across the chamber for their very positive contributions and actually suggestions which I would hope will be taken up in the other place. I'd like to thank the government and the Minister in particular for his positive engagement. We're happy to withdraw the amendments in my name and the names of the Honourable and Right Honourable Friends, Amendment 2, and look forward to moving Amendment 3.
Is it your pleasure that the amendment be withdrawn?
Aye.
Amendment by leave withdrawn. With the leave of the House, I will put together the stand-part questions that now fall to be decided. The question is that Clause 1 and Clauses 2 to 8 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to Clause 9, and I have selected Amendment 3 for separate decision. I call Mike Amesbury to move Amendment 3 formally.
Move formally.
The question is that Amendment 3 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. With the leave of the House, I will put together the remaining stand-part questions that now fall to be decided. The question is that Clause 9 as amended and Clauses 10 to 26 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes proceedings in committee on this bill. Order, order. Order, order. Whip to report.
I beg to report that the committee has gone through the Business and Planning Bill and has directed me to report the same, as amended, to the House.
No amendments on consideration, and I call the Minister to move third reading.
Move formally.
Brilliant.
Well done. Well done.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I will now suspend the House for 3 minutes to allow the safe exit of honourable members participating in this item of business and the safe arrival of those for the next.
Steve, are you ready?
Order, order. Secretary of State, statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with permission, I'd like to make a statement on local action to tackle coronavirus. The impact of coronavirus has been deeply felt, and yet thanks to the extraordinary action that this country has taken, it is now in decline at a national level. The number of positive new cases is now below 1,000 a day, and the number of recorded deaths yesterday was 25. I'm pleased to report that there were no deaths in Scotland for the 4th consecutive day, and that there is currently nobody in intensive care with coronavirus in Northern Ireland. So we've been able, carefully, to ease the national restrictions. And alongside the easing of these national restrictions, we have increasingly taken local action. In May, we shut Western Hospital to new admissions after a cluster of cases there. Earlier this month, we closed 2 GP surgeries in Enfield and a meat processing factory in Kirklees. And the Welsh Government has closed factories in Anglesey and Wrexham. We've put in place a system to tie together local and national action based on insight provided by the Joint Biosecurity Centre, working closely with Public Health England and the NHS. Analysis is based on 3 levels of spread. Individual cases are identified and managed by NHS Test and Trace. When many cases are found in one setting, be it a care home, for instance, a factory or a hospital, that is classified as a cluster, and that will be dealt with largely by the local Director of Public Health, who has statutory powers to close individual organisations. When Public Health England, or the new JBC, identifies clusters that are linked to one another, that is defined as an outbreak, and a range of local and national actions may be needed. Decisions are taken through our Local Action Committee command structure. It works as follows. If PHE or the JBC spots a problem that needs attention, or the local Director of Public Health reports up a problem through the regional health protection teams, then the outbreak is assessed at the daily Local Action Committee bronze meeting. Issues of concern are raised to the Local Action Committee silver meeting, which is chaired by the Chief Medical Officer. And problems requiring ministerial attention are then raised to the Local Action Committee gold meeting. Yesterday, I chaired an emergency Local Action Committee gold meeting specifically to deal with the outbreak in Leicester. Unfortunately, while cases in most parts of the country have fallen since the peak, in Leicester they've continued to rise. The 7-day infection rate in Leicester is 135 cases per 100,000 people, which is 3 times higher than the next highest city. Leicester accounts for around 10% of all positive cases in the country over the past week. And admissions to hospital are between 6 and 10 per day, rather than around 1 a day at other trusts. Over the past fortnight, we've already taken action to protect people in Leicester. We deployed 4 mobile testing units and extra capacity at the regional test site. We provided thousands of home testing kits and extra public health capacity to boost the local team. This afternoon, I held a further meeting with local leaders, with Public Health England, the JBC, the Local Resilience Forum, and my clinical advisors, followed by a meeting of the Cross-Government COVID Operations Committee, chaired by the Prime Minister. We have agreed further measures to tackle the outbreak in Leicester. First, in addition to the mobile testing units that I mentioned earlier, we'll send further testing capability, including opening a walk-in centre. Anyone in Leicester with symptoms must come forward for a test. Second, we will give extra funding to Leicester and Leicestershire councils to support them to enhance their communications and ensure those communications are translated into all locally relevant languages. Third, through the councils, we'll ensure support is available for those who have to self-isolate. And fourth, we'll work with the workplaces that have seen clusters of cases to implement more stringently the COVID-secure guidelines. Given the growing outbreak in Leicester, we cannot recommend that the easing of the national lockdown, set to take place on the 4th of July, happens in Leicester. Having taken clinical advice on the actions necessary and discussed them with the local team in Leicester and Leicestershire, we've made some difficult but important decisions. We've decided that from tomorrow, non-essential retail will have to close. And as children have been particularly impacted by this outbreak, schools will also need to close from Thursday, staying open for vulnerable children and children of critical workers as they did throughout. Unfortunately, the clinical advice is that the relaxation of shielding measures due on the 6th of July cannot now take place in Leicester. We recommend to people in Leicester, stay at home as much as you can, and we recommend against all but essential travel to, from and within Leicester. We'll monitor closely adherence to social distancing rules, and we'll take further steps if that's what's necessary. The more people follow the rules, the faster we'll get control of this virus and get Leicester back to normal. We'll keep all of these local measures under review, and we will not keep them in place any longer than is necessary. We'll review whether we can release any measures in 2 weeks' time. These Leicester-specific measures will apply not just to the City of Leicester, but also to the surrounding conurbation, including, for example, Oadby, Birstall and Glenfield. I know that this is a worrying time for people living in Leicester, and I want you to know that you have our full support. We do not take these decisions lightly, but with the interests of the people of Leicester in our hearts. I want everyone in Leicester to know that we've taken every one of these decisions to protect them from this terrible virus. We must control this virus. We must keep people safe. These actions are profoundly in the national interest too, because it's in everyone's interest that we control the virus as locally as possible. Local action like this is an important tool in our armoury to deal with outbreaks while we get the country back on our feet. And Mr. Speaker, we said that we do whatever it takes to defeat this virus, and we said that local action would be an increasingly important part of our plan. The virus thrives on social contact, and we know that reducing social contact controls its spread. Precise and targeted actions like these will give the virus nowhere to hide and help us defeat this invisible killer. And I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State Jonathan Ashworth.
Mr. Speaker, can I start by thanking the Secretary of State for advance sight of the statement, and also thank him for the many direct conversations we've had in recent days about the situation in Leicester. I mean, I hope the House will forgive me if I ask a number of questions about the situation in Leicester. It is the city I represent, but I hope the House will also understand that many of the points I raise would be applicable to their own areas should they also see an outbreak in their own constituency. Now, the Prime Minister talks of his whack-a-mole strategy to suppress local outbreaks. We were alerted to the situation in Leicester 11 days ago, and now we have got from the Secretary of State tonight the whack-a-mole strategy. But does we agree that if we are as a nation to ease from lockdown smoothly, then those areas that do see flare-ups will need greater speed in the response, otherwise we risk no moles getting whacked? Ministers, Public Health England and agencies must work closely together with local government leaders. That's happened in Leicester. We are grateful for that. And local directors of public health need rapid and ongoing access to testing data. Can we resolve whatever the issues are around the data sharing protocols? So if we see flare-ups in other cities, local authorities can get data speedily. And can he look into ensuring that data, or the testing data, also captures ethnicity and occupation as well? For a city like Leicester, capturing that level of intelligence is absolutely crucial. Now, Mr. Speaker, people in Leicester were concerned, anxious and scared to read in the newspapers and see on the TV screens yesterday news that we were going into some form of lockdown based on anonymous briefings. Grandparents who had recently formed bubbles to see their grandchildren were asking me whether they had to withdraw again. Parents were asking about whether they could send their children to school today. Those shielding were particularly worried. Look, I want to say to the Secretary of State, I understand things get leaked and so on. You know, I've been around politics a long time. I understand that. But can I just urge him to appreciate that something of this seriousness and sensitivity, people need crystal clear clarity. and not briefings perhaps from over-eager advisors, perhaps. I don't know. Now, he's announced a number of extensions to the lockdown measures. I support those extensions given the outbreak in Leicester. Can he just clarify what powers he has to enforce those extensions and whether he needs to bring forward any legislation or any statutory instruments? I welcome the fact that there will be a 2-week review. Will he undertake to keep the Members of Parliament updated on that, and will he come back to the House to announce the outcome of that review? This decision, though, will impact many businesses in Leicester who are currently preparing to open up on Saturday. Many feel they are now in limbo. So will they be eligible for adequate financial support for this extension period? And will employees affected be eligible to stay furloughed as well? We know this virus thrives on inequality, and a disproportionate number of Black and Asian people die from this disease. A disproportionate number of the poorest are also most likely to become infected and die from this disease as well. It means a city like Leicester is particularly at risk. He will know Leicester is a proudly diverse city, but we also have one of the highest child poverty rates in the country. Those who are in work are often in low-paid, precarious employment. Our housing is overcrowded. Our public services have been cut back. Years of austerity has taken its toll. But saving lives, keeping people safe across Leicester is always my priority. So I support the measures he's announced. But we also need extra support, extra testing, extra resources to protect people in our city as well. So I'm grateful for the extra testing stations he's put in Spinney Hill Park and Victoria Park. Will they remain in place for the duration of this outbreak? I know what he said about an extra walk-in centre. I welcome that. But could he also provide the city with thousands of home testing kits so they could be distributed to local people? I welcome the extra resources for Leicester and Leicestershire to translate literature into the many languages that we are proud of in Leicester. He will also know that for those who are asked to isolate, financial security is absolutely crucial to the success of contact tracing. So where people live in multi-generational households, which we have a lot of in Leicester, will he provide accommodation for those who need to isolate away from home? And will he also ensure that workplace inspections happen to check that people who need to isolate have not been forced back to work? And also, given that schools are closing, for people who live in Leicester but work outside of Leicester and will now have childcare responsibilities, can they be furloughed and their employment rights be secured? Could he consider giving Leicester City Council face masks to distribute to every resident? And I'm pleased that he's accepted that the extension to restrictions cannot just apply to the tightly drawn Leicester City Council boundaries, but must include the wider Leicester urban area as well. There will be many other cities and towns with similar demographic profile to Leicester: Birmingham, parts of Manchester, parts of London, Bradford, Coventry. What extra resources and testing capacity is he now putting into those areas? And what extra support and testing capacity is he putting in place to support the many occupations who are particularly at risk, like taxi drivers and bus drivers? Finally, Mr. Speaker, the World Health Organization tonight has warned that this virus is still spreading at speed and that those countries who have opened up are beginning to see a resurgence. The virus remains deadly, it causes significant long-term harm and still demands a resolute response. If that means restrictions have to remain in place, whether in Leicester or elsewhere, or restrictions have to be reimposed, whether in Leicester than elsewhere, then so be it.
Secretary of State.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to put on my record my gratitude to the Shadow Secretary of State and his Leicestershire colleagues in this House, who have all worked in a constructive manner to try to make sure we get the right answers here and then we communicate them in the right way to the people of Leicester. He, after all, is both a Leicester MP and the Shadow Secretary of State. I set out in my speech the action that we've already taken over the past fortnight in order to support Leicester City Council and Leicestershire, the County Council, to tackle this outbreak. We've been acting on it since it first came to our attention. It's clear now that further action is necessary. He talks about the debate that has been in the media. All I can say is that within 2 hours of the final decisions being taken, I've come to this House, and I'm very grateful to you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to come at this late hour, unusually, to the House in order to set the decisions out immediately. He asks quite rightly about the powers that will underpin the decisions I've taken. They will be brought forward with a statutory instrument very shortly. And I absolutely commit to keeping the House updated on the 2-week review for whether we can lift some of the measures. He's quite right to talk about the proud diversity of the City of Leicester, and it is very important that in how these decisions are communicated and how the public health measures are undertaken in Leicester, that diversity is taken into account, including, for instance, the financial support we've put in place for the translation of these messages. On some of the specific questions, he asks if the testing units can be there for the long term. They will absolutely be there for as long as they're needed. He asked for the provision of home testing kits. Mr. Speaker, I will take that away, but I can commit to him that we will increase the number of home testing kits available for Leicester. He asks about accommodation for those who are required to self-isolate but whose accommodation doesn't allow for it in practice, and we are working with the City Council to put in place the availability on a discretionary and exceptional basis for accommodation for those who are required by the public health officials to self-isolate. He asks about the question about childcare. Of course, I appreciate these decisions, especially the closure of schools, will have an impact on working parents. Childcare, of course, is a reason for essential travel, and I hope that during the broader lockdown across the country, people will be able to make arrangements for childcare. Finally, Mr. Speaker, he asked about other areas which also have a high intensity. And we are, of course, looking across the country at the cities where this virus remains higher than elsewhere. However, the number of cases in Leicester is 3 times higher than the next highest city. And what I'd say is that that is not only due to the fact that there's now more testing in Leicester, because if it were, you would see the proportion of people tested who test positive, you'd see that proportion falling if it was just that there's more testing that's gone in. Actually, that proportion has remained static, which is one of the reasons that we're concerned, specifically concerned about Leicester. So it is not just the increased testing, it is that there is a higher prevalence in Leicester, and that's why we've taken the actions that we have.
Chair of the Select Committee, Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the actions being taken in Leicester, but like the whole House, feel for the people of Leicester at a particularly anxious time. I want to ask the Health Secretary about the broader matter of testing of NHS staff, because he has said many times he supports routine testing of NHS staff. But last Wednesday, the day actually we debated this issue in this House, a letter went out to the NHS saying that testing of NHS staff was going to be based on PHE's Siren study, which is the antibody testing programme. Given that it takes up to 3 weeks for an antibody to show, how can a regime that is meant to stop the asymptomatic transmission of the virus to patients and colleagues before they manage to transmit it possibly work?
Thank you very much. The regime for testing NHS staff, which will apply in Leicester and right across the board, that regime is the one recommended by clinicians. The Siren study not only starts with an antibody test, but then has regular it starts with an antibody test, but then has regular swab testing, including at weekly frequency, within it. So you get the regular testing to find out if people have the virus, also the test at the start to find out if they've had it, and that way you can not only make sure that you're keeping them safe and finding out if they've got the virus, but also it supports the immunology research to find out if people who have antibodies then catch the virus a second time. So it's in order to get both the practical benefits and the research benefits that we're doing it this way.
Heading to Scotland with the SNP spokesperson, Dr Philippa Whitford. Dr Philippa Whitford.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Naturally, I too am delighted that Scotland has had no deaths for 4 days and only 5 cases today. Public Health England began publishing combined data from commercial as well as NHS labs at the beginning of this month. Since then, it's become clear that Leicester has had far more COVID cases than they were previously aware of, with almost 900 over the last 3 weeks. This data is only published on a weekly basis, however, which is of no use for tracing contacts or early identification of an outbreak. The Secretary of State tends to focus on the number of tests, but does he accept it's actually tracing and isolation that stop the spread of the virus? So how does he expect local public health teams to identify an emerging outbreak if they cannot access accurate data? And how can they manage it if they're not sent individual test results in real time? When will he be able to guarantee test results are sent immediately to GPs and local public health teams so they can trace contacts and isolate patients? The lack of accurate data can also affect government decisions. On the 10th of May, when the Prime Minister eased lockdown across England, almost 40,000 positive cases from the commercial labs were not included in the data of the 4 nations. Even now, the UK government website claims there have been a total of just over 160,000 COVID cases in England, despite Public Health England reporting there have actually been 240,000. Does the Secretary of State really think it's safe to go ahead with opening pubs and restaurants across England when there have been 50% more cases than previously reported? And if the UK government were aware of this much higher incidence, why have they knowingly been publishing false information on their website?
Secretary of State.
Mr Speaker, I think the best way to explain the response to that is to say, firstly, that all of the data that we have on Leicester has been made available to Leicester County Council, and I pay tribute to Ivan Brown, who's the Director of Public Health in Leicester City Council, who's done a superb job through this, and he has all of the data that's available to us is available to him, and indeed I can commit to the House that we are going to publish all of the data on test results in order to ensure that the wider public, as well as directors of public health, are able to access this data. Mr Speaker, the Honourable Lady frequently tries to divide the testing system between those tests that are done in hospital labs and those that are done in the labs that we built over the past few weeks. And I think this is the wrong approach, because it's only because we managed to build those labs that we have such a very large testing capacity across the UK, and that those lab tests from the Lighthouse labs are available in Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, as well as in England. And I pay tribute to the work of the Lighthouse labs, who've done so much to deliver what is now an extraordinary testing capability, which we can bring to bear on specific problems like this one in Leicester.
Technology Committee, Greg Clark.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. As the Secretary of State has said, speed is of the essence in responding to the pandemic. But on the 8th of June in this chamber, I asked my right honourable friend to intervene immediately to correct the situation that elderly people and people with physical and learning disabilities in supported and sheltered accommodation cannot get testing kits. 3 weeks later, they still can't. How can we have confidence in a speedy and targeted approach to testing and tracing if those of great vulnerability still can't be tested 3 weeks after a clear commitment was given to grip the matter?
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his question, and I'm very pleased to be able to say that we are now rolling out testing to the settings that he describes. and that this will be rolled out over the coming 3 to 4 weeks to coincide with the time that it'll take us to build that capacity to roll out. It's very important that, firstly, that the testing is where it needs to be, and secondly, that we do that on the basis of clinical need, which is why we went for supporting testing in nursing homes and residential homes first.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I first of all thank the Secretary of State for his strong and focused response to the COVID-19 rise in Leicester. And is the Secretary of State aware that in my local council area of Ards and North Down, that we have a lower than Northern Ireland average for cases? That's for many reasons, of course, including those decisions made by bodies such as the Orange Order, the Apprentice Boys of Derry and the Royal Black Preceptory not to hold our annual parades, which is something so precious to so many, including myself. It's a sacrifice to be noted and replicated so that the downward trend can continue. And can I ask the Secretary of State what has been done to encourage others to be safe in exercising their religious and civil liberty?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know that right across the whole of the United Kingdom, people have given up on events that they hold dear to them, and that is a sacrifice. And tonight, Mr. Speaker, we're asking the people of Leicester to take further difficult action. I appreciate very much that the decisions that we've taken have led to people not being able to enjoy life in the normal way. And I hope very much that by cracking down on the disease in the way that we've been able to across the country, and then where there are local flare-ups, by taking decisive action, we will be able to get this country as much back to normal as possible so that people can do the sorts of things they love.
Deanna Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My thoughts go out to the people of Leicester for what must be a very worrying time, but I'm genuinely grateful to the Health Secretary for taking such swift action to tackle this local outbreak. I know that many of my constituents will welcome being able to spend more time with family, friends, and to visit restaurants and pubs for the first time in far too long, like the Eden Arms in West Auckland. So will my right honourable friend assure the House that some restrictions may be put back in place if local outbreaks are shown to be the case and identified in order to keep people safe?
Well, Mr. Speaker, yes. Today's action demonstrates that we are willing to take action to protect people, and local action in concert with the local council is sometimes what's needed. And what I'd say is that there have been local outbreaks thus far. For instance, the one in Kirklees, which, along with Kirklees Council, to whom I pay tribute, they managed to tackle that problem in one particular factory effectively, and it didn't lead to onward community spread. Likewise, the outbreak in Weston-super-Mare, where they closed admission to the hospital, they tackled the outbreak, and it didn't lead to community spread. In the case of Leicester, unfortunately, the outbreak has led to community spread, and that's why we've had to take the wider action that I've announced today.
Manira Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State said that data has been made available to public health officials in Leicester, but the reports yesterday were that actually that's been quite late in coming. Talking to local government colleagues in Kirklees, they are still struggling to get really granular data at a street level. If we're going to rely on local authorities and local public health officials to manage this outbreak, we need postcode-based data so that outbreaks on a street, on an estate, in a ward can be picked up very, very early and dealt with, and preferably broken down by ethnicity, given the demographic issues that have been highlighted in Leicester. Why is that not available now, in real time, as the member for Central Ayrshire said? What is the problem with making that data available immediately at that level?
Mr. Speaker, that data is available to directors of public health in local councils who have signed a data protection record, and I'm committing to the House to publish it at as local a level as possible so that everybody will be able to see and analyse that data.
James Sullivan.
Mr. Speaker, it was right to ease lockdown, as we must get the economy breathing again. But it's also dispiriting to see packed beaches, passengers without face masks on public transport, and other mass gatherings. Given that the government will no doubt get blamed for any second spikes, could I ask the Secretary of State how serious he is about imposing similar measures more widely beyond Leicester?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think people will have seen from the action that we've taken today and announced tonight that although I don't want to take this sort of local action, we are perfectly prepared to take it if that is what is needed to control this virus. And throughout the lifting of the lockdown measures, our plan has been to lift the national measures and have a more targeted approach, whether that's a targeted approach at an individual case where NHS Test and Trace will then contact all those who have been in contact with that person who's tested positive. So that's a more targeted action. Whether it's an individual cluster in one setting, for instance, as was mentioned in the previous discussion around the factory in Kirklees, which was then addressed at that level, or indeed a wider outbreak, as demonstrated by the action tonight.
Heading up to Saddleworth to visit Debbie Abrahams. Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the age-standardised COVID mortality rate for severely disabled men is nearly 200 per 100,000, and for severely disabled women is over 141 per 100,000. This compares with death rates of 70 and 36 per 100,000 for non-disabled men and women, respectively. I believe that when poverty is factored in, it will show even higher death rates for disabled people. So will the Secretary of State undertake an immediate analysis on the impact of COVID on disabled people living in poverty? And will he speak with his counterpart in the Department for Work and Pensions on releasing data on the disabled Social Security claimants who have died during the COVID pandemic? As to date, these data have been very, very limited.
Mr. Speaker, I'm absolutely determined to address the questions and the impacts of COVID on those who live with disabilities. I think that the point that the Honourable Lady raises is an important one, and this will form part of the work that we're doing on inequalities and the response to COVID, and that's work that the Minister for Inequalities is taking forward.
Mr.
Speaker, can my right honourable friend share what factors lie behind the infection rate being so high in Leicester, whether those factors will be shared with local resilience forums like mine in the South East so they can also prepare? Secondly, my right honourable friend said that children in Leicester were particularly vulnerable. This is not normally the norm for COVID, so is this a separate strand of COVID, or can my right honourable friend share why the youngsters in Leicester are so vulnerable?
Thank you very much. To be clear, children have very, very low risk of suffering from COVID themselves, but we have been looking at the proportion of children who have tested positive and therefore may be transmitting the disease. The challenge with this disease with children, thankfully, it has a very, very low risk to any individual child in terms of them becoming ill or worse, but it still transmits through children, and that's what the reason that we've taken the decision that we have on schools in Leicester. Of course, there are many reasons and potential reasons why this outbreak has occurred in the way it has in Leicester. We're still getting to the bottom of those, but I absolutely undertake to then ensure that other directors of public health and local areas understand those reasons so we can get to the bottom of them. For instance, we're doing work specifically on food processing factories, which around the world seem to have a higher rate, including not only in America and Germany, also in North Wales. And of course there is a challenge in the community to ensure that we understand properly the origins and the spread of this outbreak in Leicester, and then also look at similar cities where thankfully the case rate is much lower, but make sure that we learn the lessons for other similar cities, precisely as the Shadow Secretary of State said.
11 withdrawals, who go to Faye Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend has mentioned the outbreaks in Wales. Would he agree with me that the Welsh and UK governments working together would be beneficial for everyone, particularly on test, track and protect, but particularly for my constituents in Brecon and Radnorshire who share a border with England?
Yes, I know the Welsh borders extremely well, and my honourable friend is quite right to raise this issue of the need to work cross borders. We work as closely as we can supporting the Welsh Government, for instance, supporting them with their testing capacity and within test and trace as well. And we're working on better data sharing between the two governments, not least because of the importance for those who travel over the border.
13 withdrawn, so we come to Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Speaker, I can get a routine blood test result back same day, no problem. But a swab test typically takes days and not hours, severely limiting its usefulness as a public health tool, as the Honourable Lady for Central Ayrshire described. Does my right honourable friend believe that directors of public health should have access to comprehensive data sets in good time if they are to identify the clusters that he envisages in his statement?
Yes, absolutely, in real time, effectively.
Heading back to Greater Manchester, Barbara Keeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Secretary of State has detailed, when areas are put into local lockdown, businesses will have to close, including some which would probably been preparing to reopen this week. So can the Secretary of State confirm that any business impacted by a local lockdown in Leicester and other areas in future will be able to access the furlough scheme as it currently exists, rather than having to subsidise the wages of staff who cannot work?
Well, of course, the furlough scheme is available as it is across the country, and we've also, in addition, provided the councils in question, both Leicester and Leicestershire, because some of the affected area is in the conurbation of Leicester that is technically in Leicestershire. We've provided those councils with support for them to use at their discretion for this sort of purpose.
Scott Benton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst I welcome the fact that people have been able to make use of open public spaces during the recent warm weather, I've been shocked at the behaviour of a small number of visitors to Blackpool who have left our lovely beach strewn with litter and who have not been observing social distancing rules. Will my right honourable friend join me in reminding people of the need to be considerate of others and to obey the current rules at all times?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend speaks for Blackpool, and he has a clear voice that people should listen to. And the message that people should take away is this. To defeat this virus, we need to stick together and follow the social distancing rules. And that's as true on a beach in Blackpool as it is anywhere else in the country. People should also, if they do go out and enjoy the beach on a day of good weather, not just follow the social distancing rules, but follow basic decency and take their rubbish home with them.
Heading to Kingston upon Hull with Dame Dinah Johnson. Dinah Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Data is obviously vital to how we tackle COVID-19, and we see that this evening in what's happened in Leicester. But could I ask the Secretary of State, why is it for 39 days that the government have not been able to publish the number of people tested for COVID-19? And why can't the public know how many people have been tested in their local testing centres, like the Humber Bridge car park testing centre up in East Yorkshire?
Yes, we are publishing more data on the on where tests are done and where those positive test results are based, in order to understand better the clusters. She's on the point she's referring to on the number of people testing. There's a long-standing issue in terms of the deconfliction of and understanding the difference between understanding and making sure we get those data right. We're working with the UK Stats Agency on resolving the problem, and I hope to have it resolved as soon as possible.
Sir Graham Brady.
Mr. Speaker, at the statement on the 18th of May, my right honourable friend confirmed to me that he was working on measures to support care homes that are in financial difficulties. I wonder when he will be in a position to publish what those measures will be. Clearly, a lot of care homes are facing significant difficulty right now.
Yes, I'm working with my right honourable friend, the Community Secretary, and also the Chancellor of the Exchequer on exactly those measures.
Heading up to Scotland to visit Martin Day. Martin Day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir Jeremy Farrar, who sits on SAGE, said that in winter we anticipate rebounds and second waves, and said it's crucial to get to the type of position that Scotland is in, with low numbers of cases giving a low base to tackle local outbreaks. With 901 new cases reported over the last 24 hours, how confident is the Secretary of State of reaching this low base by winter?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, clearly, the measures that we have in place are there to bring the number of cases right down, and we've been able to do that over the last few weeks, since the middle of April, when we saw the peak. And that's been happening across the country, and where we do see local outbreaks and see that trend going into reverse, we're able to take action, whether that's on a highly localised level around a single cluster, or as demonstrated tonight with an outbreak like in Leicester.
Robert Corns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the decisive action taken today and the statement from the Secretary of State. There will, of course, be some nervousness amongst the country at large. So would he reassure people that lessons are being learned in real time and passed on to other local areas as they happen, and also that if it's necessary for him to go further to control this virus, that's what he'll do?
Yes, I can absolutely confirm the point about the lessons being learned and then promulgated to other places around the country, not least because we want to empower local councils to be able to look out for a flare-up themselves, and then to escalate that straightforwardly in the process that I outlined in my statement. We'll be publishing shortly more details on exactly how that process works, and I absolutely agree with him and will commit to this House that if further action is needed, whether in Leicester or around the country, we are not enthusiastic about taking that action, but we absolutely will if it's necessary.
Tricia Gibson.
Mr. Speaker, future lockdowns where necessary. It must be decisive and prompt, and they of course depend on public compliance. But in practical terms, can the Secretary of State give us a bit more detail about how they will work? For example, the furlough scheme pays 80% of wages during lockdown, and it's due to be rolled back from the 1st of August. Can he confirm that in local lockdowns after the 1st of August, wherever they are required, 80% of furlough support will be available in order to assist with lockdown compliance, which is so important for public health?
Well, of course, as we move from a national lockdown towards local lockdowns, we are going to have to take more specific action. For the time being, and for Leicester, the existing furlough scheme, of course, exists.
Christian Wakeford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for his statement. The majority of this House, and indeed the country, will be looking forward to some additional freedoms as of this weekend. I myself am looking forward to a pint of paper maker at Radcliffe Market. The hard work and sacrifice of the British people have got us to this point. So will my right honourable friend join me in urging everyone out there to not only maintain social distancing, but to stay alert and make sure that this hard work is not undone and restrictions reimposed?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and speaks with great wisdom. That whilst we're able to lift some of the lockdown measures, and whilst people will be able across most of the country to be able to exercise some more freedoms, like the freedom safely to go to the pub from this weekend, we've got to be aware, all of us, that this virus still lives in our communities, and we must continue to tackle it, and we must continue to stay alert and so control the virus, because that saves lives.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we want to make local lockdowns work, we must ensure that people and businesses get the economic support they need to get through a further outbreak of COVID. And that does mean making furlough available where it's needed. And I hope the Minister will also recognise that this means providing targeted relief for businesses which are affected. My colleagues in Scotland have this weekend proposed a VAT holiday for tourism businesses affected by COVID. But will he speak to the Chancellor about providing similar targeted measures for those sectors which are shut down under a local lockdown?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are providing funding for local support, but I just want to reiterate to those who are in Leicester right now and listening to this debate that the furlough scheme is in existence, and it works now in the same way that it's worked across the country.
24 is withdrawn, so we're heading to Ealing North with James Murray. James Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ealing Council, which covers my constituency, is one of those who are concerned about receiving all the data they need as quickly as they need it for local outbreak plans to work as well as possible. So will the Secretary of State guarantee that full testing data will be shared with every local authority, GP and Director of Public Health, and commit to there being no time lag between these tests being carried out and the data being shared?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that data was made available last week to all councils, subject to a data protection agreement, which the vast majority have returned.
Final question, Alberto Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for calling me as the MP for South Leicestershire, an area directly impacted by my right honourable friend's statement this evening. Would my right honourable friend confirm that the funding that he's promised Leicestershire County Council and Leicester City will also be split for the affected district councils like Blaby District Council? And will he also explain what impact areas outside the city of Leicester, because he keeps mentioning Leicester, but what areas in Leicestershire have been impacted by this statement?
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Speaker. We will be publishing the exact details of which wards are included in these measures imminently, and that's a decision that's being taken by Leicestershire County Council along with PHE. And I understand the call for support, for financial support, both for the district and borough councils as well as for the county council. In the first instance, that funding will flow through the county council, but I will absolutely look at the point that he's raised.
That completes the statement. Thank you, everyone. Point of order, Alison Thewlis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for the Home Department, during the responses that he had to my urgent question, stated that no confirmed cases among people living there are no confirmed cases among people living in Glasgow hotels of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, I have a constituent who has been in a hotel in Glasgow city centre who has had COVID-19 diagnosed. Is there a way of putting on the record that, that the Minister earlier has perhaps had the wrong information provided to him to say that no people have had COVID-19 in hotel accommodation? And would he be able to ask the Minister to come